me right in the eyes and just tell me, no bullshit.
You want to change the world.
Really nice video, right? Welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference 2022. My name is Rainer Berak, operating partner at Project A. We call ourselves the operational VC, and that's something very dear to us. For us, building startups, supporting startups goes way beyond giving them money. It goes all the way to supporting them. And essential to that is also to build a platform where they learn from each other. And because of this, we organized this event for many years already now, and I'm thrilled to see this as the biggest crowd that we have ever put together for inspiring each other and sharing knowledge today here. We have something like 2,000 people signed up. We planned for 1,000, so let's see how that works out. We hope the capacities here will be okay, but we trust that it will just all work out. Thanks to everybody who organized that, and thanks to all the partners that you also see here and who very much helped us to put this together. The motto this year is Beyond the Obvious. And isn't that a wonderful motto? Is it? Yeah? Okay. I must admit, I personally, when we decided for a motto, I was very much against that. If I'm honest, for me, it ranks extremely high on the bullshit radar. I mean, beyond the obvious. Seriously, here is some not so beyond the obvious, but some obvious. You want to get smart, you read books. You want to be healthy, you eat healthy food and you work out. You want to get rich, you get your hands dirty and you work. But oh no, we don't like that, right? I mean, this is obvious, but that is so hard work, ordinary, not very inspiring, probably gets the job done. What we want is we want to go beyond the obvious because that just feels so much nicer. Maybe there's a hack, maybe there's a fast way, maybe there is a way to achieve all that without actually doing all the hard stuff. The books that we typically read in our industry, How Can You Join the New Rich? With working 4 hours per week. That's what we like, right? Or how can we lose weight very fast? Let's not diet and let's not exercise. That just sells well. Are there any parents here? Can you give a hands up if you're a parent? I'm a parent. So imagine you are now in your magazine store and you see 2 magazines, both targeted at you as parents. And one of them is telling you how to achieve the best for your child. It will be very hard work, but it will be worth it. And just next to it is one that tells you how to achieve the best for your child without giving up on your personal pleasures. And again, please give me a sign. Will the left one rather tell you what to do so that your child is developing really well? Yeah. Who of you would actually buy the right one? Of course we would. Just feels well. But I'm sorry, it's still bullshit. Here's some obvious. If you want to build a startup, a successful startup, you have to find product market fit. If you can, you have to scale. You have to define your brand. You have to know how your model is defensible. You have to mind your technical debt. You should treat data as something that is not optional. You should hire people only if you really need them, and if you need them, you should hire them fast. You should raise money before you actually need it. You should know your funnel. You should work your funnel. You should make sure that your marketing is efficient and that you can measure it and that you know which channels and which campaigns really work. You need to enable your team to perform. you need to deal with a crisis, and you need to get default alive. And all of this is obvious. It's not beyond the obvious. That's obvious. And even though all of this is obvious and everybody knows it, not even half of it is usually done right. And that is the reason for that is just really hard work. There is very often, or in most cases, probably always, there isn't like a fast track, some hack, something that makes it very easy for you. So beyond the obvious, I mean, last year our motto was obligation to descend. This is value that we very much believe in. So yeah, we decided as a team, and the others, the majority was just supporting this motto, but I thought I will take the freedom of giving you, for the opening of this day today, my view on it. I hope you forgive me for that. A question, of course, anyhow, is why do we still go for such a motto? And the truth is, it works. We are all here, right? I mean, you tell people, let's go beyond the obvious, and we're all thinking, that's it, I will get very inspired. So, sorry for that. I'm very happy you're all here. I hope you will still enjoy the day. And now that you're here, let's look at what we have in store for you today. And these are just the very first sessions that we will do today. Let's start with Cinema 7. We will start there at 10 o'clock with a talk by Dr. Andreas Spengel from MasterCard, who is helping us to understand how digital banking is actually helping inclusion. We will hear a talk from Klaus Harisch from Hyundai about the way work works in our times and how you can build an operating system for that. We are thrilled to have Martin Eriksson giving us a very good product talk about how to translate from strategy into actual operational doing and product. And before that, our own CPO, Tama, and I know that he is more than thrilled to actually make the bridge and to introduce Martin Eriksson right afterwards. Before that, Antonia Welsholz with a very important topic and a very good talk about how we can and should support having more female founders. In Cinema 5, we will start with somebody who is actually very knowledgeable about cloud service providers and where the pitfalls and traps are in this. And then we have a talent acquisition / HR talk about all the updates on how workplaces work in 2022. In Cinema 4, Dr. Theo Pham about the building blocks and how you can actually best support and which versions of it are actually successful when it comes to the metaverse. Followed by a live recording of the podcast Unicorn Bakery with Fabian Tausch and Dr. Markus Wibben from CrossEngage. And here on this stage, which is the largest room that we have here today, right after me, I'm very happy to welcome Uwe Horstmann with his already by now traditional talk about the ugly truth about venture capital, something that we started to do every year. It's a very honest talk about what's going on in our industry, followed by a panel that is organized by Gründerszene about how to raise money in these difficult times. And then Christian Hecker himself, together with Florian Heinemann, Christian Hecker, the founder of Trade Republic, the, how do you call it, Quintacorn, and talking a little bit about how to achieve such a success. So I hope you will enjoy all these sessions. Welcome to this event. Pardon my introduction and my rant about the motto. And I hope you will enjoy the day a lot, and I hope to talk to as many of you as possible during the day. Enjoy.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Christina, and I have the honor to be moderating this stage here for you today. And I can tell you we have a lot of exciting talks coming up, so let's get started directly. Our first speaker of today is Antonia Welsholz, and Antonia is co-founder and CEO of Uplifted. Prior to Uplifted, she has worked in several marketing and sales roles, and then ultimately led the DACH sales team at Google. And now, let's give a warm welcome to Antonia and her talk, You Go Girl, While Now is the Time for Female Founders.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you...
Well, that was a build-up. Okay. Hi, everyone. So glad to see all of you here at this early hour. I'm Antonia, and today I want to talk to you about why I think that today and now is the time for female founders. And it's awesome to see so many women in here, and also men, because we do need the allies. But I want to actually start a little differently today, so bear with me. Imagine there are 3 friends here in Berlin and they want to build a startup. They have an amazing business idea and they want to do something with crypto, in the metaverse, blockchain. As you can tell, I still have no idea how all of that really works. But they go out, they raise money, they get a VC-led seed round going. So hire the first team, all is good, awesome, rocket emoji. And now, be quite honest, who of you imagined these 3 crypto NFT-loving friends as Christopher, Stefan, and Tim, 24 years old, wearing white sneakers, have light blue button-down shirts, and Patagonia vests? Yeah, thank you for the honesty. Even I did. And I think that just shows why we actually need to talk about diversity in the startup ecosystem and why we actually need to change the landscape. Because our ingrained image of founders and of entrepreneurs is that of young white men. And I think that this needs to change. And today I'm going to talk about gender diversity, about my experiences as a female founder, because that's the only diversity aspect I have. I'm also not quite diverse in many other aspects. But I think that all the other diversity aspects are just as important or even more important, such as background, academic background, age, or race, or whatever there might be. So before we start, a bit about me. You already told I used to work at Google. Now I work at Uplifted. And last year I co-founded Uplifted together with my dear co-founder Klaus. We're building a software for people development and feedback because we actually believe that too many people get bad or too little feedback, and we really want to change that. Like I said, I used to work at Google. I was there for 7 years. I was a people manager, and I especially loved the people development part about my job. And that's what actually drove me to venture out and build my own business in the space. We're VC-backed, so that makes me a VC-backed female tech founder who also has a small kid. And the reason I'm saying that is I'm one of not too many, so I think that this needs to change, and this is why we're here today. I actually believe that now is the time for female founders. I actually believe that now is the time for anyone to found a business, so obviously this also goes for female founders. And I actually better believe that, otherwise I would have made a pretty bad life decision almost 2 years ago when I quit my quite comfy leadership role at Google to go out back to the real world and build a business. Building a startup is awesome. You get to build a product from scratch. You learn so much. You get catapulted outside of your comfort zone, and it's really rewarding. And don't get me wrong, it's also crazy hard. So much stress, so much pressure, uncertainty, you name it. But it's really cool, and it's the most interesting thing you'll probably ever do in your life. So it really goes out to everyone. Now is the time to build, I think. But I think that now specifically is also the time for female founders, because diversity finally is a thing. It arrived in mainstream, just like wearing white sneakers to a business event did. And I'm wearing black ones today to make a point. But there are several studies out there that show that diverse companies just perform better. And diversity is key to that performance. A recent study from McKinsey showed that actually companies with diverse executive teams have a 33% higher likelihood of achieving industry-leading profitability. That is pretty awesome. And the fact that this is actually known today, that's really good, because it means that we can actually make conscious choices about making companies more diverse. And let's also be quite honest, if there's a price tag attached to it or a business case, it just helps even convincing the most traditional or closed-off companies or people of the fact that diversity needs to be taken seriously. And I think that there are more and more female role models out there who pave the way. When Klaus and I started building Uplifted, I talked with so many experienced entrepreneurs or people who were just starting out just like I did. And I specifically looked for female role models because guess what? When you do something crazy and new and uncertain, it really helps when you see someone who's similar to you who has done it before. It just gives you courage. So I started looking. I started looking for not quite so young female founders with kids. I had to do some looking, but we're out there, and that really helps us, I think. And when I talk about role models, I don't only mean like the lighthouse cases, like Sarah Blakely of Spanx or Whitney Wolf Herd of Bumble. I mean the women a little closer to home who feel a bit more tangible than these two big names that you can relate to a bit better, maybe. Even though, all that said, I think that we're very far away from where we should be and where we want to be. But let's start at the beginning. Let's rewind a bit and actually talk about where we're at right now, where the reasons for this might lie, and how we can actually change it. I picked up the motto of the conference, so this is going to come with us along the talk. So let's start with the obvious. When I said I looked for female founders to relate to talk to, I actually had to do a bit of looking because the numbers for female founders in Germany are really, really low at the moment and still are. Let's start with the good news. There are more and more companies being built. We're almost back to pre-corona level of 2019, which is a good thing, but only 11.9% of founders in Germany, of startup founders in Germany, are women. That is a really low number. And the sad truth is, this data is from 21. It doesn't really grow that much. And when you look for female founders, you find them most often in health, consumer, and education sectors. If you look for female founders in B2B or tech, you really have to start looking. And here comes a number that really shocked me. Of all capital raised in Europe in 21, only 1.1% went to all female founding teams, and 8.8% went to mixed teams. I think you need to hear it again. This is why I'm saying it again. Of €1 million raised, 11,000 euros went to all female teams, and 88,000 euros went to mixed teams. The rest went to all male teams. That sucks, and that's a heavy disbalance compared to the share of female founders that we see out there. And I said before, female founders are most prevalent in health, consumer, and education sectors. And of course, VC money has favored tech and B2B in the past years, so this plays into this. But let's dig a bit deeper into the not so obvious stuff. Maybe some of you have read Animal Farm. There's this great quote in there. It says, "All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others." I think this factors so heavily into our disbalance that we see today. Because men and women are different. And that is a major issue because we all have a similar to me bias. And that means that it can actually be a lot easier for men to get funding or get traction for their business if the decision makers they face are also men with a similar background. The share of female partners in VC companies in Germany is 4%. That means ultimately the last decision maker in most cases, if you get the money or not, is a man. And men and women are also perceived differently. Studies show that male founders are 40% more likely to actually get funding than female founders, even if they present the exact same pitch. And men and women, again, are also attributed different characteristic and character traits. So when a young male founder comes into the room, it's often called young and promising. And the young female founder might more often be called young and inexperienced. Or carefulness in male founders might be called level-headed and reasonable. And in female founders, it's more often called not daring enough. So there's a huge difference in the perception of men and women, and it comes down to the similarity bias. And the thing about the similarity bias is it's unconscious, and that's the danger about it, because we don't actually notice and know how much it affects all decisions that we're taking in every situation that we're in. So I think key is that we're very aware of this bias and that we're actively working against it in every situation that we can to actually balance this out a bit. You know what really irked me when I started building Uplifted? The sheer amount of female mentoring programs. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love mentoring. You need good mentors to make this work. But why do only women seem in need of mentoring? Why isn't there the same amount of male mentoring programs out there? This does really two things to me. One, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth because it sure feels like us women have to make up for something. We're apparently in dire need of someone explaining to us how things are working. And second, sure, I want mentoring, but more than that, I want money. I need the funding. I want to build my team. I want to build on my idea. I want to build my business. And I love female-only events and female-only programs, but I don't want to be singled out and treated differently all the time. I just want an equal seat at the table. And I want it at a table with a diverse background, because that means that I get to exchange ideas and talk with people who are different from me, and that will bring me the most learning effects. I want industry and topic-specific events, because guess what? For me, the challenges I'm facing right now are probably more similar with a male founder who's also building a B2B tech business, or SaaS business, than to a woman who's building a health D2C business. And I think it starts even earlier, so we have to look at that. That's awkward silence, and now we are back. Awesome. Good stuff. But I mean, we stopped at a very important slide, so that was all planned. I think girls are severely underrepresented in STEM areas at university and schools. And STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I was a statistics major, so I can really talk to you about how few women are in these courses. But studies show that actually having female role models is critical for young girls to go into these areas. And here comes the sad truth. 34.1% of girls don't know any woman personally who is working in these STEM areas. No relative, no friend. And that lack of role models is really critical. So we actually have to be very present and show that we're out there and that these topics and areas are fun to do and that it's so much in there. Because guess what? If there are no women in there, who should later found the tech companies? I mean, there it's really, really playing together very, very nicely. Remember when I said I had a son? He's turning 4 in January. And I actually tried with all my might, but I failed miserably at raising him free from gender bias. I mean, he loves everything that has to do with construction. He loves excavators, he loves construction sites. That excitement started very early, and of course we played into it and kind of played it up because we gave him the toys for it. I mean, you name it, he has it. He is a very, very spoiled only child. So he has the giant, fully automated crane, and he has the concrete mixer, and he has the construction worker's helmet, everything, you name it. Even I'm excited about the crane because it's literally almost as tall as I am. But here's the thing. Studies show that children are actually influenced by gender and racial stereotyping from the age of 3 years old. And if we raise our kids that way, and what can we expect for them in later life? I mean, when we always praise courage and being daring in boys and praise being pretty and careful in girls, the road for them is pretty set out from the beginning. And I think that you can actually do something about that really early on, and every one of us can do it. We can start leveling the playing field a bit and actively work to praise courage in girls and praise being caring in boys as well. And I mean, would I have given my hypothetical daughter the crane or the construction worker's helmet or something? Probably, I hope so, but it's kind of hard to A/B test, actually, to be honest. But I try to do my part. I try to praise every good behavior I see, and not just the ones that is typical for a boy. And I give him dolls to play with, and he loves it as well. So I think that's something that we all can do in our private lives very well. And let's even look a bit further into the very much not so obvious stuff. Because let's face it, this is such a huge impact. And the decision if you want to raise a family and the role that women still play in this, they factor majorly into this disbalance. Women are more often than not still the primary caretakers at home, and they're the ones who fall into the part-time trap, and they're the ones who make life and career defining decisions based on the fact that they might want to raise a family at some point in their lives. And believe me, I've been there. 46% of founders are actually in their 30s when they start their business. So that's prime time for wanting to start a family or just having had 1 or 2 kids. And that is a huge factor to consider when you think about whether or not you want to start your own business. And I see it time and again with my friends. They have great careers, great job, earn a lot of money, and then suddenly, with the birth of the first child, something changes, because almost automatically the woman goes on a minimum of a 1-year parental leave, and they come back to work part-time, and boom, you have the motherhood penalty. And in Germany, this means that a woman, from the point in time where they have the first child, have a staggering 61% loss in earnings, and they never recover from that. And the weird thing is, in fathers, we do not see this drop at all. So I think that this is huge, and we need to tackle it somehow. And I think equality starts at home. I think it actually, you need to work at home to build a 50-50 split with your partner. And I'm a living example of this. I think in order to be successful in the startup ecosystem and basically anywhere else in life, you actually need good partners, both at home and at work. Someone who gets this and someone who gets you and someone who makes it truly 50-50 or 80-20 when things hit the fan. I think it's true that you need a village to raise a child and business, and this village needs to start at home. And while we're on the topic of children, let's move on to another nightmare, childcare. We definitely need more flexible and more reliable childcare options in Germany to actually allow women to come back to work with more hours and to give them the bandwidth to start their business. In May 22, there was a petition at the German parliament asking for the same maternity leave rights and payments for self-employed women and not self-employed women. I don't think I need to say that much more about that, because when there isn't a guaranteed maternity leave payment for a self-employed woman, so a female founder, who can blame anyone for not taking the leap when you also want to have a family? And another thing, when you have a family, you're just not as flexible anymore to work from anywhere at any time. I mean, when Klaus and I started Uplifted, we looked at a lot of accelerators. And to be honest, to a lot of them we didn't even apply, because I have a family. I live in Hamburg. I simply cannot be in Berlin or London for 6 weeks at a time at a 9-to-5 schedule where I have to be at a certain venue all the time. It just doesn't work for me. And I think that this is something that we can do quickly, where we can change it. I get why they do the programs that way. I get why it's full-time and at a specific location. It brings you together. But it's very exclusive that way, of people who actually share the caregiver role at home. And that can also be men, but in most cases it's women. So it's an easy way to make these programs more flexible, to allow for all groups of the startup ecosystem to equally participate. So we did a lot of navel gazing and looking back. So now let's see where we could be in 5 years. To be honest, probably still here. Because if we continue at the pace that we have right now, we'll achieve gender parity in German founding teams by the year 2139. Yes, I said 2139. And to be honest, that just sucks. So with that in mind, here comes my controversial statement of the day. Maybe we need some sort of accelerants to really make change happening quicker. And I was asked to go beyond the obvious, so I'm doing that. Maybe we need something like the quota for boards for the startup ecosystem. I'm not sure if that's the solution, but something needs to change. And I mean, at least the quota had some good effects since it was implemented in 2016. Because companies that have to obtain the quota, the share of women on the board is 78% higher than for companies who do not fall under the quota. So thinking about all that I said, maybe that statement doesn't hold that true. But I think there's change in the air. Something's happening. there are more and more allies out there, and diversity is becoming more and more important. And there are more female-led funds, there are more female-centered funds, and there are people in the VC business, in the startup ecosystem, who actually hear it and want to change something, and that's a good thing. And I mean, we're in the middle of an economic downturn, and the startup ecosystem and the VC system as well is adapting to that as we speak. And we know that diverse companies perform better. So with all that, what would be my 3 takeaways for female founders or female founders to really make it now the time for female founders? First would be network like crazy across all genders, shapes, and sizes, because you really need a good network to make this work. And then use the momentum that is out there. Join the programs that can help you give a boost, and shamelessly use every opportunity you can get, even if it means that you just get it because you're a woman. Because guess what? Once you're on that stage, and then you can tell people how awesome you are. And also, bring everything you have to the table and be the boss you are. Work like a boss, build like a boss, raise like a boss. I don't think that we actually need to copy male traits or characteristics to be successful. I think that we can shine very, very much if we can bring our true selves. And with that, onward and upward for a more diverse startup ecosystem. Happily taking questions in the speaker lounge later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antonia. What an inspiring talk. So I hope this has encouraged a lot of you. And please share this message along your friends and family. And since we have some time left, maybe one question to you. So in the end, you said what you were recommending female who wants to found a company or actually founding a company. What would you recommend a male friend who says like, hey, my partner, my family, my friend, female friend wants to found a company? How can they support them?
Oh, that's an excellent question. I love it. I think I would go for be the biggest fan out there that you can be. Do everything in your power to make it work for them. Have their back. If you have a kid, take care of. I mean, my husband is doing most of our household chores at this point because I don't have the bandwidth right now, and he's doing it happily because he wants to support me. Be the biggest supporter out there that you can get. And if you have ties to the business world, open your networks. And that goes for friends as well. This is a handshake business, so if you can get a warm intro and a warm handshake, it makes the difference. So really be the one who's introducing your female friend to male investors or male business partners, and be an advocate for the change that we want to see.
Great, cool. So I hope all male in this room wrote it down. And again, thank you very much, Antonia. Yeah, as you said, you can meet Antonia later in the speaker's lounge and ask her all the questions you want to ask. And thanks again. And yeah, now ready for the next talk.
Thank you.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic.
Sehr cooler Talk.
La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, mom, we
Hey, hello everyone. So our next talk is a must hear for all product people, but also non-product people amongst us. So next on stage is Tama El-Havari from Project A, Project A's Chief Product Officer. And throughout his career, Tama has supported over 50 companies in early growth and later stages across all different types of industries. And now welcome on stage Tama, who will share his product map framework with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you. Y'all please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony.
Come on. Leave the music on. Which button do I need to push? The next one, huh? The green one. It's a green button. You should always push the green button. So, hi everyone. How can we actually build better products? And this is a question that drove me most since I actually started to work in product management. But what is product management? And what are we supposed to do in that job? I mean, tons of questions about that one. The very first definition that I came across was the very famous Venn diagram from Martin Ericsson. And I'm super glad that he's here also today for our next talk. And Martin explains product management as being in the intersection between what happens on the customer side, on the business side, and the technological side. And this kind of little intersection is something that I just like get really excited about. And I started to learn about everything that this entitles. So I tried to learn everything about design, user experience, how to create IT architectures, how software development is being done. I learned about research and psychology. I tried to learn about system theory, all these kind of fields that I tried just like want to master. And it became quickly clear to me that I won't be able to master all of these things. And I would like to share 2 learnings with you that I had during that kind of sessions. And they're a little bit obvious, but still hard to accomplish. Number 1 is products are just like not being created by product managers. It's the hard truth. They're not even created by product teams. They are created by big parts of the organization. They need to work in teams and in collaboration. So if you, for example, work on the user experience, you create wireframes with the UX team, or you work on the value proposition with the marketing team, or you look at data with the analytics team. Second thing is, my second learning is that how all these things are actually interconnected. So how, for example, the selection of a typography actually defines the legibility of the font, and how this legibility of the font in the end will help me to convey the message on our homepage, and how to do better marketing. Or how a backlog actually should start to fuel our goals, and how these goals are actually parts of a bigger product strategy, and how this product strategy ideally has been fueled or created by research. Thanks to my work at Project A, I was able to see a lot of ventures, from really a 2-man startup that is looking for product market fit, to companies that are in hyperscale mode, looking to keep their organization's rights, up to more established organizations that are looking to find the next level by using some technological innovation. And during that time, when I was working with adventures operationally and leading, coaching some of the great product leaders there, I figured out that some teams are like really pulling off amazing results. Some of them work really fast, ship in good quality, and really innovate on a good pace. And others actually to fail to do that. So why is that? We've heard this one a lot, right? Product management is hard. And there's a couple of things that we just like need to master. Sometimes we have teams that are just like running slow, or we have a slow delivery, or like the team somehow lost the direction. Where do we want to go? What's going to be the next thing that we should build? We have organizational conflicts with other teams that don't understand how we work. We have a full backlog, no resources. But we also need to drive our customer centricity, or find product market fit, or find our competitive advantage and new roles and develop new skills. The interesting thing here is that all of these problems are actually have a unified set of elements. And this is what we encountered when we talked about it. The more we just like try to divide and conquer all these bigger topics that when you first of all hear them, you say like, oh, fuck, yeah, what should I do with that, right? It's going to be hard to master that one. But the moment you figure out, okay, we are always talking about the same things. This is something that we just like encountered in our daily work. And what we did actually was to write them down, to list them down, make it in a way that they are independent from existing frameworks. And what we've created in the end was the product map. And the product map is a framework that just like helps us to navigate the complexity of product management. All these kind of elements that we found out were able for us to just like put into 4 buckets. And the first one is generating insights. I mean, we need to have tons of data to actually make our decisions going. We need to have understanding about the markets and the users, but also about how a product performs or how we go to the market and do the marketing part behind it. But we also need to give a direction. We need to steer the teams and the product in the right direction. We need to plan out where we want to go and how to get there. But we also need to design the collaboration, meaning we need to create an environment where we as product managers can create good products and the product teams and all the environment. And this is for us a design problem. It's not something that is given because change is part of our daily business, so we need to actively design it. And last but not least, we need to create the product. And this is not just like shipping the final product, but everything that happens from having an idea, creating prototypes, testing it out, shipping that product, and just like make sure that the underlying technology will help you scale in the future. I would like to go with you through some of the elements of the product map. So the first one is definitely the opportunity solution. You can call it the problem solution fit, for example, or if you think about it, the use case. You can extend it to my personal favorite concept, which is the concept of the product core. Every company that I've seen so far that scales rapidly had a very good balance between a problem that they're solving or opportunity that they're chasing, a solution, and a specific uniqueness to it, while on the same time creating value for the customer and the business. But as I said, we also need to do the market analysis. We need to understand our customer and user behavior. We need to understand the technology and how this is going to drive our next future product development. Or we need to make sure that all the insights that we are generating, or the directions that we are creating or or the creation of the product is communicated in the best possible way. In the end, we put all elements together that we found as being relevant for us. And these kind of elements are designed in a way that they are independent from specific frameworks, because we are so bloated with frameworks that we sometimes have a hard time to see the underlying concept behind it. Each of these concepts, of course, opens up a universe, that's for sure. But we found out that for us in the daily work, this is a good level of granularity to actually work with that one. So how can we use it? How can we play around with this kind of thing? Because in the end, it's currently just a list of words and names and concepts. So the very first thing that we can do is we can focus. We can take each of the elements, use some guiding questions, and reflect on what we're doing. Yeah? So I've chosen trends, because trends for me is a general direction in which something is changing or moving, right? So what are the current trends in the market? What technological innovations can we actually use to incorporate in our business? Or what are macroeconomic situations that we're going to face? I think nowadays more relevant than ever before. Second thing is we can look and build relationships between different elements. So let's maybe focus on user needs or user motivation. This is like one of the core things that we want to understand as product managers. But the moment we put it into a relation with the user journey, we start to understand and see that each journey step might gonna have different user needs. And each of the user needs that we're generating there opens up a big word that we haven't seen probably before. And if we put it together with the different customer segments that we're targeting, or the user segments that we're addressing, we're gonna open up a big environment where you can say there's not gonna be enough research, right? You can always find out more things. There's all all of these kind of elements will have opportunities to develop our product further. But we can also think about the aggregation, putting elements together in order to form more generalistic concept, like a product strategy. I mean, what is a product strategy? What does it entitle? I don't know how to do it, right? You can see it, and many people create product strategies. But is it comprehensive? Did we focus on everything? And with this kind of thing, you can actually go mentally through all these kind of things in order to figure out, have we thought about everything? Do we have a gap somewhere that might gonna crash our business or our strategy? And last but not least, we can look for overlaps. What does it mean? I'm gonna make you a simple example. So let's say we're designing a survey. We want to find out something from our customers and users, and we're going to add all these different questions in here. So what we can then see is just like every question will probably relate to one of the elements. So we have segmentation information, demographic data that we want to gather, maybe some understanding about the value proposition or user experience, user needs, or maybe some functionality that a customer wants. But we can also run different types of research, for example, running some user interviews. And in reality, these are typically separated streams that are not just like really connected. But the moment we bring, for example, the segments together and the user and the needs and whatever we want to find out, we can start to see the overlaps between different elements. So ideally, when we design a survey, we should use the same segmentation logic as we're using for the user interviews. Why? Because then we can use the pseudo-quantitative data from that survey and understand how relevant this user interview is for our decision-making process. We know if we're talking to someone that only represents 5% of our user group, or if he represents 80% of the user groups. And we can use it to validate specific things. Did what we find out in the user interview exactly is the same kind of thing that we find out in the survey? So we can look for convergent validity in all these fields. And this is just like an example. Whenever you have concepts in product management, they are typically created in silos. But you need to bring them together. You need to bring your OKR concept together with your product strategy. So let me give you a small little other example. Let's talk about ideas. I think this is bad ideas, right? Ideas that are transferred into functionality right away. But we can do it better, and the moment we take the elements, we can think about it. So ideally, before we're gonna put an element somewhere into a backlog, we ideally gonna measure it and value it against goals and plans. So we can filter out all the stupid ideas that might gonna sound exciting, that just like push us forwards, but they're not that relevant. But that not all of that. Ideally, the ideas are not just like coming out of blue, out of just like the shower, but they're coming out of research. Right? We have data that back our idea and make it just like a better idea. But of course, the idea itself can be better if we, for example, bring it together in perspective with the product core. So maybe this idea might be a nice development. Maybe it gives you a 1 to 10% improvement, but will that really change your business? Maybe you're going to find ideas that make it way more unique, that has way more problem-solving capabilities. And of course, we need to understand not only the ideas and the functionality that we might going to build, but we need to evaluate it and figure out if the cost side of it is maybe not worth the price of the investment. So how can we actually approach it, or how do we do it when we're using this one? And for me, it's a mental model, right? So I typically have on the one side the product map for me open. And the very first thing that I do is definitely naming the situation. What do we face right now? Is it, I need to find product market fit, I need to find customer centricity, whatever problem you're going to face. And the next thing that I'm doing is actually selecting the elements that I think is relevant. It's a very simple exercise. Yeah? Does it have a play in this kind of game or not? Out or in? Once you're there, you're ending up in the chaotic middle. So this is where you actually start to reconnect the dots, see how things are connected to each other and what drives what, and how all these things actually play together. And the moment you do that one, I can promise you, once you're doing it, even if you've been a while in product management, you're going to uncover a couple of things that you probably haven't seen before. And last but not least, you can start to conclude things and take very, very specific actions. This part is definitely the best to just like go with a counterpart to discuss the situation and just like do something about it. So what is the product map? The product map is just like some kind of like a meta framework. It's a tool to reflect, analyze, design, and communicate the product creation process. The product map is to some degree comprehensive, but it's probably also not complete. You might gonna have situations where you want to add price as an element, which is, for example, not in there. Or you think that the business model is so relevant that you want to pull it out of the value creation process. If you start to use it, go through the elements. Each of the concepts will mean something different for you. But exploring all these elements and understanding what this entitles is a very, very valuable exercise. Thanks a lot.
Wow, cool. Thank you so much, Tama. Super interesting. So we have time for one more question. So you have worked with a lot of companies throughout your career. And what was like one of the most common mistakes you saw people or companies doing when it comes to product management?
The most unhidden problem that I see right now is really about the problem, solution, and uniqueness space. I mean, most companies getting started with a solution not having a real problem to solve, or the other way around. They have a problem but no real solution. Just because they have built something doesn't mean really that they have really found it. And being very honest with, like if you reflect on this one a lot, you're going to find out, is it really doing something really good? And is that really unique out there? And I think this is the very first thing that everyone should like double check, triple check every now and then to figure out, are we still here on the right path? Because especially like on a startup environment, this is not clear yet. I mean, like VC is about bets. We invest into money about a thing where we still don't know if it works or not. But a lot of founders are sometimes in a situation where they say, like, I got funding, yeah, I can get started here, but in the end, it's really good to just like step back again and reevaluate what we have created so far.
Cool, thank you very much.
Thanks
well,
a lot.
I'm sure you have a lot of questions, so here meet Tama later in the speakers lounge and ask him anything you want. And now, thanks again, Tama.
Thanks a lot. And now, I'm very honored to announce our next speaker, Martin Eriksson. Wait a second with the sound. Wait a second. I still want to do the introduction. Come on, do me this favor. So, 25 years of product experience. This is a really long time. I think this is like, you're probably like at the forefront when product management has been shaped as the one thing. And for me, at least, was a very important criteria for me to actually go into product management. So thank you for that. So Martin Eriksson is a product leader, a coach, a facilitator, an advisor. He is product partner at EQT Ventures. And he's the founder of Product Tank and Mind the Product Conference, which is the biggest product management conference on the globe with around 215 countries where the Mind the Product is being held. And he's the author of the Product Leadership book. And I'm very happy to have you here today.
Thank you very much. Decisions. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Sometimes, if you're a startup founder, if you're a product manager, it feels like you do nothing else. I don't know if you're like me, but there's been days where I come home at the end of a working day or at the end of running out one of our conferences, and I literally cannot decide what I want to have for dinner because I'm so exhausted from making decisions. As I was writing this talk this summer, I put out a Twitter poll to my followers to see if I was the only one. And a few hundred people responded, and we saw that 74% of the kind of product people and founders that follow me feel this overwhelming exhaustion of making decisions at least once a week. But why are these decisions so hard? Well, I want to step back a little bit and look at the psychology. And there's kind of two factors that play into this. One's called decision fatigue, and the other one is the paradox of choice. So on one axis, you can think about the number of decisions that you have to make throughout a day. Now, the research shows that you are making a staggering 2,000 decisions every hour. And that's before you went to work at a startup. Even since I just came on stage, you've been making decisions. Should I sit up or sit down? Or should I take out my phone and check Twitter or Slack? Should I maybe drink a cup of coffee? You're making hundreds and thousands of decisions every hour, most of them subconsciously, but all of them add up. And in the best-selling book, Willpower, Roy Baumeister and John Tierney showed that a bunch of research kind of backs this up and shows that the more decisions that you make throughout the day, the harder each one becomes. Now, there's a lot of back and forth on this research. They're still trying to figure out why it actually happens, but the effect is definitely there. On a second axis, you can map out the number of options each of those decisions brings. So imagine you're going to a supermarket and all you think is, I'm thirsty. The choice is literally overwhelming. Do you want coffee? Do you want milk? Do you want juice? Do you want water? Do you want juice water? Do you want vitamin water? Do you want sparkling water? And so on and so forth. You can stand in front of one of these fridges and just kind of stare as you're trying to make a decision. So Barry Schwartz wrote a book called The Paradox of Choice, based on a bunch of research he was doing in psychology that showed that each new option you give someone adds to the list of trade-offs, and each of those trade-offs has psychological consequences. Put simply, a greater variety of choices actually makes us feel worse. On the other hand, economists will tell us that zero choice is the fastest path to low quality. And I think we've all seen this in any market that is dominated by a monopoly. User experience goes down, product quality goes down. So of course, there's a happy middle ground here somewhere. And Sheena Iyengar, who's a professor at Columbia Business School, and who started a lot of the research that Barry wrote his book about, has continued to do the research, and over the 2 decades since has shown that when you give people a small number of options rather than a large one, so 4 to 6 options rather than kind of 20 options, first of all, they're more likely to make a choice in the first place. They're more confident in that decision, and they're happier with that decision. So if you go back to the supermarket example, instead of just going in there thinking, I'm thirsty, if you go in thinking, oh, I need a bit of a pick-me-up, I want something with caffeine, or even I want something with caffeine, but I want sugar-free. If you set up these kind of frameworks for your decision, your choice is much smaller, it's much easier. You go, I want the Red Bull, and walk out the store. So if we map these out in a 2x2, like all good consultants love to do, on the one axis, as your decisions increase, you get decision fatigue. On the other axis, as your options per decision increase, you get the paradox of choice. And I think most of us live in this top right corner of decision overload. And unlike all 2x2s that you've ever seen before, you don't want to be in the top right corner. It's not a good place. You want to try and figure out how you reduce the number of decisions and reduce the number of options in front of you so that you can make deliberate, strong, high-quality decisions. And that's what there's one way to do that, which is Barack Obama, Steve Jobs, and Mark Zuckerberg all have in common, is that they all wear the same clothes every day. They eliminate that choice every morning. They don't have to pick between the different colors of t-shirts. They have one set of clothes, they do that. That might be extreme, but it's one way to do it. So what does this mean for startup decisions or product decisions? Well, first of all, don't offer too many choices in your product. You'll overwhelm your users, they can't make the decision, they'll face that same paralysis of standing in front of the fridge full of drinks. But there's a lot of people who've written much, much better about that, spoken much, much better about that, so that's a talk for another time. But I do suggest checking out any of these books. The other side is to really rethink how you make decisions about your startup or in your startup, and that's what I'm going to cover today. And startup decisions are so hard because of something I call the paradox of autonomy. So if you've ever read anything I've written, anything I've spoken about in the past, you know I'm a huge believer in empowered, autonomous, cross-functional teams and empowering them to make the decisions because they're closer to the information, they're closer to the customer. As Steve Jobs says, we don't hire smart people to tell us what to do. We don't hire smart people and tell them what to do, we hire them to tell us what to do. But unfettered autonomy can be a little chaotic because everyone's kind of running in different directions, everyone's following their nose or the last thing they heard from a customer. And so the trick is trying to figure out how to create alignment. Or as Jeff Bezos says, success comes from aligning on high quality and high velocity decisions. So in your hypothetical startup or product store, it's really not about removing all the decision making or removing that autonomy. It's just agreeing where you want to go. Figuring out the right direction to go towards, limiting some of those options, limiting some of those decisions, but still giving your team the freedom to figure out how to actually get there. So alignment creates less decision overload, leads to better decisions and happier teams. But how do we create that alignment? And not to add to Tamer's framework overload, but I use a mental model I call the decision stack. And it starts at the top with your vision, which hopefully you all have a clear vision where you're headed, that really big kind of goal, might not achieve it in your lifetime. And then having a clear strategy of how are you going to achieve that vision. Working around objectives or OKRs, thinking about the opportunities that will deliver those objectives, and finally underpinning it all with principles. Now, the beauty of really thinking about this mental model and ticking off these boxes is that as you go through, you're also saying no to a lot of things. And what you say no to is almost as valuable as what you say yes to. The other beauty of this is it helps you answer a lot of questions. So as you go from the top to bottom, you're really asking how. How are we going to achieve that vision? Well, here's our strategy. How are we going to achieve that? Well, here's our objectives, and so on. But it also helps your team from the bottom up answer why. Why are we building this? Well, because we're trying to achieve this objective. Why are we doing that? Well, in order to achieve this strategy, and so on. And because of that interconnectedness, you quickly notice if something's missing, and the whole thing falls apart. And your beautiful stack of Jenga suddenly doesn't look so beautiful anymore. As Tamer said, I've worked in product for over 25 years. I've been the 4-time VP product into startups. I co-wrote a book on product leadership, mainly so I could interview hundreds of product leaders all over the world. And now I'm a product partner at EQT Ventures, where I advise our 100-strong portfolio on all of these challenges. And the two things that are most often missing in this kind of mental model of the decision stack are strategy and principles. So if we zoom into strategy quickly, I'm assuming the room's kind of half full of founders, but there is, hundreds and hundreds of strategy frameworks out there, and this list is 10 years old. I don't really care which framework you choose, I just hope that you choose one. I think if anyone's gone to business school, you've talked about strategy, but so many startups suffer from having a lack of clear strategy. And if you don't know where to start, my favorite is an ancient one. It's the SWOT analysis from 1969. And if you've never heard of SWOT, it's basically a way to look at your strengths, your weaknesses internally, and the opportunities and threats externally. And your strengths are all about your capabilities, right? What skills do you have in-house? What people do you have? What is the tech that you might have a leadership on? What are the customer insights or just unique distribution channels that you might have? On the weakness side, might be the opposite. You might not have enough engineers. We never ever do. You might not have the right skills. You might have tech debt that's mounting up. On the opportunity side, what's happening in the market? What are the trends and innovation that's going to move your market forward? And how do you skate towards the puck, as the saying goes, to be there ahead of the trend? A great example of this was e-commerce, right? If you were in mobile e-commerce 15 years ago, you were ahead of everyone else, and suddenly you took a giant market share from all the incumbents. At the same time, you have to be honest about what the threats are. Are the trends moving against you? Are you that desktop e-commerce site that suddenly mobile's starting to overtake and you don't have the skills, and how are you going to capitalize on that? What are the trends and competitors doing? But then most importantly, you have to actually make your strategy actionable. Too often the strategy is kind of a business case projection, or it's, just take this row in Excel and extend it out to 5 years and there's our strategy. You actually have to make it actionable. And the product people in the room are here to help you do that. They will recognize this. It's Marty Kagan's kind of framework for thinking about the product risks in a startup, but it's really important that you think about it from a strategy perspective as well. What are the actions you're going to take to achieve that strategy? And making sure that those are valuable, usable, viable, and feasible. So as an example, my last job before I turned to the dark side and became a VC was as the interim chief product officer at Kazoo. When Kazoo started 3 years ago, they looked at the used car market in the UK, saw there was a huge market, but it was incredibly fragmented. The biggest single player in the UK used car market had a 2% market share, and then there was a giant long tail of small local corner stores that would sell, have 5 or 10 cars on their lot. And because of that, the whole industry had a famous, reputation for terrible customer experience. So the opportunity was there's this huge market. It's barely been penetrated by e-commerce, but you see the rest of the trend showing, 30% of e-commerce adoption across every other retail channel. But another opportunity is that it would take significant capital to succeed in this market. Threats included US companies that might want to come over to Europe, or those companies that only had a 2% market share were still 10 billion pound businesses. They could easily choose to invest in this if they wanted to. So the strategy was definitely build a great e-commerce experience, but that's not rocket science today, right? We know how to do that. But the real insights were having to build a really strong operational capability, because you wanted to be able to deliver a car within 48 hours anywhere in the UK. To raise enough money to build a big business, because you wanted to go buy 3,500 cars to stock the market. That takes money. And only a handful of people in the world could probably go and raise the kind of money that the founder, Alex Chesterman, did because of his background. And so they launched Kazoo, and I was the 5th person in the door as that interim CPO. We built that team up, and about 2 years later, there were 450 people across product and engineering, 3,500 staff total. They SPAC'd for about $8 billion last summer. Now, of course, the market has changed, and that value has probably more than halved since then, but that's still a $4 billion company created in about 2 years because of a clear focus on strategy. So strategy is really, really hard. I get it. It's probably why we don't spend enough time on it. We kind of just want to get on to building stuff. But it's also everybody's responsibility. So definitely the founders in the room, but also product managers, designers, engineers, it's your responsibility too. So go out and learn how to do this. Read some of these books, read other books. Again, I'm really agnostic about what framework you choose to use, but you have to use something, and you have to connect those dots. At the other end of the spectrum are the principles. And these, I think, are even more pernicious because so many startups and so many product teams get these wrong. As Roy Disney said, who was the nephew of founder Walt Disney, a senior executive at the Disney Corporation, and is credited with saving the company at least twice in its lifetime, said, "It's not hard to make decisions when you know what your principles are." Now, I learned this lesson really early on when I was a lowly product manager in 1999 at Monster. And can we just marvel at what the internet looked like in 1999? It's amazing. Kind of wish some sites were this simple today. But so Monster, obviously, if you don't know them, is a job board. I think they're still around. And as such, it's a two-sided marketplace. So on one side, you have job seekers who are looking for jobs. And on the other side, you have recruiters who are looking for those job seekers. And the recruiters pay for it, and the job seekers get it for free. So you can imagine in almost every conversation when I started, for every single feature down to the tiny little feature level, we would have this debate. Do we build this in a job seeker-friendly way, or do we build this in a recruiter-friendly way? And this went on and on and on. And a few months into the job, I was in the US headquarters just outside Boston, and we were having the same debate again about some small feature. And I saw the CEO and founder walking past, and I kind of just pulled him into the room and just asked him, "Please help us make this decision." And he listened for a few minutes, and he said, "Hang on, job seekers always come first. Because if we build the best experience for them, the recruiters will have to follow them, because we'll have the people they need." And so this became kind of a principle for us. This became something we would put up on the wall. And every time that debate came up after this, it was like, nope, we're doing job seeker first. Just cut the debate out. You can imagine how much time that saved us, how much debate and argument that saved us. So past decisions can help you focus your future decisions, but only if you remember to write them down. And those decisions become your product principles. Now, it's important to note that product principles are not just values. These words are used interchangeably, but for me, they mean very different things. How many of you have one of these in your kind of team values, company values, organizational values? I'm seeing a few careful hands coming up because I think you know I'm about to call you out. You're cheating. And there's nothing wrong with these, don't get me wrong. Of course we want to build delightful user experiences, but I don't think you've ever been in a room at your company where someone's come in and gone, we need to build this shittily. And then you go to the wall and you go, wait, we have a value. It says build a good experience, so we shouldn't do that. It doesn't differentiate you. Everyone's doing this, everyone wants to do this. It's not helping you make that decision. And sadly, this is true across the industry. So this is some research my friends at Zing shared with me as they were looking to set up their product principles and team values. And you can see that almost every company has some version of this. But for me, product principles have to be a framework for decision making. And there's a few tricks to do that. So the first one is to be really specific about your trade-offs and to look at your strategy and use even overstatements to create your principles. So you might focus on conversion, even over revenue. If you were Monster, you were saying job seekers, even over recruiters, etc. Now you might recognize these from the Agile Manifesto, and just like the Agile Manifesto, it does not mean that the things on the right are not important. It just means that in any trade-off conversation, the things on the left are more important. So some examples from around our industry that I think are good are Google, for example, who have something very similar to what we had at Monster, focus on the user and all else will follow. Shopify, another two-sided marketplace, flips that on its head. And they say, put merchants first, because they believe that their strategy of creating the best possible experience for merchants will create amazing e-commerce stores and bring the customers. Klarna gets really specific and says conversion trumps profitability optimization. So they want everyone to focus on making sure that everyone converts and buys, even over optimizing that last cent of kind of profitability. Supercell, the gaming company, have one about long-term retention over short-term retention. And of course, again, they're a gaming company. They live and die by day 2 retention. Of course they care about short-term retention. But in any feature that they build, any new game they build, they want to make sure that they focus on long-term value and not just that sticky first experience. The other trick is to make sure that it all aligns with your decision stack. As we saw earlier, if the piece is missing, it all kind of comes falling apart. So the principles are there to help you and your teams, day to day, make the decisions they need to build the opportunities you want to build, or to answer why we're doing things. Everything you said no to as you were developing that decision stack, that's probably a principle. And third, I know I gave a lot of shit to values, but principles actually help you make your values actionable. So instead of saying build a delightful user experience or make something people want, you can say things like it's intuitive, not learned, like Pinterest does, which helps their teams focus on making sure every experience is intuitive and easy to understand, instead of relying on onboarding tools or documentation. Co-op has one about designing for everyone, which helps their teams remember to always focus on usability and accessibility. And Google has one about fast being better than slow. So good product principles describe how you want to build your product and the specific trade-offs that you're willing to make. Again, they're reflecting your strategy, so they're specific to your company and your vision. They have to be actionable, memorable, and simple, and ultimately, they're there to make decisions easy. Bad product principles, on the other hand, are the meaningless fluff or values that are admirable but don't help you make a decision. And ultimately, they also don't differentiate you because everybody wants to build a delightful user experience. How are you going to do it specifically for your market and your customer? We're not reinventing the wheel here, right? The designers in the room, you all have design systems. You don't debate the color of the button or how to lay out a form or what typeface to do every new feature that you build. Engineering has coding principles. They debate the definition of done. They talk about how they want documentation written. So product needs product principles. And I wanted to bring this to light a little by covering some examples from our portfolio that I've helped develop this together with. First up is Code Sandbox, which is a next generation development environment where it's all in the cloud, it's all multiplayer, it's all kind of a collaborative experience. So their focus is on teams over individuals. They focus on integration over composability and sensible defaults over configuration. And that last one's kind of a delightful 2-for-1 because it helps them make decisions, but it's also simplifying the experience for their users. Another example is KiteMaker, kind of building the next generation of issue tracking tools, or as I like to call it, a Jira killer. They focus on collaboration over documentation. Again, they want to be a tool where product design and engineering work together, not one, not product writes tickets, throws it over a wall to engineering. They have one about meeting their users where they work, because they know they have to integrate into existing best practice tools like Figma, GitHub, and Slack. And then they have one about probably more of a value, but it's kind of calling out that we're not an issue tracker. We don't want to just do what Jira and the others do. So we have to think differently about every feature. And the final example is Vev, which is, again, next generation web design tooling, bringing together designers and engineers in kind of a shared no-code and code environment. And they focused on activating teams over individuals. Again, that collaboration thing is what differentiates these guys and KiteMaker and Code Sandbox, so that's what they focus on. Product engagement over revenue optimization, because that's what the market was asking for. And then, of course, the market shifted, and you have to change your principles, so they flipped a few of these. And now it's predictable ARR growth over product enhancements, because that's what the market wants now. But activating teams is still core to them, because they know that's how they drive their value, and that's how they drive that ARR growth. So product principles help make decisions, but how do you actually get started? Well, from the bottom up, if you're a product manager, designer, engineer in the room, use your retrospectives. When you're at the end of a sprint or a cycle or a quarter or however often you do them, figure out what worked and what didn't work. What were you debating too often? And codify those regular debates. Now, there's nothing wrong with having the debate. It's really, really good to have the debate. Are we job seeker first or recruiter first? But you only want to do it once, and then you want to write it down so you don't have to have it again. And then what have you said no to during that sprint or quarter? And is that maybe something that leans towards a principle? From the top down, if you're a founder, CEO, product leader, reinforce your strategy by articulating what those acceptable trade-offs are as principles. What are you really focusing on? Help your team focus. You can't be everything to everyone. So are you the recruiters over job seekers, or are you, the merchants over purchasers like Shopify is? Make that focus clear and codify it as a principle. Because only you can really call out what's going to make your strategy successful. So that's the decision stack. Whether you're a product manager, a product leader, a founder, this is your responsibility. And again, it's not a framework that you have to check the box on everything, but it is a mental model to help you make sure that you can connect the dots from that long-term vision to the work your team is doing today. So keep asking questions until the decision stack is clear for the whole organization. Ask how you're going to achieve this, why you want to do that. Make sure your strategy and principles are synchronized and reflect each other. And set the right cadence, right? So your vision is probably pretty static. The best visions out there are things that are probably not going to be achieved in our lifetime. Your strategy, if you're a normal company, is 2 to 3 years. If you're a startup, it's until your next funding round. And then objectives, you might do 6 weekly sprints, you might do quarterly OKRs, whatever the tooling is, it's more regular. And then the things your team is working on, the opportunities, are in constant flux. As you learn new things, as you're out talking to customers, as you're testing stuff, that is always changing. And your principles kind of evolve somewhere in between the strategy and the opportunities, because they need to evolve as you learn new things, but they need to focus and reflect your strategy. So I want to leave you with a final quote, which is from one of my favorite business authors who wrote an amazing 39 books in his career. And that is that whenever you see a successful business, somebody once made a courageous decision. So use the decision stack to make better decisions faster, but also to make room for those big, courageous decisions that you need more time and mental energy to do. If you sign up at thedecisionstack.com, you'll get the slides, and I'll be writing much more about this over the coming weeks and months. But for now, thank you so much.
Hi, thanks a lot for the great talk, Martin. Why do you think it's so hard for companies to have a decent strategy and a decent principle set, or set of principles?
I think a lot of it just starts with how startups start, right? It's a couple of founders around a table, and you almost have an unwritten strategy and principle in mind, right? Because everyone's on the same page, everyone has the same idea, you're constantly having the same conversations with customers, and it's kind of natural that you maybe don't have it written down. It's not super clear, but it is clear in your head, I think. And then the challenge is as soon as you start scaling, maybe you raise a bit of money or you start getting customers, you start hiring people, you start scaling the team. And even once you're at 10 or 20 people, those conversations are lost, right? You have 15 new people in your organization that have no idea what the strategy is, have no idea what the principles are, because they haven't been part of those conversations. And I think it's really just about codifying and writing down what is probably already in the founders' heads and making sure that the rest of the organization has that information.
Thanks a lot. Big applause for Martin.
Thank you.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
Technologie ist, was der Mensch daraus macht. Oder Millionen von Menschen. Technologie bringt uns zusammen. Und zusammen können wir alles erreichen. Wir sind die Gigabit Company. Das Netz ist unsere Aufgabe. Damit verbinden wir Menschen und Maschinen. Jeden Tag. Und bauen an einer besseren Zukunft. Unsere Vision? Die Gigabit-Gesellschaft in Deutschland. Jeder Zweite im Land ist unser Kunde. Zusammen geben wir immer neue Anstöße. Von Gesundheit bis Bildung, von Politik bis Familie. Wir halten Deutschland am Laufen, selbst dann, wenn die Welt stillstehen muss. Ihr seht uns nicht, aber wir sind immer da. Im Boden, in der Luft, mit euch auf der Couch und bald überall. Mit dem ersten 5G-Echtzeitnetz für Deutschland und maßgeschneiderten Lösungen für Unternehmen können wir zusammen Neues schaffen. Fähren lernen, autonom zu fahren. Fußballspiele werden in Echtzeit mobil übertragen. Wissenschaft und Wirtschaft revolutionieren sich selbst. Wir können Container digital sichern, kochen wie Profis, in den Autos von morgen die Zukunft erleben und unseren Kindern die ganze Welt an die Hand geben. Mit der technologischen Power unserer Netze und mit den Menschen, die sie nutzen, ihnen Leben einhauchen. Bunt, jung, alt, völlig verschieden. Laut, still, stolz, anspruchsvoll. Umweltbewusst, genau wie wir. Das ist der Herzschlag einer neuen Zeit. Alles verändert sich. Und zusammen können wir alles verändern. Mehr Schritte aufeinander zu. Mehr Fortschritt zusammen. Und die Welt heute, morgen, jeden Tag immer besser machen. Das ist Together We Can.
Of all the numbers that matter in business, here's the one that matters most. 7.7 billion. Because that's how many people there are on this planet. We believe in an inclusive, sustainable digital economy that works for everyone. So every day, we work with banks, merchants, businesses, cities, and governments to solve human needs with human ideas. Every capability we build on, every investment we make, and every partnership we enter into is driven by MasterCard's mission to improve people's lives. We're helping retailers reimagine how people shop, developing new digital-first payment experiences, helping independent workers thrive in the gig economy, enabling people and businesses to move money around the world, making transactions of all kinds safer and more secure, developing new artificial intelligence solutions to detect and fight fraud, giving people and businesses more control over their financial data, modernizing commercial payments for businesses of all sizes all around the world, empowering every business everywhere to drive economic equality, all in a pursuit of our vision of an economy where everyone can reach their potential. And we continue to redefine the look, the feel, and even the sound of a brand that touches the lives of billions of people every day. At MasterCard, we are here to help our partners help people. Because we believe when you start with people, you can start something priceless.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a nice little break and could freshen up a little, because believe me, for our next talk, you want to be switched on. We will have the chance to listen to Ben Fischer, General Partner of Project A, who will interview Julius Köhler. Julius is co-founder and Chief Business Development Manager Officer at Zenda, the digital freight forwarder, unicorn and Project A portfolio company. So let's welcome on stage Ben and Julius.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Julius.
Hi.
Thank you for coming and joining us here at the Knowledge Conference.
Thank you.
We see we have a full house, which is very good. I was wondering if I get a glass, but I use the bottle straight, so don't blame me for that. Julius, we know each other since 2018, when you raised your Series A, and we decided to, for the first time, invest in Zenda.
Yeah.
You're one of the 3 co-founders, and we will talk a little bit also about the role change that you went through. Before that, Zenda, as many of you know, has done an incredible journey over the last couple of years. It was, tremendous growth that you experienced. You internationalized in many European countries. You acquired a few of your competitors, but also some logistical companies. You scaled your management team and professionalized that quite a bit, which we will talk about in a minute. And you also by now have almost 1,000 employees, which is, I can imagine, you just talked to me about the summer party, quite a sight, but sometimes also, I guess, also quite a responsibility. So a lot has happened during that time. So help me, what are you doing on a day-to-day basis, and how has your role changed over this period?
Yeah. So we started in early 2017, along with my 2 co-founders, David as well as Nico. And I think through sort of the course of Zenda, you go through different phases, or as a founder in general, you go through different phases. There's sort of the founding phase where you sort of build your go-to-market, then there's a building phase, and then there's a growing phase. And I think it's very rare to have one person have sort of that skill set to basically go through all the different phases. To give some extreme examples, I don't know, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, my co-founder David.
Good set to be compared to. I like that.
And I think that has sort of shifted and switched over the years. And I think the most significant change that we did was probably 4 years into the company, so around 2 years ago. You mentioned the acquisitions earlier. We bought the freight division of Uber Freight, took them on board. And then we basically took the executive or internal decision to restructure our leadership in a sense. We decided that it would be best for David to become our single CEO. And we basically built an entire C-suite underneath, where we have our COO, CPO, CTO, etc., as well as Nico, who's today our Chief Strategy Officer, as well as myself, per title, Chief Business Development Officer. Now, coming back to your question, what do I actually do? I today very much focus on our enterprise customers, meaning I have a sort of commercial function, and act as a type of sponsor for accounts that do 5 million euros plus revenue annually. I tend to spend 2 days on the road, so I'm very good at whining, dining, and signing.
Signing is important.
Exactly. And next to that, I take care of our services, where we offer, for example, a third-party factoring solution, where we offer maintenance packages to our carriers and so on. And then so the third is the entire topic of green sustainability, etc. We have the clear aim to conduct 25% of our transports in a CO2 neutral way, or with an advanced fuel by the end of 2024. So yeah, these are sort of the three primary functions that I hold today.
Excellent. Now, given those activities and functions, it might be a little bit odd to spend time in a truck on the road for a week. So help us understand a little bit, why did you decide to do that? And then we will talk also about what have you learned and what did you change after that?
So it was always sort of a dream for me to spend some time on the road. I started my professional career as an intern with 17, 18, interning at Daimler Trucks, the trucking division of Mercedes-Benz in Stuttgart, and sort of got first-hand experience, knowledge about trucks and the certain things that are important to truck drivers. For example, like the opening angle of the door, which is something that's key to a truck driver that normal people would never think about. And I thought it would be super interesting to actually experience that firsthand. And my dad always said, you don't need to be a good football player in order to be a good football coach. But I was never on the road. I've sat in a truck before, but really wanted to join one of our drivers. His name is Pavel. I spent a week on the road with him. We drove from Stuttgart to Belgium all the way down to Madrid. I slept in the cabin with him. There are 2 bunk beds in the back between the driver's and the passenger seat. We had a crazy routine. We would get up at 3:30 in the morning, depart at 3:45, so he could do his first break sort of during rush hour when traffic would be high, and then we would finish the day at around 4 p.m. Go to sleep at 7 p.m. and then pretty much start over. So it was a crazy experience, it was just something that I really wanted to do to gather one or the other learning for Sender.
Okay. Talking about learnings, were there some things that you discovered during this trip that were helpful in potentially deciding what to change for the Sender product portfolio offering that they do?
So apart from realizing that the door opening angle actually is quite important, there were certainly a couple of learnings that I drew from my experience on the road. It's a super tough job, and sort of excluding the working hours, which are to a certain extent free to decide for every driver, but the entire conditions, being away from home for several days, for several weeks, spending Saturday and Sunday on a truck stop next to a highway is super tough. Pavel cooked for me on this little gas stove inside the truck. The sanitary conditions are certainly not the greatest and the cleanest. So there were certain learnings that we pulled out of this, and the fact that I touched earlier on our services department, where today we offer certain things such as the third-party factoring, maintenance packages, etc. One of the things that we envision sort of in the long run is a type of driver's academy, driver's lounge, where we really focus on the working conditions of the truck driver and want to make that job more attractive. Now, it's for the next couple of decades, it's going to involve certainly that the truck driver is probably going to remain away from home for a couple of days, but sanitary conditions, food, etc., is definitely something that we can quite rapidly change through certain partnerships, and so on. One of the things I like that Pavel brought up, the truck driver, is to actually develop a type of fitness app where we would have all of our drivers compete for them to sort of just have a daily kind of fitness activity program, because moving certainly falls short when sitting most of the day in the driver's seat.
I mean, people could ask, okay, why do you care about truck drivers as Sender? I mean, you're matching carriers and shippers, but the truck driver, you don't interact with usually. So why would that, from a Sender business model perspective be an important consideration?
Yeah. So the driver is one of our biggest assets in the entire value chain. And if we sort of take a look around, everything that we see here has been on a truck 3 to 5 times. If we sort of take the chair and we take the wooden legs, the tree was chopped, was put on a truck, taken out of the woods, went to the first factory, and so on. And then at one point it ended up here, was brought here on a truck. There's a huge problem in the industry that the number of truck drivers has been continuously decreasing over the last years. Now we're short over 100,000 truck drivers today, and we're not continuously sort of filling these positions anymore. One of the primary educator of truck drivers, especially in Germany, actually used to be the German military, and taking away the Wehrpflicht, the obligation to go to the military. That has sort of resulted in that problem. Now today, over 70% of all truck drivers are above the age of 50. So 10, 15 years down the road, we're gonna have an even more significant problem, and that's why we try to focus as much as we can on our drivers, on our carriers. They're the biggest asset, or one of the biggest assets to our company, and we need to make that job more attractive. Again, and step by step, actually try to take everything away from them that keeps them from sort of doing their everyday job, which is driving.
So that means that by focusing on the driver, you basically, add considerable value also to the carrier, who are basically the people you contract with, and then therefore they might, perceive Sender as a better solution.
Exactly.
That's basically
exactly
about it.
exactly.
Okay. And now, where do truck drivers, if there's such a scarcity of truck drivers at the moment, where do they typically come from, and how do you manage that?
Yeah. So today, Sender consists of sort of nine major offices that happen through sort of general organic growth, but also inorganic transactions like Uber Freight that I mentioned earlier. That's sort of how we got to our location in Amsterdam. Now, if we take our Eastern European offices with Bucharest in Romania, Wrocław in Poland, Riga in Latvia, these are primarily focused on capacity for the market. Today, Poland has the highest number of registered 40-ton trucks in all of Europe, closely followed by Spain. That is sort of like the key capacity location for us. And one of the big things, and we're going to get to that in a second, is actually Ukraine. Ukraine contributed roughly 12% of all truck drivers to the European Union and to sort of the road freight infrastructure, especially in the segment of 40-ton trucks, which are sort of the large-scale trucks that you primarily see on the highway. That has resulted in an even steeper increase of the driver shortages over the last especially year now specifically.
So basically, you have a few offices focusing on capacity generation through carriers, and then obviously also the truck drivers, and I understand roughly 12% coming from Ukraine. So help us understand a little bit how your business was impacted by what happened in the Ukraine at the beginning of the year, because I can imagine, there's quite a few people then on the road when this happened, and you being dependent on them for your service delivery to your shippers. Well, what happened in these days, and how did you manage that?
So the day the war broke out was actually the day I arrived with Pavel in Madrid. And I think we need to sort of differentiate between macroeconomic factors as well as microeconomic factors that influence us internally. Certain things like the fuel prices, it's aware to all of us. It makes up roughly 30% of the trucking cost. Sort of rule of thumb is 30% fuel, 30% asset, depreciation, leasing rates, etc., 30% truck driver. Now, what we usually have in place with our key shippers, such as Coca-Cola, Unilever, etc., is something which is called a diesel floater. It's something that is a variable part of the freight rate that is being adjusted once a quarter, depending on how the fuel prices develop. Now, the fuel prices have just spiked within 2 weeks, and it was a hard hit that we had to take internally on sort of step-by-step renegotiating rates with our shippers in order, to sort of compensate for that huge increase. Now, it was a situation that we had all never been in before, so it was more of a like, together we need to somehow make this work, that was sort of like a primary thing that hit us to a certain extent, which we now fixed through the diesel floater. Second is the driver shortage that we just discussed. A lot of drivers could no longer leave Ukraine because they would have to join the army. Certain drivers didn't want to drive in certain regions anymore. So that sort of resulted in kind of network difficulties that we saw or continue to see. And these were sort of I would say two primary impact areas that significantly hit us as a business.
And are probably still, except for the diesel floater, which kind of fixed the increase on prices, but the driver shortage is obviously still an issue, I guess.
Absolutely, and it's the driver shortage is probably something that we're not going to manage to fix. It's something that we need to learn to live with, and that basically triggers companies like us to increase network efficiencies. Today, roughly every third truck drives around empty, and that is something which we focus on fixing or reducing these empty load kilometers to realize a higher efficiency of the truck driver. And in the long run, of course, the aim is to have autonomous trucks. I think there's also going to be multiple stages of that. First, we're going to see platooning, which basically means we've got one vehicle up front, and then we've got multiple following that. Then in a second step, it's going to be autonomous trucking, meaning that the truck basically drives from a truck stop onto the highway, and then drives independently, and then goes off the highway, and then somebody gets into the truck and basically takes care of the final delivery or driving it to the warehouse. Until then, in a third stage, fully autonomous trucking comes. I still see that 15, 20 years down the road. So until then, we're going to have to live with the driver shortage and realize other measures, such as the efficiency increase, in order to fix it.
No, I can imagine, I cannot imagine, but I can envision that people that are, working for a carrier, driving a route, coming from Ukraine, and then something like that happens, that their first and foremost desire is to go back home and check on family and stuff. Have there been reactions and people just leaving and going, and you needed to manage that as well, which is obviously understandable?
Yeah. I mean, we had that in the very beginning of the outbreak, that drivers would literally just park their truck on the side of the road. They would drop their keys in a gas station and fly home. And that is something that we had to cope with. It was we had never experienced something like that before. But what I really sort of learned to appreciate or to love, if you can say it like that, is that everybody was in this or is in this together, and there was full understanding from every single side, whether that's the truck stop owner who received the key, whether it's the carrier who had understanding for his driver, or if it was a shipper like Coca-Cola on the other side that said, "Okay, like these are just circumstances that we have to deal with. So yeah.
Okay. Now, maybe as a last point in our discussion, I guess all of that experiences also triggered quite a bit of effort of Sender and you personally to support Ukraine. Would you mind sharing a little bit of what you and Sender have done since all of this happened and what activities you went through?
Yeah. So for me, a trigger event was when I joined very early on one of the demonstrations here in Berlin, and it was on a Sunday, and I called up Nico and David, my two co-founders, afterwards, and we've always sort of taken. We were never too involved in politics, and we've sort of always taken a stand on the side whenever it came to certain discussions. And I said to Nico and David, like, we have to do something here. And I then called up Daniel, who was one of the Flixbus founders. I called up Michi, the founder of Forto, and it soon took quite a big dynamic that everybody said, okay, like we need to do something here. And basically, we as a trucking company can ship goods to Ukraine, everything that was sort of needed and required to help. And we always said we want to do what we do best, which is trucking. And we then basically initiated a collection and fundraiser event where we collected things from all of our offices. Here in Berlin, we had 2 locations where people could drop off stuff, and we would directly drive them to the border and basically assist the people in need. We had a huge reach. We had companies sponsor trucks of food. The Edeka, which is next to our office, donated food. We directly put it on the truck just right outside of our office. That's something we continue to do. Until today, we've transported over 180 truckloads of donated goods to the Ukrainian border, partially directly into Ukraine as well. For you guys to get the dimension, a truck holds 33 pallets, so it's quite a significant amount. And then on top of that, actually through Project A, we have 2 school classes in our office that we host and that continue to be educated in our office space.
Excellent. That's a great effort. And who was driving those trucks? Which drivers were they?
Yeah. So we actually had one Sender employee drive one of the trucks from our Riga office. He drove to Berlin and then to the border. I didn't join that drive. I'm gonna go on a second drive. I promised our GM from Bucharest that I'm going to visit him in a truck. So step by step, my aim is actually to visit all of our offices in a truck. But yeah, I didn't join the drive to the border.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you very much for joining us today and sharing some of the not so obvious insights of running a company like Sender. And we all wish you all the best for the future to come, which it looks like is a very promising one. So thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic.
Just go.
Hello, everyone. Now it's time to get your pen and paper out, because believe me, you would want to remember what our next speaker will talk about. So let's welcome on stage Charlotte Niklas. Charlotte is Director of Venture Development at Project A. And throughout her career, Charlotte has worked with many different companies, has seen them inside out, and worked with lots of different teams. And today, Charlotte wants to share her knowledge with us and explain to us how to build up a high-performance organization. Welcome, Charlotte.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Thanks so much, Christina. 90% of founders I speak to have building high-performance organizations top of their mind. But why do nearly all of them spend so much time considering how to build up that organization? Because companies that identify as high-performance organizations yield better financial results in terms of revenue and profitability, but also in terms of customer loyalty, employee retention, and employee engagement. But let's take a step back and let's look at what is even a high-performance organization? What's the definition of that? And if we're really being honest with ourselves, I think there are a couple of people here in the room that if we say high-performance organizations, we'll have some immediate thoughts that go into the line of long work hours, presence at the office, a pushy, elbowy environment, a hustle culture, and control by the CEO. Now, if you throw that into Google, you get, obviously, in a range of keywords that all go in line of flexible and adaptable, aligned with strategy. Employees are capable and efficient. The organization is customer-focused, and people are engaged. But I think deep down we know that the first one is outdated and not sustainable, and the second one is pretty fluffy. So what I want to do today with all of you, which I'm really excited for, is on one side, give high-performance organizations a little bit of a modern twist while keeping the CEO perspective. And at the same time, I want to make it as operational and tangible for you to take away today. So let's jump into the 5 ingredients of a high-performance organizations, keeping the CEO perspective. Ingredient number 1, make all things talent your top priority. As a CEO of a seed or Series A startup, recruiting is one of your main tasks. And if we're speaking about high-performance organizations, we have to talk about people. Now, if we consider the employee life cycle and think about recruiting, onboarding, development, and retention, there are certain things that you can do that go beyond the obvious in building a high-performance organization. So let's jump into those 4 phases. Number 1, recruiting. So going beyond the regular setup that we know, spend some time jotting down your operating model. How do you communicate? What's your working mode? What's some of the values that you personally have as a CEO? And what are maybe some of the policies that you have? If you do that, that will allow candidates to identify or see whether their own values matches yours, regardless of company values. Communicate your expectations per role as clearly as you can. It will not only help you as a CEO to really understand who you're looking for in that role, but at the same time for the candidate to understand, is that something that I can fulfill at this company? Some of our portfolio companies in the recruiting process actually do personality tests and also emotional intelligence tests to ensure a person-organization fit, because there's so many incredibly skilled people out there that you might want to hire for your company, but they will not always be the right ones for you. Going into onboarding, the expectations that you've communicated per role in the beginning, you want to flesh that out over the first month, the first 3 months, and the first 6 months for that person. When somebody joins my team, they know exactly what this journey will look like for them, and I have 2 very specific expectations for them for the first month. Number 1, work through your onboarding plan. Number 2, integrate into the organization and get to know people. And if that means that you're spending 50% of your time in the first month having coffee chats and hanging out with people, that's exactly what they should be doing. They know what's happening after 3 months and what I expect from them, and also after 6 months. Please do your people a favor and provide them with a structured onboarding plan. Some of our Series B funded companies actually do entire onboarding weeks, and now I know this is not possible and also maybe not relevant for you as a small startup, but the more time you spend on preparing this, the faster your people can hit the ground running. Essentially, you want to set them up for success. So that's about enabling and doing everything you can in your power to make sure that these people can fulfill the expectations that you have. After all, you hired them thinking that they're the best ones for the role. Now, when people are on board and onboarded, you obviously want to and need to develop them. High-performance organizations have people with a growth mindset. And a growth mindset is essentially the belief that your skills and capabilities can always be improved, that setbacks are part of the process, and they will always look for the next challenge. Give them that challenge. Spend a little bit more time than usual in understanding their strengths and weaknesses, and also exactly how this will impact your organization and the role that they have. Engage them in constructive conflict, and I'm going to talk about constructive conflict a little bit later, but if you put people in constructive conflict situations, they'll walk out more resilient and ideally with lots of new ideas and solutions, breaking down silos in the organization. And if we look at the last phase of retention, we have to talk about compensation. You want to offer very attractive compensation, and now I know there's some of you sitting in the audience saying, well, I'm just a small startup, I just raised like 2-3 million in seed round, I can't pay big salaries. Yes, you can, but you choose not to. So the Netflix culture, for example, says that they will hire one tremendous person to do the work of many, but they will also pay that person tremendously. Some or few of our Series B funded companies in the portfolio have adopted such belief, and it's working really well for them. High achievers also want to know where they're going. So spend time showing them a possible career path in your company, but also how that relates to their personal career plans. Ingredient number 2, communicate your mission. High-performance organizations understand the mission and also understand how their role relates exactly to that. So I don't believe in a vision for early-stage startups. I think we operate in such a dynamic and volatile environment. You're going to be doing something completely different maybe in 6 months. So focus your time on a mission and create that mission in the first step. Because after all, people will not join you because you offer the most job security or because you have the best benefits. They will join your, quite frankly, very risky endeavor because they're inspired by the mission. So use that to your advantage. Now communicate that mission relentlessly. People in the organization need to understand where they're going, and if you use that very often and refer back to the mission, you make sure that people run in the right direction together. You can use that, for example, in all-hands presentations, in OKR meetings, also definitely during the recruiting process, making sure that you hire the right person, and that people also very often relate and think about considering, what am I doing today that will actually impact that mission? And lastly, make sure that people understand how their role relates back to the mission. So when they make a suggestion for improvement or pitch you a project or ask for more resources. Make sure that all of you together understand how exactly this will impact the mission and will make you a stronger company. I didn't want to use this word in the presentation, but if you also want to increase their feeling of purpose, then do that. Ingredient number 3, high-performance organizations will optimize for results, not for output. And there are 4 things that you can do as a CEO to influence that. Number 1, goal setting, very simple. If you either set a focus area per quarter, or if you go full-fledged OKRs and annual planning, depending on your company stage, you as a CEO need to define what success looks like so people all run in the right direction. If you've focused on what you want to achieve, then afterwards is who's going to do it. And I recommend for every single project and initiative that you define that you want to do to impact and achieve your goals, make sure you have very, very clear accountability of who is going to be running these. Because at the very latest, when the project or initiatives are not going well, the finger pointing will start. So you can prevent a lot of that finger pointing culture and conflict, destructive conflict between people if you set these accountabilities right. At the same time, you want to emphasize a team effort just because you want to increase collaboration in your teams. When you've defined what you want to achieve and who is going to do it, now the how works best if you build up trust and you enable your employees rather than controlling them, so essentially stop micromanaging them. And at the same time, you want to test employees' locus of control. Do they have a very deeply rooted sense of accountability? Do they believe that rather they than outside events will impact their success? High-performance individuals have an internal locus of control. And lastly, try and learn fast. The faster you fail, the faster you'll find a way that works, which is essential for you as a startup, trying to make it in a competitive environment and competitive market. And you as a CEO can reward risk-taking behavior. And you can also create rituals and formats around trial and error or A/B testing. Ingredient number 4, create and foster diversity of opinion. Referring back to the constructive conflict in this one from earlier. High-performance teams are not shy of conflict. But let's deconstruct that a little bit, because you can also say that in a different way. High-performance organizations are psychologically safe. Psychological safety is the belief that you will not be punished or humiliated for voicing your opinion and saying what you think, even if it's different from what everybody else in the room says. And how do you create that constructive conflict? By having diversity of opinion. Studies have shown over and over again that diverse teams yield higher financial results. And I'm going to say that a little bit louder for the people in the back. Studies have shown over and over again that diverse teams will yield higher financial results. But only when they felt psychologically safe. One is a culture topic, the other one is a people topic. Now ask yourself as a CEO, if you make a suggestion in your management meeting, do people disagree? Because if they don't, you either don't have diversity of opinion, or you do, but people don't feel safe to voice them. Ingredient number 5, enable scalability. You as a CEO, you want to get to that scalability phase very badly. And there are certain things that you can do from an organizational perspective to enable that. Like, for example, codifying and automating processes. If your best performers are spending hours on manual work tasks and workflows, you're better off investing those resources in allowing them to automate these processes. You can also enable scalability by decision making and setting decision points in certain processes and also decision power. If you're the CEO of a Series B funded startup and you're debating with your junior product manager about the color of a button in the app, probably not the best use of your time. You can also enable scalability by limiting your direct reports. Studies have shown that approximately 7 to 8 make a lot of sense. If it's more, you'll probably have too little time to manage, develop, and enable them, or you will have too little time taking care of all of your other tasks that are on your plate. You can also enable scalability through autonomy. That's by enabling and trusting your employees that they're the best ones to do the job, and then leaving them the fuck alone. Now, what you do as a CEO today in an early stage or startup or scale up is very different to what you're going to be doing in 6 months or in 12 months from now, because we operate in a super dynamic environment. And there are certain things that you can do per each of the ingredients that make sense in seed stage, in Series A stage, or in Series B stage. So let's look at all of these ingredients again, and I'll give you my personal recommendation of what I think is a good thing to do, or what I've seen work out in my work with our portfolio companies at Project A that makes sense per the different stages. Now, let's talk about talent again. Making all things talent your top priority. In seed stage, you probably want to spend 20% of your time as a CEO on recruiting. I also recommend that you take over 1 interview in the process for every full-time employee that joins your company. Remember again on, communicating that mission and communicating expectations per employee. Now, later on, it's probably time to invest in proper in-house recruiting capabilities, and it's also therefore time to implement some recruiting KPIs to run data-driven recruiting. And you also want to start investing in the first culture measures at that stage. And I recommend you take over 1 interview in the process for every senior employee that you hire. Now, a little bit later on in Series B, I would recommend you have a full-fledged people and culture department. If you take all things talent seriously, the people lead will report to you as a CEO. Therefore, people KPIs also become part of management meetings. And because we're compensating our employees really well, you also want to keep that external motivation and making the value of their compensation transparent to them by, for example, implementing an ESOP management tool where they can log in and see what their compensation is worth. Now, communicating your mission, I think in seed, that's very simple. Just create that mission. In Series A, you want to run around and communicate that mission relentlessly. And later on, you want to check whether every single team also understands how their role impacts that mission. And your mission statement is very frequently referred to in all hands, board meetings, OKR meetings, and also offsites. Ingredient number 3, valuing achievement over activity. I don't believe in OKRs for seed stage companies. I think that's just a little bit too, let's say, fleshed out at that stage. I think you run really well if you implement or communicate 1 focus area per quarter and essentially define what success looks like for your company within that quarter. You have defined expectations per every single role in the company, and you also want to start implementing a trial and error culture to find product market fit. In Series A, I think that's a perfect moment in time to start thinking about OKRs, SMART goals, or anything else that you want to do to make sure you have proper goals and KPIs related to that. Teams are also then measured by KPIs, and you want to start considering what are some of these stretch assignments that you can give to your high achievers that will accelerate your scaling phase and also keep these people engaged and retain them. At a later point in Series B, you not only do OKRs or SMART goals or whatever you've decided upon, but you also look at annual planning. You just have, as a Series B funded company, a little bit more of a larger time horizon. So annual planning will probably be part of one of your responsibilities. And the KPI impact is not only defined per team, but at that stage per role in the organization. So every single person in the organization knows exactly how they're impacting your OKRs, your mission, and your annual planning. Creating and fostering diversity of opinions. I think in Seed, understand what sort of diversity is most valuable to you at that point. Later on, you want to implement diversity KPIs for your recruiting, and you also want to start monitoring employee engagement to see if you have that psychological safety that will allow people and make them comfortable to actually say what they think, so you can use that diversity to your advantage. Whereas in Series B, you might start implementing zero tolerance policies, or at the same time relate specific OKRs or specific goals to diversity. And part of your people and culture team is dedicated to inclusion measures only. Lastly, in enabling scalability, there's not much to scale in Seed, but what you can do is lay the foundation and set the basis in terms of fostering high autonomy and high trust. Whereas in Series A, you've hopefully found product market fit and you're ready to go to the moon. And then you create decision points and decision powers and processes. And you start delegating certain tasks as a CEO because you might become a bottleneck if you don't do that. And you will inhibit scaling. And lastly, enabling scalability at Series B. That's time to codify and automate your processes. Spend time and resources on automating certain tasks that your people are spending a lot of manual hours on. You also want to build up a really strong second layer management, and you want to limit your direct reports to approximately 7 to 8. And you also want to limit your operational tasks, because as a CEO of a Series B funded company, there's so much else on your plate. You've got investor relations, you're looking at sustainable growth, you're looking at executive hires, you're looking at inorganic growth, M&A opportunities, you're looking at internationalization. Essentially, only do what only you can do at that point. Now, I think that certain variables won't make a difference if you've implemented all of the above, and this is maybe the unpopular opinion at this point. It won't matter if your people work remote or on-site, if you hire Gen Z or best stagers, or if your people have a 4-day work week or work 80 hours a week. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. Super interesting. We have a little bit of time left, so maybe if I can ask just one question. So you talked about how to build up a high-performance organization. Would you say that every company that wants to perform well needs a high-performance organization, or are there exceptions?
I think in our industry, that's definitely something to aim for. Now, is every single person in your company a high achiever? Definitely not, and they don't need to be, and I think it's actually healthy if there's a mix. But if you want to have a high-performance organization, it rises and falls with you as a CEO and with your management team. I would say at a stage of a Series B funded company, maybe approximately 30% of your employees, you should identify them as high achievers.
Great, thank you very much. And now, big applause for Charlotte.
Thank you.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look at what we made.
Hi, everyone. So now it's time to listen to Christoph Bursig and Theo Pham and their live recording of the Vodafone Business Podcast Digitale VorreiterInnen. Welcome on stage.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Okay, hi, I'm Christoph, this is Theo, and Theo and I, we have a history. Wir wollen ja einen deutschen Podcast machen. Ich spreche mal kurz auf Deutsch. Das ist immer so, wenn jemand anfängt auf Englisch zu reden, dann mache ich irgendwie auch auf Englisch weiter. Genau, vielen Dank, dass ihr einschaltet. Vielen Dank an die Anwesenden jetzt hier beim Live-Recording. Wir sind auf der Project A Knowledge Konferenz 2022 in Berlin. Es geht hier heute, glaube ich, ganz viel um Investieren, Strategie, Startup und so weiter. Und das war für uns ein schöner Anlass, mal wieder unseren, laut Statistik, Lieblingsgast, den Dr. Theo Pham, mitzunehmen. Denn Theo und ich, wir haben ja schon ein paar Podcasts aufgezeichnet. Theo kennt sich extrem aus zum Thema E-Commerce, Trends, Web3, Krypto, NFT. Und deswegen freue ich mich sehr, dass du dabei bist. Ich glaube, du hast heute hier auch schon auf der Konferenz ein bisschen was erzählt. Darüber sprechen wir gleich. Aber erstmal herzlich willkommen, lieber Theo.
Ja, danke für die Einladung und freue mich, dass wir wieder einen Catch-up haben. Ich glaube, das letzte Mal haben wir ja im Mai miteinander gesprochen und da hat sich natürlich auch im Markt und in der Industrie wieder viel getan. Von daher glaube ich auch ein ganz gutes Update, auch für unsere Stammzuhörer.
Mai 2022 bis jetzt sind zwar nur irgendwie 5 Monate, aber in Web3-Zeiten sind das wahrscheinlich eine Dekade oder sowas, ne?
Ja, definitiv, ja.
Und das ist auch das erste Mal, dass wir uns live sehen.
Nee, wir haben uns im Mai tatsächlich auch schon live getroffen.
Ja,
haben
stimmt.
wir auch vor Ort aufgezeichnet.
Das stimmt, ja.
Das erste Mal war digital.
Stimmt. Dann hatten wir, glaube ich, schon 3-mal was aufgenommen.
Ja, das dritte, ja.
Ja,
heute
toll.
ist der dritte, ja.
Perfekt. Also gut, dass das auch geklärt ist. Mai ist schon so lange her, das ist schon so schemenhaft in meinem Alter. Genau. Ich bin ja immer so ein bisschen sehr, sehr interessiert in dem ganzen Web3-Thema, aber natürlich auch immer ein bisschen vorsichtig mit meinem mühsam verdienten Geld da was zu investieren. Seitdem wir das letzte Mal gesprochen haben, ist so eine Art, gelesen, irgendwie Kryptowinter passiert. Kannst du so ein kleines bisschen uns nochmal sagen, warum war letztes Jahr alles so bullish, Krypto wird riesengroß und dann ist aber trotzdem irgendwie dieses Jahr ganz viel zurückgegangen? Wie kann man das nochmal kurz irgendwie abhandeln?
Ich glaube, generell, wenn man über Investment Assets spricht, dann sind natürlich Krypto und NFT somit die spekulativsten, die es natürlich auf der Welt gibt. Und wenn man sich mal den Makromarkt anschaut, war natürlich vor einem Jahr vieles auf der Welt anders. Ne? Da sah es in der Ukraine sicherlich noch anders aus. Da waren die Zinssätze global auch noch anders. Und wir haben ja auch gesehen, dass viele Tech-Companies wie PayPal, Zoom, Shopify, also wirklich super Companies, ja in der Zwischenzeit auch 70-80% an Börsenwert verloren haben. Und da wundert es natürlich nicht, dass die Anleger versuchen, ihr Geld in einen sicheren Hafen zu bringen und sowohl von Growth Stocks weggehen, als auch eben von dem ganzen Krypto- und NFT-Thema. Und vielleicht einfach, um da so ein paar Zahlen zu nennen, Ethereum war ja im letzten November bei $4.900. Aktuell, glaube ich, bei 1.300. Ne? Das heißt, da haben wir eine 70% Korrektur. Bei Bitcoin sind wir auch von 70.000 auf jetzt 19.000 runter. Und bei NFTs, ne, also unseren schönen Bildchen auf der Blockchain, da hast du natürlich noch mehr Volatilität. Da gibt's zum Teil Kollektionen, die sind auf 0 gegangen. Aber die populärsten, wie zum Beispiel diese Bored Apes, über die wir jetzt mal gesprochen haben, da kostet selbst im Kryptowinter der billigste immer noch $100.000.
Okay, das heißt, bei diesen Krypto-Apps zu bleiben, da ist aber auch nicht nur das NFT selbst irgendwie der Wert, sondern das ist eine richtige Community mit Stars, mit Celebrities, mit Supersportlern und die haben auch so eine Art Netzwerk untereinander, oder?
Genau, also oftmals geht es eben auch darum, Teil von so einer Community dann eben auch zu sein, wobei dieser ganze Krypto-Web3-Space ehrlich gesagt halt gerade an einer ziemlich spannenden Stelle ist, weil ich glaube, jeder, der in den letzten 12 Monaten da eingestiegen ist, mit dem Ziel, dort viel Geld zu verdienen, der hat jetzt einen ziemlich fiesen Kater, also der wird gerade nicht so happy damit sein. Alle, die einfach nur sagen, hey, ich finde die Community cool, ich finde die Technologie spannend, für die hat sich im Prinzip jetzt gar nicht so viel verändert. Und ich glaube, wie man zu dem Thema steht, hängt auch total davon ab, sozusagen mit welcher Motivation du reingegangen bist und zu welchem Preispunkt du reingegangen bist. Ne? Also wenn du dir halt deine ersten NFTs für $100 gekauft hast und die sind immer noch 10.000 wert, bist du happy. Wenn du das gleiche NFT für, 100.000 gekauft hast, dann bist du im Augenblick relativ unglücklich. Und ich glaube, für den gesamten Space, ich habe übrigens noch keine Antwort drauf, aber da muss man eben rausfinden, okay, wie viel an diesem Interesse für den Space ist sozusagen technologiegetrieben und Use Case getrieben und wie viel war in erster Linie nur die Spekulation und verschwindet das Interesse, wenn es da offenbar gerade nichts zu holen gibt.
Hast du also ich glaube bei Rezessionen, da weiß man irgendwie, dass eine typische Rezession, glaube ich, 4 oder 5 Quartale im Durchschnitt dauert. Ja, kann irgendwie länger, kann kürzer. Hast du so ein Bauchgefühl, wie lange der Kryptowinter dauert?
Also man spricht da ja oftmals auch von so 2 bis 4 Jahreszyklen. Und Winter bedeutet ja oftmals ja nicht, dass es die ganze Zeit irgendwie crasht, sondern es crasht einmal ganz furchtbar. Und Winter bedeutet dann eher, dass da erstmal eine Zeit lang nichts passiert. Das heißt, dass auch das Interesse dann so ein bisschen sinkt. Das bedeutet eben auch, dass weniger neue Leute in den Space kommen. Gerade viele Startup-Gründer sehen das aber immer als eine ganz gute Möglichkeit, um in dem Zeitraum eben was zu bauen, also tatsächlich Firmen aufzubauen, weil dann eben der Fokus eben nicht mehr so viel auf den ganzen Marktpreisen und so weiter ist. Das heißt, der Mainstream hat sich erstmal damit abgefunden, dass erstmal nichts passiert für die nächsten Monate oder Jahre. Und die Leute, die da eben Companies bauen, die können dann, wie zum Beispiel Coinbase, ne, die ja auch im letzten Kryptowinter was gebaut haben, die können dann eben spannende Companies an den Start bringen.
Du hattest eben erwähnt, dass irgendwie je nachdem, welche Motivation man hat, die einen sind irgendwie rein, um Geld zu verdienen, die anderen sind rein, weil sie die Technologie gut finden. Was ist dein Bauchgefühl? Ist das 50-50 oder ist das doch eher 90% Glücksritter, 10% Bewunderer?
Ich würde sagen, initial kommen sicherlich gefühlt 80% wegen der Spekulation rein und sehen dann vielleicht irgendwann, hey, abgesehen davon ist es ja super cool, man lernt hier recht spannende Leute kennen und es eröffnen sich natürlich auch neue spannende Jobchancen. Also kannst du dir vorstellen, du bist jetzt ein ganz normaler Mensch, der so im Web 2 arbeitet oder im Web 1 sogar und hast gar keine Ambition, da was beruflich zu machen im Web 3, sondern bist einfach nur darauf aufmerksam geworden, weil du gesehen hast, hey, da tut sich was, das ist spannend, vielleicht kann ich da irgendwie auch investieren. Und dann merkst du mit der Zeit, Mensch, eigentlich ist dieses Investment-Thema gar nicht mal so meine primäre Motivation, sondern ich sehe jetzt hier eigentlich neue Technologien, auch im Metaverse-Kontext, wo ich sagen kann, hey, vielleicht mache ich jetzt hier mal einen Career-Change, vielleicht springe ich jetzt vom Web 2 ins Web 3 oder baue dort eben ein Startup auf, weil man eben sieht, dass es viele spannende Use-Cases gibt, die vielleicht mit aktuellen Angeboten noch gar nicht bedient werden.
Das ist, glaube ich, ein gutes Stichwort. Du hast irgendwie, ich habe an einem Slide von dir gesehen, New Jobs in Web 3, in Web 3. Jetzt hast du so ein kleines bisschen erzählt, es gibt vielleicht Menschen, die in diesem Web 3-Thema anfangen möchten zu arbeiten. Auf welchen Ebenen gibt es denn die Möglichkeiten für neue Jobs und wie könnten diese Jobs aussehen?
Da gibt es ganz viele. Also allein wenn wir ins Web 2 schauen, ne, dann gab es ja auf einmal, oder im Web 1, da gab es, also vor 20 Jahren, wer wusste vor 20 Jahren, was ein SEO-Manager ist, ne? Oder was ein Google AdWords-Mensch oder sowas ist, ne? Und dann war das halt irgendwann gang und gäbe. Im Web 2 gab es dann plötzlich die Instagram-Profis, die Influencer-Marketing-Manager. Jetzt setzt sich ein Beruf durch wie TikTok-Creator. Und genauso wird es auch im Web 3 und Metaverse viele neue Plattformen geben. Roblox, Discord zum Beispiel, Fortnite. Und die müssen ja irgendwie auch alle bespielt werden. Das heißt, wenn du jetzt sagst, ich bin eine Brand, ich bin jetzt ein Nike und will jetzt ein Online-Game bauen, dann muss es ja jemand geben, der sich das Spiel mal durchdenkt, der das Storytelling macht, der auch die ganzen Assets eben designt, der die Welt eben gestaltet. Das heißt, für Leute, die wirklich kreativ sind, die eben vor allem 3D sehr gut können, sind gerade so ein bisschen goldene Zeiten, weil die können sich vor Aufträgen eben kaum retten. Das heißt, wenn du eben 3D-Designer bist, dann bist du eben nicht mehr der, unterbezahlte Freelancer oder Praktikant, ne, der hier mal die ganze Zeit irgendwie Logos anpassen soll, sondern du hast da richtig viel zu tun, weil natürlich alle Brands jetzt eben gerade sagen, hey, wir wollen unsere Mode digitalisieren, wir wollen digitale Fashion rausbringen, digitale Welten schaffen, Online-Games und Avatare. Also das ist ein ganz großer Bereich. Und auch jetzt aus Marketing-Sicht ist das Thema Community ja gerade ganz groß. Ne? Also auch Project A hier auf der Konferenz, die haben ja auch einen Discord. Und da ist ja die Idee, dass du als Brand eigentlich, also idealerweise nicht mehr eine One-Way-Kommunikation machst, in dem Sinne von, ich poste jetzt einen TikTok und alle anderen sollen liken und irgendwie kommentieren, sondern du willst eigentlich einen Raum schaffen, wo du Leute zusammenbringst, die sich für das gleiche Thema interessieren. Das heißt, wenn du Nike bist, dann machst du vielleicht eine Community auf rund um das Thema Yoga oder Running zum Beispiel. Ne? Und dann unterhalten sich da halt irgendwie 10.000 Leute über Yoga, tauschen irgendwie Tipps aus.
Das klingt natürlich super, super cool, aber welche Motivation muss so Nike denn da reinbringen, damit man sagt, damit 10.000 Leute sagen, ich gehe da rein? Denn wenn ich jetzt irgendwie heute sage, ich mache einen Discord zum Thema Yoga auf, dann nimmt nicht mal meine Mama die Einladung an.
Naja, ich glaube ehrlich gesagt, dass es schon so ist, dass viele von uns irgendwelche, ich sag mal so Special Interests haben. Und du kennst vielleicht in Real Life gar niemanden, der sich auch dafür interessiert. Ne? Also ich interessiere mich zum Beispiel mega für NBA und Basketball und so weiter, aber ich kenne jetzt nicht so viele aus meinem Freundeskreis, die das auch cool finden. Das heißt, einfach da einen Ort zu finden, wo man sich über solche Themen austauschen kann, ist, glaube ich, sehr wertvoll. Und es kann ja auch Kochen sein, ne? Das kann irgendwie Ernährung sein. Und ich glaube, dass einfach Brands, ich glaube, also die Idee ist so ein bisschen, wenn du als Brand einen TikTok postest und die Leute gucken sich das 10 Sekunden an, das ist super. Wenn sie sich dann 10 Minuten YouTube-Video angucken, ist es noch besser. Und wenn die jeden Tag 2 Stunden in deiner Community rumhängen, ist es halt nochmal besser. Das heißt, wie so ein Funnel eigentlich.
Dass man irgendwie sagt, zum Beispiel NBA, da macht jemand einen NBA-Space auf oder einen Yoga-Space oder sowas, wird das dann auch wieder so ein bisschen sein, dass der First Mover im Grunde das wahrscheinlich schafft, irgendwie Landgrab-mäßig diese Themen dann für sich zu beanspruchen? Oder meinst du, man kann dann auch in 2 Jahren noch sagen, ich mache jetzt einen Discord auf zu einem großen Thema?
Also man sieht jetzt schon, dass die ganzen großen Brands natürlich ihre Discords aufmachen. Ich glaube, wenn die Brands nur zu sehr an sich denken und sagen, ich mache jetzt einen Discord auf, nur für Adidas-Kunden, ne? Dann ist es kein Landgrab, weil du im Prinzip dann nur die Adidas-Leute bekommst. Und wenn jetzt aber Adidas sagen würde, wir machen einen Discord auf, eine Community zum Thema Laufen oder gesunde Ernährung oder Fußball und da soll kommen, wer will und dann sollen sie meinetwegen auch über Nike-Produkte diskutieren. Ich glaube, das hat sogar viel mehr Potenzial, weil du dann halt alle in den Space reinziehst, in deinen Discord, die sich halt für Fußball interessieren und du bist halt zufällig Adidas, die das halt irgendwie betreiben. Und ich denke, wenn du erstmal alle Eyeballs bei dir hast, wirst du es irgendwie schon schaffen, dass die Leute hoffentlich auch deine Fußballschuhe kaufen. Also ich glaube, wenn ich eine Brand wäre, würde ich jetzt versuchen, eher das Thema ein bisschen unabhängig von meiner Marke zu spielen und wirklich versuchen, alle Begeisterten für dieses Thema zusammenzubringen.
Discord klingt immer noch so neu und auch, wenn man jetzt vielleicht irgendwie keine 10 Jahre Gaming-History hinter sich hat, dann sind vielleicht auch irgendwie diese ganzen Tools und wie das funktioniert noch nicht so ganz in Fleisch und Blut übergegangen. Aber krasserweise, wenn man sich mal bei Google Trends die Nachfrage in Deutschland anguckt, wie viel Nachfrage gibt es nach Skype, nach Slack, nach Discord, nach, was gibt es denn noch alles für Messaging-Geschichten, dann führt Discord mit Abstand. Also tatsächlich wird anscheinend Discord mehr nachgefragt als diese ganzen anderen sehr, sehr etablierten Messaging-Systeme.
Ja, der Punkt ist ja, dass also diejenigen, die Discord nicht kennen, also im Prinzip ist es ja wie ein riesiger WhatsApp-Chat mit, weiß nicht, 10.000 Leuten. Und in WhatsApp, da können ja nicht mal 3 Leute vernünftig diskutieren, ohne dass es irgendwie total chaotisch wird, weil ja einfach nur alles in einem einzigen Content-Stream ist. Und bei Discord ist ja alles nach Themen sortiert. Das heißt, im hypothetischen Nike-Discord hättest du jetzt nicht 1 Million Nike-Fans, die alle miteinander schreiben, sondern da gibt es eben diese Subchannels, eben nicht nur thematisch, Yoga, Running, Fußball, sondern vielleicht auch inhaltlich, also vielleicht auch geografisch, irgendwie Japan, China, Kanada. Und dann kannst du halt so gesehen eine Subcommunity aufbauen von Yoga-Begeisterten in Dänemark zum Beispiel. Ne? Was soll ich jetzt sagen? Genau, und einfach diese Tatsache, dass du halt irgendwie diese kleinen Gruppen schaffen kannst innerhalb dieser Plattform, macht das Ganze viel handelbarer, eben als so ein WhatsApp-Chat. Das heißt, WhatsApp ist im Prinzip für so eine Kommunikation mit mehr als 5 Leuten gar nicht gemacht. Wobei, wir wissen ja, Facebook und auch Mark Zuckerberg, die kopieren ja gerne Sachen, die im Markt funktionieren. Ne? Ja. Früher Snapchat-Stories, jetzt TikTok. Und was sie jetzt machen, ist, dass sie quasi bei Facebook-Groups und auch bei WhatsApp auch solche Community-Features einführen wollen, ähnlich wie es Discord hat. Das heißt, wenn du jetzt eine Brand bist und sagst, hey, Community ist für mich total spannend, dann könnte es sogar sein, dass du sagst, naja, vielleicht ist Discord das beste Community-Tool, aber ich habe doch schon 100.000 Leute in meiner Facebook-Gruppe und wenn die Facebook-Gruppen jetzt auch noch diese coolen Features kriegen, dann ist es vielleicht sogar sinnvoller, dort erstmal anzufangen.
Wenn ich berate, werde ich leider immer, und das ist immer sehr ärgerlich, werde ich immer gefragt, wer hat denn das schon so gemacht? Gibt es da tolle Beispiele, Christoph? Was fällt dir da ein? Wer ist denn da besonders beliebt? Nike, Adidas, gibt es auch so Beispiele von bereits erfolgreichen First-Movern aus dem B2B-Bereich oder vielleicht auch von sehr kleinen Brands, die man so gar nicht kennt, aber die es geschafft haben, digital eine viel, viel größere Exposure zu bekommen?
Also ich denke, gerade wenn man an diese ganzen Web3-Companies jetzt denkt, ne? Also ob das jetzt eben Artefakt sind, die ja von Nike aufgekauft worden sind oder eben auch Bored Apes oder andere, die machen ja im Prinzip nur Web3-Marketing. Die machen im Prinzip Discord als wichtigsten Kanal. Also da ist nicht irgendwie der 8. Kanal, nach dem Motto, wenn wir jetzt heute 8 TikToks gepostet haben, dann machen wir auch noch mal ein bisschen Discord, sondern da ist wirklich Discord das allerwichtigste Thema. Und das heißt, viele Brands, die aus dem Web3-Space kommen oder vielleicht auch sagen, hey, wir haben vielleicht gar keine Chance, im SEO kompetitiv zu sein. Oder in Facebook-Ads, weil wir kein Geld dafür haben. Die müssen mehr oder weniger dann vielleicht auch mit solchen neueren Kanälen starten. Und da gibt es schon einige, die, naja, also jetzt nicht viele, aber es gibt schon Companies, die jetzt ein paar Milliarden Dollar wert sind, deren wichtigster Kanal Discord ist. Also
hast du mal die Chance gehabt, da mit denen zu sprechen und zu fragen, wer hat denn hier angefangen? War das irgendwie ein total interessierter Praktikant oder war da irgendwie der CEO hingegangen und hat gesagt, komm, wir setzen es mal hin? Also gibt's da irgendwelche Hintergründe über die Entstehungsgeschichten von solchen Riesenerfolgen?
Du meinst jetzt so einen neuen Marketingkanal zu bespielen oder
ja, genau.
so eine komplett neue Firma zu bauen?
Nee, so einen neuen Marketingkanal zu bespielen.
Naja, ist ja immer so, ne? Also am Anfang wird es natürlich immer den Praktikanten gegeben, ne? Wie irgendwie TikTok oder ähnliches oder Snapchat. Und ich glaube, die Frage ist einfach immer nur, wie strategisch du das Ganze eben siehst. Ich glaube, am Anfang ist es so, dass die meisten neuen Kanäle ja in Anführungszeichen nur Manpower brauchen.
Ja.
Ne? Und das kann der Praktikant sein, der 800 € im Monat kostet. Das kann auch ein Junior sein, der vielleicht 3.000 € im Monat kostet. Das alles ist deutlich billiger als irgendeine Art von Ad-Spend in TV, Google, Facebook und so weiter. Ne? Und das ist ja immer so ein bisschen das Absurde, dass die meisten Unternehmen ja, ohne mit der Wimper zu zucken, ja 100.000 oder Millionen in Paid Media ausgeben. Aber bevor sie jetzt auch nur die Halbtagskraft auf so ein Thema wie Discord ansetzen, wollen sie erstmal 10-mal vorgerechnet bekommen, wie sich das Ganze denn lohnen soll. Das heißt, also eigentlich ist der Ressourceneinsatz sehr überschaubar und trotzdem scheuen das viele Firmen noch, weil das denen einfach noch zu neu ist, bis sie dann irgendwann auf den Trichter kommen, dass es doch sehr relevant ist, wie jetzt zum Beispiel bei TikTok, die das Ganze natürlich ein Stück weit verpennt haben.
Wollen wir noch einmal, wir haben eben so ein bisschen über Job-Opportunities gesprochen, wollen wir jetzt nochmal über Business-Opportunities sprechen. Ich glaube, es gibt auch irgendwie auf Hardware, Software, Sensorik und so weiter, gibt es auch vielleicht noch ganz neue Möglichkeiten von Themen, bei denen wir uns jetzt noch gar nicht so vorstellen, dass sie in den nächsten Jahren sehr, sehr wichtig werden. Was können das sein?
Genau, also das Metaverse ist ja ohnehin so ein sehr fuzzy Begriff. Ne? Da stellt sich ja hier was anderes unter vor. Für mich ist es eigentlich eher so ein Sammelbegriff für verschiedene Technologien und dazu gehört eben Virtual Reality, Augmented Reality, Online-Games, Multiplayer-Games, aber eben auch digitale Mode, NFTs und Krypto, ne? Also irgendwie ziemlich viel. Und deshalb sagen ja auch viele von den Analysten, wie zum Beispiel von JP Morgan, dass das Metaverse halt so ein Multi-Trillionen- oder Billionen-Dollar-Markt ist. Und wenn man das mal auseinander nimmt, was es da alles gibt, dann gibt es nämlich 4 Bereiche. Das ist eben einmal Hardware, Software, Content und Commerce. Ne? Und Hardware wäre eben sowas wie, Virtual Reality Brillen, Augmented Reality. Geht das? Ja. Genau, es ist halt irgendwie Hardware, Virtual Reality Brillen, die im Augenblick noch viel, viel zu groß sind. Bis die mal Mainstream werden, müssten die eher so aussehen wie normale Brillen. Das heißt, da muss es eben smarte Leute geben, die halt wirklich Hardware-Devices bauen können. Im Softwarebereich ist total spannend natürlich alles, was mit virtuellen Meetings zu tun hat. Also quasi, wer baut das Zoom, wer baut das Slack oder das Microsoft Teams quasi in 3D fürs Metaverse. Stichwort 3D. Tools, mit denen du 3D-Modelle bauen kannst, ne? Also so Design-Tools. Vor kurzem wurde ja, ist jetzt nicht eine 100%ige Analogie, aber vor kurzem hat ja Adobe Figma gekauft, das Design-Tool, für 20 Milliarden $. Und im Metaverse werden die meisten Designs ja 3D-basiert sein. Das heißt, auch da gibt es halt total spannende Opportunities, halt quasi 3D-Tools eben zu bauen, die dann eben Leute verwenden. Also auch wieder so ein Software-as-a-Service-Tool. Ich glaube, sowas ist eben total spannend. Und genauso hast du natürlich auch im Content- und Commerce-Bereich viele Möglichkeiten, wie jetzt zum Beispiel selbst irgendwie Online-Games zu bauen, digitale Mode eben auch zu schaffen. Und da wird es zum Beispiel in Berlin gibt es ja auch ein Startup, die heißen Dematerialized. Das ist ein Fashion-Unternehmen und die machen rein virtuelle Mode. Also nur Mode für Avatare, für
die wahrscheinlich dann auch wieder handeln kann, verkaufen kann, die mehr Geld wert werden und so weiter.
Und da gibt es natürlich Leute, die spekulieren damit und andere sagen aber auch einfach nur, hey, mir gefällt das. Ich möchte irgendwie so ein Unikat haben. Ich möchte irgendwie mal, dass mein Avatar eben diesen besonders fancy Look hat. Und das muss dann ja nicht unbedingt ein normales blaues Kleid sein, sondern vielleicht irgendwas mit Flammen oder sowas, was vielleicht in der physischen Welt gar nicht möglich ist, aber was halt virtuell ganz cool aussieht.
Das erinnert mich ein bisschen an Hunger Games, glaube ich, gerade. Die hatte, glaube ich, auch so ein Flammenshirt an.
Ja.
Das Web3-Thema, also ich glaube, diese ganze Wertdeflation, Reduktion, Trendisierung finde ich eigentlich sehr spannend, weil diese grundlegende Technik finde ich auch wirklich gut. Mich hat nur hart genervt, wie viele Menschen mir sagen, Bitcoin zu $100.000 bis Ende des Jahres, ohne dass man irgendwie eine Begründung hat dafür. Und ich kann mir auch gut vorstellen, ich glaube, wenn man jetzt irgendwie sagen würde, Web3, Krypto, im Menschenalter ist das eigentlich immer noch irgendwie Preschool. Ja? Also ist jetzt auch weit weg von ausgereift, von fertig, von dass man irgendwie weiß, in welche Richtung es geht. Insofern finde ich das ganz spannend. Ein weiteres Thema, das ich auch super spannend finde und worüber wir auch schon mal gesprochen haben, ist zum Beispiel der wirtschaftliche Erfolg von Creators. Also wir haben schon mal gesprochen über den MrBeast, einen YouTube-Kanal, der, glaube ich, mindestens genauso viel Geld, wie er verdient, auch wieder für die Produktion neuer Videos ausgibt. Also wirklich unfassbar viel Geld für Videos ausgibt. Ich glaube, im Jahr mehrere Dutzend Millionen $, für YouTube-Videos ausgibt, für die Erstellung von seinen YouTube-Videos. Unfassbare Sachen macht, trotzdem aber mit diesem Geld ausgeben inzwischen einen Businesswert aufgebaut hat von, ich glaube, er hat gerade ein Angebot abgelehnt, übernommen zu werden. Was ist da gewesen?
Genau, also MrBeast.
Wie alt ist der, Mitte 20?
24 Jahre
24.
alt. Hat 200 Millionen Follower auf Social, hat den größten YouTube-Channel mit über 100 Millionen und der baut sich gerade so ein Business-Imperium auf. Das heißt, der hat ja seinen YouTube-Channel, wo er wahrscheinlich mit AdSense schon zig Millionen $, im Jahr verdient. Und dann hat er jetzt ja seine Burgerkette rausgebracht, MrBeast Burger, mit 1000 Standorten weltweit schon. Dann hat er jetzt so eine Schokoladenmarke, die heißt
Diese 1000 Standorte hat er gemacht, indem er einfach das Rezept lizenziert. Ne? Also ich kann mich jetzt sozusagen bewerben und sagen, ich möchte MrBeast-Küche werden. Dann muss ich irgendwie so eine Checkliste durchgehen und dann kann ich sagen, jetzt bin ich auch MrBeast-Küche.
Ja, genau. Also das sind ja diese sogenannten Ghost Kitchens. Das heißt, nehmen wir an, du bist jetzt, Christoph und hast jetzt halt irgendwie nachmittags immer Zeit und willst noch ein paar Burger braten, dir was dazu verdienen. Dann würdest du quasi dich bewerben als offizieller MrBeast-Partner. Und wenn du sozusagen angenommen wirst, dann wird dir die Verpackung nach Hause geschickt, die Rezepte und Zutaten und so weiter. Der Endkunde in Berlin bestellt jetzt vielleicht über Lieferando dann einen MrBeast Burger. Die Bestellung landet bei dir und Lieferando holt es bei dir ab und liefert es an den Endkunden aus. Ne? Und das Spannende ist halt, dass das Hauptasset in diesem Fall ist ja quasi der Traffic. Ne? Weil wie kannst du jetzt so eine neue Burgerkette bekannt machen? Die kannst du, und wir sehen ja gerade, ne, wenn du neue Geschäftsmodelle pushen willst, ne, deshalb machen wir Online-Marketing, dann sehen wir ja, dass unsere Freunde von Gorillas und Co. ja wahnsinnig viel Geld aufnehmen müssen, am Markt verbrennen müssen, um bekannt zu werden. Aber wenn du 100 Millionen YouTube-Follower hast, dann kannst du natürlich solche neuen Konzepte sehr leicht platzieren. Kürzlich gab es auch die Eröffnung vom ersten physischen MrBeast-Laden.
Da ist genau das ganze Einkaufszentrum aus allen Nähten.
Ja, genau, da waren irgendwie, 10.000, 20.000 Leute da, die da hin wollten.
Ja.
Auf jeden Fall ist die Idee von dieser Creator Economy, dass du sagst, okay, im Prinzip verkaufst du eigentlich relativ unspektakuläre Produkte, Commodities, wie eben Schokolade oder Burger. Aber A, kannst du ein Premium verlangen, weil es halt deine Brand ist. Und B, du hast halt überhaupt keine Marketingkosten, weil es halt alles organisch über deinen Content kommt. Ne? Und der MrBeast, der hat eben kürzlich im Podcast erzählt, er könnte eben seine Gruppe, sein kleines Imperium, jetzt schon für $1 Milliarde verkaufen. Aber wenn man sich mal anschaut, dass ja Kim Kardashian schon 2 Companies gebaut hat, die mehrere Milliarden wert sind. Ne? Also ihre neueste Firma, diese Unterwäschefirma, die ist 3 Jahre alt, Skims heißt die ist 3,2 Milliarden wert. Ne? Und wenn du mal so ein großer Influencer bist, dann hast du ja im Prinzip, nicht eine endlose Marketingmaschine, aber du kannst ja sehr viele Produktkategorien da eben durchschleusen. Und da es dann ja so viel Infrastruktur gibt, wie jetzt zum Beispiel Leute, die dir diese Restaurantinfrastruktur stellen, bist du vielleicht irgendwann nur noch so eine Art Holding-Company und kannst halt irgendwie zig Businesses gleichzeitig betreiben, einfach primär mit deiner Brand und du lenkst halt einfach Traffic drauf. Ich glaube, das ist ziemlich spannend und MrBeast hat gesagt, also abgesehen davon, dass er noch nicht in Rente gehen will, dass er den Wert von seinem Firmenimperium eher bei 10 Milliarden sieht und in der Mitte wird wahrscheinlich irgendwo die Wahrheit liegen.
Ich glaube, das Spannende ist vor allen Dingen auch, wenn man wirklich an so Ultra-Über-Influencer denkt, dann denkt man tatsächlich an die Familie Kardashian und glaubt, dann kommt erstmal ganz lange nichts, aber es bilden sich und gibt auch jetzt schon so viele Nischen-Influencer, die man einfach gar nicht auf dem Schirm hat, weil sie nicht jeden Tag irgendwie in der Gala oder in der Bild-Zeitung auf der ersten Seite zu sehen sind. Und das ist jetzt irgendwie ein tolles Beispiel aus den USA. Ich habe gerade diese Woche gelesen bei OMR, in deren Blog, dass es einen deutschen Typen gibt, der hat früher immer so Slingshots gebaut. Also der ist irgendwie der Slingshot-Channel, Jörg Sprave. Und der hat irgendwie immer mehr Geld verdient, indem er gesagt hat, ich kriege also Werbung, viele internationale Abrufe darauf, wie ich irgendwie Slingshots baue. Und irgendwann wurde er aber demonetarisiert, weil YouTube gesagt hat, hat irgendwie zu sehr mit Waffen zu tun, da wollen wir keine Werbung zeigen. Dann hat er gesagt, oh Mist, dann muss ich irgendwie anders Geld verdienen und hat angefangen, freie Waffen zu verkaufen. Also Waffen, die man ab 18 frei kaufen kann in Deutschland. Und vor 2 Jahren hat diese Firma, die es erst seit 4 Jahren gibt oder 3 Jahren gibt, vor 2 Jahren haben sie laut Handelsregister schon 2 Millionen Euro Gewinn gemacht. Das war noch irgendwie vor den ganzen passt auf, Corona-Krise, kauft euch eine Waffe und jetzt passt auf, Gaskrise, kauft euch eine Waffe. Momentan verkauft er, glaube ich, irgendwie mehrere tausend Waffen im Monat, macht viele Millionen Euro Gewinn damit.
Ja.
Kein Mensch hat den irgendwie auf dem Schirm und ist schon vielleicht einer der größten Waffenhändler Deutschlands an freien Waffen. Und also da gibt es halt so viele, die sich jetzt über Jahre eine Reichweite aufgebaut haben und jetzt langsam so fallen die Dominosteine und es gibt in den absurdesten Kategorien auf einmal wirklich starke Category Champions. Und es ist immer noch, glaube ich, ein Thema, in das man immer noch einsteigen kann, wenn man es wirklich ernst nimmt.
Genau, und also jetzt diese Kategorie, ne, die würde ich jetzt natürlich nicht unbedingt vertreten, aber klar, du hast ja irgendwie ganz viele, also es gibt ja zum Beispiel auch eine TikTokerin zum Beispiel, die, ich glaube Maja Leinfeld, glaube ich heißt die macht im Prinzip so vegane Rezepte oder sowas. Ne? Also es ist relativ einfach eigentlich, für ein bestimmtes Nischenthema quasi das Gesicht zu werden, ne? Weil du dich einfach am besten auskennst für vegane Gerichte oder das mit deiner Persönlichkeit am besten rüberbringen kannst. Und dadurch werden ja Influencer zu kleinen Media-Companies. Ja. Und dann kannst du ja immer noch überlegen, ob du quasi mit Werbung Geld verdienen möchtest oder dann eben auch noch Produkte baust. Und da du aber so viel outsourcen kannst heutzutage, gerade wenn es jetzt um so Produkte oder sowas geht, ist es halt verhältnismäßig einfach, dann eben auch ein Business zu launchen. Ich glaube, in der Creator Economy ist es immer ein bisschen spannend. Also nehmen wir an, du bist jetzt so ein Influencer und kannst damit irgendwie Geld verdienen. Ne? Und dann ist ja die Frage, wie groß kannst du werden? Ne? Und nehmen wir an, du verdienst jetzt irgendwie mit Influencer-Marketing 100.000 Euro. So, damit kannst du irgendwie dich selbst wahrscheinlich ganz okay ernähren und vielleicht noch eine zusätzliche Person. Und dann ist natürlich die Frage, schaffst du den nächsten Schritt? Kannst du irgendwie mit deinem Influencer-Geschäft irgendwie jetzt 500.000 verdienen oder 1 Million, um einfach ein noch größeres Team aufzubauen? Ne, bei MrBeast ist es ja auch so. Der beschäftigt jetzt ja auch schon über 100 Leute. Ne? Oder wir müssen gar nicht so weit schauen. Sally, von Sally's Welt, diesen Back-Channel, die hat, glaube ich, auch 100 Mitarbeiter. Und das ist halt immer das Spannende, du fängst als Einzelperson an und dann ist eben die Frage, hast du eben nur dieses Mediatalent, dass du eben gut vor der Kamera bist, oder bist du eben auch noch ein Unternehmer, der das quasi als Einstieg nimmt in so eine Art Unternehmertum und dann aber auch in der Lage ist, ein richtiges Business zu managen mit irgendwie zig oder sogar 100 Angestellten. Und ich glaube, das ist natürlich für viele, gerade jüngere Leute, gerade eine sehr spannende Option, also als Alternative auch zu so einem 0815 Angestelltenjob.
Absolut. Ich glaube, gerade ist auch ein ganz, ganz toller Zeitpunkt. Es bilden sich, glaube ich, auch immer mehr Unternehmen, die dann jetzt solche Influencer aufkaufen, denen Reichweite aufkaufen und vielleicht auch sagen, du hast ein großes Talent vor der Kamera, aber du hast noch ein Riesenpotenzial an dem Business, was du machen kannst. Die kaufen dann solche Kanäle auf, entwickeln die dann strategisch weiter und ist, glaube ich, ein ganz, ganz toller Zeitpunkt, da jetzt immer noch einzusteigen.
Ich glaube, das führt uns aber auch auf das Thema Skillsets zurück, weil vorhin haben wir ja gesagt, hey, um in dieser Web3-Welt erfolgreich zu sein, brauchst du technische Skills, wie jetzt zum Beispiel, keine Ahnung, wie Blockchain-Programmierung oder ähnliches. Ich glaube, sobald wir an das Thema Influencer und Media denken, dann sind natürlich alle Skills, die in Richtung Kommunikation gehen, natürlich extrem wertvoll. Weil früher hast du ja gesagt, naja, wenn ich jetzt nicht zufällig Nachrichtensprecher bei RTL bin, wozu brauche ich da eine gute Kamerapräsenz? Wozu muss ich da gut sprechen können? Und dadurch, dass ja heutzutage ja jeder irgendwie Podcaster, YouTuber oder TikToker werden kann, sind diese Skills natürlich halt so das erste, so die Eintrittskarte eigentlich. Und ich glaube, dass diese Skills halt immer wertvoller werden. Ne? Und wenn du mich jetzt fragen würdest, naja, was ist eigentlich wichtiger? Nehmen wir an, du bist jetzt irgendwie Schüler oder sowas, ne? Dass du irgendwie, 10% besser rechnen kannst als die anderen oder halt irgendwie deutlich, telegener bist oder gut sprechen kannst oder ähnliches, dann glaube ich einfach, dass diese Kommunikationsskills einfach dass es da einfach eine Möglichkeit gibt, die extrem stark zu monetarisieren. Und ich glaube, das sind Themen, an denen wir alle noch deutlich mehr arbeiten können. Aber ich glaube auch gerade für jüngere Leute, dass die auch so ein bisschen ein Augenmerk drauf haben.
Ich glaube, das ist ein schönes Schlusswort. Ich glaube, viele der Menschen, die hier irgendwie auch dem Podcast zuhören zu Hause, geht mal in euch und versucht mal, ob ihr es nicht wirklich euch zutraut, in den nächsten 12 Monaten einfach mal 20, 30, 40 Videos zu machen zu einem Thema, das euch liegt, das mal zu veröffentlichen und mal zu gucken, von diesen 20, 30, 40 Videos, die ihr veröffentlicht, egal auf welcher Plattform, wird es sicherlich 3 geben, die überdurchschnittlich erfolgreich sind. Und dann könnt ihr da mal schauen, ob da vielleicht eine neue Passion für euch liegt und vielleicht auch der nächste Karrierestep. Wer weiß. Oder für euer Unternehmen natürlich auch. Theo, ich danke dir ganz, ganz herzlich, dass du dir wieder Zeit genommen hast, mir das alles zu erklären und auch wieder deinen großen Sack an Eindrücken aus der ganzen Welt aufzumachen und zu erzählen, was da alles so gibt. Ich wünsche dir viel Spaß noch hier auf der PAKCON. Ich gehe jetzt nochmal rüber und werde ein bisschen was zum Thema SEO erzählen. Und dann würde ich sagen, danke ich dir, dass du hier bist. Ich danke euch zu Hause fürs Zuhören. Und ich danke den Leuten, die hier live zugehört haben, dass ihr hier wart. Und ich wünsche euch auch noch eine schöne Konferenz und verabschiede mich und würde sagen, liebe digitale Grüße von
Theo
und Christoph. Macht's gut, ciao, ciao.
Danke für die Einladung.
Dankeschön auch fürs Sitzenbleiben hier im Publikum. Intime Veranstaltung, aber es kommt ja auf Qualität an, nicht auf Quantität. Insofern alles perfekt. Danke euch.
Okay.
Genau, ja, vielen, vielen Dank, dass wir hier live dabei sein konnten. Und ja.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it.
...2016 startet Flaschenpost in Münster als Pionier der Online-Getränkelieferung. Nach dem erfolgreichen Start wird das Konzept in weiteren 150 Städten ausgerollt. Jeder der 33 Standorte hat ein regionales Sortiment, individuelle Kundenbedürfnisse und befindet sich in einer eigenen Wachstumsphase. Jede Standortstrategie ist also einzigartig. Über 1 Million aktive Kunden und Kundinnen bestellen online ihre Lebensmittel und Getränke bei uns. Sie können aus einem Sortiment von über 4.000 Artikeln pro Standort wählen. Dank unserer 14.000 Kollegen liefern wir mit 3.000 Fahrzeugen zuverlässig innerhalb von 120 Minuten mehr als 200.000 Kisten am Tag. Ganz ohne Liefergebühren. An diesem Versprechen messen wir uns täglich und zeigen den Kunden und Kundinnen, dass sie uns vertrauen können. Und deshalb ist Flaschenpost weit mehr als einfach nur E-Commerce. 2016 startet Flaschenpost in Münster als Pionier der Online-Getränkelieferung. Nach dem erfolgreichen Start wird das Konzept in weiteren 150 Städten ausgerollt. Jeder der 33 Standorte hat ein regionales Sortiment, individuelle Kundenbedürfnisse und befindet sich in einer eigenen Wachstumsphase. Jede Standortstrategie ist also einzigartig. Über 1 Million aktive Kunden und Kundinnen bestellen online ihre Lebensmittel und Getränke bei uns. Sie können aus einem Sortiment von über 4.000 Artikeln pro Standort wählen. Dank unserer 14.000 Kollegen liefern wir mit 3.000 Fahrzeugen zuverlässig innerhalb von 120 Minuten mehr als 200.000 Kisten am Tag. Ganz ohne Liefergebühren. An diesem Versprechen messen wir uns täglich und zeigen den Kunden und Kundinnen, dass sie uns vertrauen können. Und deshalb ist Flaschenpost weit mehr als einfach nur E-Commerce. 2016 startet Flaschenpost in Münster als Pionier der Online-Getränkelieferung. Nach dem erfolgreichen Start wird das Konzept in weiteren 150 Städten ausgerollt. Jeder der 33 Standorte hat ein regionales Sortiment, individuelle Kundenbedürfnisse und befindet sich in einer eigenen Wachstumsphase. Jede Standortstrategie ist also einzigartig. Über 1 Million aktive Kunden und Kundinnen bestellen online ihre Lebensmittel und Getränke bei uns. Sie können aus einem Sortiment von über 4.000 Artikeln pro Standort wählen. Dank unserer 14.000 Kollegen liefern wir mit 3.000 Fahrzeugen zuverlässig innerhalb von 120 Minuten mehr als 200.000 Kisten am Tag. Ganz ohne Liefergebühren. An diesem Versprechen messen wir uns täglich und zeigen den Kunden und Kundinnen, dass sie uns vertrauen können. Und deshalb ist Flaschenpost weit mehr als einfach nur E-Commerce. 2016 startet Flaschenpost in Münster als Pionier der Online-Getränkelieferung.
All right, the microphone works. I hope everybody had a nice lunch. If anybody of you had the Korean tacos, they were really nice. We can share experience afterwards. Who of you has been part of the stages or the panels in this cinema before today in the morning? Just a quick mood round. Yeah, a couple of people. Actually turned a lot around product development, how to create great products, how to get a lot of users, and also how to ensure value creation through customer engagement. And I think now in terms of companies in the digital age, it's also about making all this user data that you gather, all the IT infrastructure also secure. And I'm honored to say that actually we have this specialist here today, Andy Schneider, who's joining us from Switzerland, from Landswork. He is a veteran in the cybersecurity space already since the early 2000s. He has been advising and building cybersecurity infrastructures for companies and is now the acting Field Chief Information Security Officer for Lacework, who seek to automate the cybersecurity infrastructure of your ventures and companies. So without further ado, I think I would hand over to Andreas because he's the master of the subject and the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
So let's directly start with that. So I will talk about hackers. So actually the talking track should have been first 50 minutes, now it's 30 minutes, so I can talk about hackers. And actually also beyond, so what you have to do to secure your startup. So who am I? So I'm doing security now really for over 20 years. Started in the early 2000s with security. As an accident, I did not plan that, but sometimes if you get asked who wants to do security in the room and all your colleagues step back, you stay there. I was much younger, more hair. Then I was the one chosen doing security. And I stayed in that industry. I did a lot of worked in a startup that never left the garage. So I was in a garage, working there hard. I never left the garage. So I know how it is to fail. It was not always security, the failure, but sometimes. The last 10 years, I've been CISO. So CISO is like the security leader in companies, more for the medium and large size companies. And in the last company, I was building security teams for the different startups that we had. So now with Lacework, Lacework is a cloud security company where we mostly target cloud native companies and startups to help them. But I'm more like the evangelist, trying to help everyone out there building secure products. Like you said, it's about building and embedding security from the beginning on, because later on, it's really difficult. I'm still also advisor for TX Ventures. That's a Swiss operational VC, where I'm sitting on the other side. So I'm actually looking at the startups and trying to find the little flaws in there to save the money that is invested in them. So I know both perspectives, or you could say all the three perspectives. And I talk with startups, founders, co-founders, CTOs, engineering teams all day. So how does it feel being hacked? So who has been hacked already? Is there anybody? I see a couple of hands. So honestly, it's a shitty experience. It's really not nice. I have plenty of stories, but the one I want to tell, by the way, that's me there sleeping, falling asleep. It was in the middle of the pandemic. It was the last large attack where I was involved. I was acting CISO, so the one accountable for the security in the largest Swiss private media company with a lot of startups in there that did digital marketplaces, so copycat of eBay, copycat of all that, Immo, whatever, Asterix company was part of that. And one evening, you see that little guy there in front, same haircut like me. He was a couple of weeks old, so I was parental leave. And then I got a call, yeah, something is not good. Looks like a couple of websites are not working like they should. But we had everything. We were a cloud-first company. So we built everything in the cloud. But if you move to the cloud, so more for the corporates, it's a long journey getting rid of that old stuff. But I would say 90% was in the cloud. We were well protected. I had built up a security team, a large security team, with a lot of technology in it, and I thought, yeah, it's okay, we'll work out, no problem. And then I got a call from a hoster in Switzerland that said, the man was crying at the phone, we have to do something, they are down. All their customers are down. Because we had marketing campaigns, and for the landing pages, we used an agency, and the agency hosted the marketing campaign landing pages somewhere at a hoster, and that was down because they were attacked as well. So they were wiped away from the market. I thought, okay, this sounds serious. So I got on the phone, I got on the computer, my little son, for those who have kids, diapers start stinking, but in the pandemic that's not a problem because everyone was remote, so everyone was at home. No one had to smell that, except me. And my 5-year-old one, he got super angry because I didn't want to play Lego with him. So we found out that we were a main target for an attack, just a DDoS attack, but it was one of the largest that has been measured in Switzerland so far. We tried to reach out to our internet service provider, but he was down as well. So it wiped them away as well. So we saw, oh my goodness, the impact that we are now talking about is much larger. So if you are a security practitioner, or if you are responsible for that, something that changes in that moment is, I was working for a company with 3,700 employees, and you know there are 3,700 like fathers, mothers, sons, all are working there. And if we can't solve that issue in the next hours or days, they will be unemployed afterwards. That's it. You will be wiped away after a couple of days. You might survive 3 days, but then if you run out of cash, that's, by the way, a problem for many startups, that's having cash. So if you run out of cash, you're over, no matter the large and the size of your company. So even our board of directors, our CEO, executive management, everyone looked at me and said, now it's your turn. You have to solve that for everyone. So you lead the company out of that crisis. So I thought, okay, no pressure. Let's do that. And actually, we had a lot of good tools available, and we were defending like every day. And after 3 days, we thought, that's it, we got it. And like you see, it's a 32-day attack. So it really lasted 32 days. And the intention of the attacker was just hitting us so hard until we are out of business, then asking for a ransom, and then getting back control. We did not do that, so we fought back. 32 days, every day and every night, I had to rely on the developers, on the whole team. Everyone around me was working really hard to, I would not say get back up and running. We were running, but to avoid all the problems that we had. One technical problem, for example, was for all the techies out there, that we ran out of IP addresses. So we had a scaling infrastructure. Everyone was proud about all that scalability that we had, but no one thought that we would scale up like whole Europe would visit our websites. So even our scalability was tested, and we ran into some issues. The only good thing that we knew was it's the pandemic. Everyone is at home. So we knew that no one is on vacation in Thailand, Indonesia, or somewhere else. So we then just blocked everything away that was not our core customer. And that saved us, honestly. But it was a huge exercise. And in the end, for us as a company, we had around 1 billion revenue per year. The damage was less than 1 million. So it was okay for us. But we had a security team. We had everything in place. So if you have that not in place, so a lot of companies in Switzerland were wiped away with that attack. So we worked with the government to find out who's behind it. So we never found it out. By the way, then you get paranoid. You think, okay, no one asks us for a ransom. What's going on? Maybe it's just a distraction. So you get really paranoid. So, and I was working for a media company, so the journalists were really afraid. Is there something else going on? Maybe it's Russian spies trying to get into the company. So you have to do a lot of things while you try to focus. And you, of course, have the pressure because your CEO says, yeah, you will save my ass now. It's your job. So what can you do? So we were like a corporate with all the tools and technology equipped. So if I look on the other side, when I help the TX Ventures to invest money in companies, if I ask the CTOs or co-founders, the first question is usually, who's responsible for security in your company? And then it goes silent, very often. Sometimes it feels like you have that, if you go outside with your lamp, your light, and you light on the floor and then you see everything running away, that's usually when you talk about security with companies that have a total different focus, like I want to have my MVP, a real product, and I need customers. So that's usually not the focus that they have. So usually I get the reply, well, I guess that's me. So it's the first time they see that security is really a topic. And actually, if you come into the situation where you want to do an exit or sell the company, in larger M&A deals, usually you look for security as well. So it's a normal due diligence. So the first question I ask is, who's responsible for security? So for all the co-founders, mostly CTOs, don't say, I guess, just say, that's me. It's much more confidence in it. The second thing is actually a simple thing, two-factor authentication. Do that at home. Do that for all your tools you use. It's annoying, you get used to it, you forget it, that you had to do that. But most of the startups don't do that. So for mail and for your tech infrastructure as well. Most of the ransomware attacks that we see today could be prevented by just having 2FA, and the next point is a proper endpoint protection. It's just like a dumb antivirus tool on the client, but there are much better ones. So don't take the cheapest one, but think about what could happen. I talked about DDoS, so we were hit by a DDoS. So DDoS protection is something that you need. There is no way around. So whatever you build, however it scales up, if your infrastructure scales up, the amount of your costs also scales up. So DDoS protection helps you reducing the costs, the impact of costs in case an attack happens. The most annoying topic is encryption. All the time when I talk to startups, okay, where is your customer data? Where is that? Yeah, it's here in database, whatever. And usually data are not encrypted. Why ever? Because I know why. It's just such a burden. You build your MVP. The MVP is running. You remove the MVP, so your product is almost market fit and ready to launch. And the encryption you knew had to be done is never implemented. The problem is the later you do that. If you are, it's from another story. I was called by a colleague who was skiing in Davos. So I'm from Switzerland. I'm born in Munich, but I live in Switzerland. So we were skiing in Davos. He was the head of engineering, and he called me and said, hey, listen, it's super strange. My engineers called me that I'm currently doing some weird things in our infrastructure, but I'm skiing. So the reason why this happened is it was not him. He didn't have 2FA, so his account was hijacked, and they didn't have encryption for their customer data. And then we had to go to a court, make a legal confession. Yeah, it looks like we lost all of our data, maybe just a couple of million data, customer data out there, and we just had the luck that in Switzerland it's not the GDPR region, so we got out of that without any impact. If that happens in Germany, you're screwed. Then it's over. So encryption helps you a lot. Patching, a simple thing, if there's an update, patch. If you are developing, it means your libraries, everything that's behind there, do that. And what we then usually also require every startup is doing an audit. That's it. So you could say these 7 things, if you have that in an early stage of your startup, you're good. So now, I've heard that there is much about beyond here, so, and I have more time, so it's actually just scratching the surface. So the 7 things you have to have in the beginning. So let's say you are pre-seed, seed, somewhere there. As soon as you scale up, you professionalize your business. It's everything needs to be professionalized, not just sales, marketing, and having engineers. It's really even more. But the big question is that I'm often asked, do we need a CISO, so like me? No, you don't need that. Maybe you never need that. You just need to do it in a different way. The role of a CISO, so like me, the person of a CISO, comes out of the Stone Age, so that's from the military. I guess you would never need that. But I'm a nice guy, so you can talk about me with security or how to have and raise kids, a longer story. But actually, it's much more that you need to do. And there I come to the more or less more technical and last part. So there is something, or there are some buzzwords in the security industry, and one is, for example, shift left. The idea of shifting left is that you do things as early as possible. So you don't wait for things happening, but you hire developers, and you should hire the best developers, not the cheapest ones. So if you have good developers that write good code, they will give you a solid and awesome product. So the problem is that most developers are not that good with security. So shift left, push left, DevSecOps are all buzzwords to bring security to the developers. So not to CISOs. You don't need big security teams. You need developers taking the ownership for security. So what you need is, as soon, if we start from the left, you have a developer. If you are in the cloud, I assume all digital products today, or almost all, are hosted somewhere in the cloud. You write the code as a developer. So if you write good code, then there is no problem. So as soon as you have written your code, you usually bring your code on your journey to production. So you have somewhere, you have a repository where your code is committed to. In the repository, the good thing about cloud and agile today is that you can run a lot of things automatically. So you can scan your code with different tools. There are good ones and bad ones, but the important thing is you can do that without investing a lot of money. So the code is scanned. If there are flaws in the code, it's pushed back to the developer to fix that. If you have a developer that is really resistant to learning, it will push back all the time. But if you have a more intelligent, so developers are really good people because they don't want to work at all, usually. So that's why we do automation and fixing and all that. So you get annoyed by all these things that are thrown against you. So you automate it, then you can drink coffee, play whatever. But in the end, it's in our nature that we don't want to do the same things all the time. So it comes back. So usually people learn to improve the code. That's learning. So the quality will become better. The same is what often is a reason for attacks, successful attacks, is that there are some passwords, API keys, secrets, whatever, in the code, because it's much easier. So and there are ways without causing any costs to not having any secrets in there. So again, if these scanners find that, it's pushed back to the developer. Either he learns. If he never learns that, maybe you should have other developers. That's another problem. And then the same for libraries. Afterwards, you can do much more, but it's, for me, that's the basics. Then you move it forward to production. And if it's in production, like I said, DDoS protection is something you should always have. There are free plans from big companies where you don't have to spend anything, but then you have a good basic protection. Then it's almost impossible to avoid that you have no vulnerabilities in there. So vulnerability scanning for flaws and things you might have missed is a key element. The important thing to do that is continuously. So it's not enough that you do that, let's say, 2 times a year. I worked for a company that shipped every 2 minutes. So production changed every 2 minutes. So if you do a one-time thing, it will never work. So you have to do that continuously, all the time, integrate it in your pipeline wherever you can. And then the best thing is to run a bug bounty program. And I usually, if I talk to developers, I say, well, let's start with a bug bounty program. So bug bounty program, for those who don't know it, you pay hackers and researchers if they hack you and find vulnerabilities. That's awesome. So usually if I talk to developers, I say, let's be as cool as Google, Netflix, and the others. Let's pay out 20,000 per vulnerability for hackers. And they say, that's cool, amazing. And then they realize, but our code is so crappy. We should do a couple of things earlier. So starting with a bug bounty program just as a vision, an idea is a good idea. In the end, it's the last thing you do. But I've ran a couple of bug bounty programs, and that's just mind-blowing what you get. So you have like hundreds of researchers trying to hack you from around the globe, and they do that all the time. All the time, and sometimes they are successful. And I remember with that DDoS attack, where one researcher found a vulnerability, but not in our product, but in our anti-DDoS system. And he took over the anti-DDoS system from the vendor, but not just us as a customer, but all European customers. And I thought, holy shit, this is big. So we paid out the maximum reward we had, and we changed our product. I was confident that that's not the right product. Last but not least, it's also the infrastructure that you have to protect that as well. So you can't configure and do everything from the beginning right. So that's where we as a vendor come in. So that's the whole cloud security stack. So where you can do a lot of things, but the important part is how to detect attackers if they really get in. That's a big challenge. There are attackers out there that are more advanced, and detecting them, that's a key challenge. So that's where our focus is, to really do that. All of that, from the DDoS, from bug bounty programs, or from cloud security, everything that you find, you push that back to the developers so that they can fix it. So you don't need a CISO there. You don't need me. You need the good developers, so the good engineers who can do the work. And you have to trust them doing the right thing. Sometimes it's just showing them a picture to do that. And if you then if you have mastered that, then the real good thing is threat modeling. It sounds so boring. But in the end, it's a simple exercise for developers before they start coding, thinking about what might go wrong. So what could go wrong? And then there are like a checklist, like 7 elements. You go through that. What could go wrong if, for example, someone bypasses the authentication? What could happen? And with that, developers become better and better over time, so that you have all the tools in place, but they're like more marketing. You don't need them really. You have the skilled developers, and that's the whole shift left, DevSecOps, and what it's all about. And that's it. So the 7 things you need to have is the beginning. Later on, it's a bit more complex. It has a lot to do with leadership, more leadership than actually technology. But if you're interested in more about that later steps, I'm happy to answer every question to that, or my colleagues from Lacework. Thanks.
Much, Andreas. All right, we still have a couple of minutes for questions. Probably you'll also be in the speaker lounge afterwards for any questions. But are there right now any questions from the audience? Any hands? Otherwise, you actually already answered my questions. Before your talk, I tried to think about if I have my own startup. Oh, there's one question.
Yeah, in the back as well.
I'll just bring you your mic.
Hi there. Thanks for the great talk. You mentioned the last point, leadership is a big part. What would you advise maybe startup co-founders, founders, or CTOs on how you can bring that into the culture of like thinking about with the developers, the tech teams, think security as like one part of the tech infrastructure?
Yeah. So it's a good question. I talk about that a lot, about leadership. So I would always recommend startups to get in some advisors, good advisors, or read a good book about leadership. There's, for example, one book called Turn the Ship Around from David Marquis. Must read. It's not about security, but it's about how you build trust in your organization. And it's a lot about trust. You need to trust your developers and asking the right questions. So it's up to you to ask the right question, but it's like I said, start with a vision, like a bug bounty program. We want to be as awesome as the big companies out there. Maybe you don't have the free food, the spa, and so on. Maybe you have free apples, that's it. But it's not all about that, so you have to give them some kind of purpose so that they can grow. So it's more really the fundamentals, how you lead a team, how you build trust. So you have to embed security as well. Security is just another part, like quality, like awesome, like something else, but you have to create that sense in your developers and trust that they will do the right thing.
Great, thank you so much. Any other question? Raise your hand high. Otherwise, one question from my side. So I have a pretty good action plan on what I should look out for when I'm starting my own company, a tech product. But when we put ourselves in the scenario of I'm getting attacked, I'm following all your steps, but they are not letting loose and try to find or are already in my product, in my user data, what should I do then? Like, what would you recommend to a small startup, doesn't have a lot of resources, but is right now in the phase of scaling a lot? Is there anything that they can do, anybody they can reach out to?
Yeah, they are always like, I would try to build a little network with local companies for whatever you need. It's for, if you need it for marketing, but the same for security. Just building that network and relationship earlier. Because if you need it, I would just call them and ask for help. Maybe it's just a friend that you know. Now you know me, so you can call me. I'm in Switzerland, I'm expensive, but it's okay. No, just kidding. Just kidding. No, you have to have a good network of people that you trust, that in case something really goes south, that you can call them. So that's the only advice, because you can't know everything. An attack can be so sophisticated that you might need help. But there are a lot of security companies and professionals out there, and I would always look for the smaller ones and not the larger ones. The larger ones are boring and are too expensive. The smaller ones, they care about you. So finding small security companies where you feel that they have the same vibe like you, these are the right ones to talk to.
Great, thank you so much. So I'll make sure to call you while I'm skiing in Davos when they try to attack me.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh.
Technologie ist, was der Mensch daraus macht. Oder Millionen von Menschen. Technologie bringt uns zusammen. Und zusammen können wir alles erreichen. Wir sind die Gigabit Company. Das Netz ist unsere Aufgabe. Damit verbinden wir Menschen und Maschinen. Jeden Tag. Und bauen an einer besseren Zukunft. Unsere Vision? Die Gigabit-Gesellschaft in Deutschland. Jeder Zweite im Land ist unser Kunde. Zusammen geben wir immer neue Anstöße. Von Gesundheit bis Bildung. Von Politik bis Familie. Wir halten Deutschland am Laufen. Selbst dann, wenn die Welt stillstehen muss. Ihr seht uns nicht, aber wir sind immer da. Im Boden, in der Luft. Mit euch auf der Couch. Und bald überall. Mit dem ersten 5G-Echtzeit-Netz für Deutschland und maßgeschneiderten Lösungen für Unternehmen können wir zusammen Neues schaffen. Fähren lernen, autonom zu fahren. Fußballspiele werden in Echtzeit mobil übertragen. Wissenschaft und Wirtschaft revolutionieren sich selbst. Wir können Container digital sichern, kochen wie Profis, in den Autos von morgen die Zukunft erleben und unseren Kindern die ganze Welt an die Hand geben. Mit der technologischen Power unserer Netze. Und mit den Menschen, die sie nutzen, ihnen Leben einhauchen. Bunt, jung, alt, völlig verschieden. Laut, still, stolz, anspruchsvoll, umweltbewusst. Genau wie wir. Das ist der Herzschlag einer neuen Zeit. Alles verändert sich. Und zusammen können wir alles verändern. Mehr Schritte aufeinander zu. Mehr Fortschritt zusammen. Und die Welt heute, morgen, jeden Tag immer besser machen. Das ist Together We Can.
always a majestic sound for the entry of me. I'm just a moderator, so I don't provide any knowledge. But our next speakers actually just flew in from London. They're the founders of 11x, which is a venture that is working on the vision of the future of work, and especially on how to leverage speed teams or liquid super teams. I tried to find out a little bit on LinkedIn and try to understand what the vision behind it is, but you're still in stealth mode, but I'm really sure that you will share your vision with the audience today. So I would say, let's welcome the CEO, Hassan, and the CTO, Martin, to their today's talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just checking, everyone can hear us well? Super, great. Well, to introduce myself, my name is Hassan Sukar. I'm the CEO and co-founder of 11x.
And my name is Martin, and I'm the CTO and co-founder of 11x.
Over the next 10 minutes or so, we will collectively think about what will the future of work be and how work will change in 10 years from now. We will talk about three things. We will start by sharing our insights about trends we are seeing that are transforming how people work. Then we will introduce you to the concept of the human cloud. And we will end by sharing our vision of liquid super teams. Liquid super teams. Hold on to that. We will get to it in a minute. Now, I will start by asking all of you a question. What do you think is the average tenure of an employee in technology at a startup in Europe across the industry? Is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? Is it 1 year? What is 2 years? So this is the broad perspective. Now, what we see is, historically, it used to be the case that people spend their entire careers at one company. Then, this evolved into a structure where people spend maybe 3 to 5 years at any given organization. Right now, across most companies, for tech talent, that number is just less than 1 year. So work is becoming more flexible. Work is becoming more liquid. And over a 40-year horizon, people will probably have 30, 40 jobs or even more. And this number keeps increasing. So this is one of the first things we are seeing in the space. I will follow on this with a story, a personal story. A few months ago, as I was leaving my job at McKinsey, a great friend reached out and he proposed to us that we team up and take on a freelance project together. We were helping a YC startup enter the UK market in a space that we knew well. It ended up being one of the most interesting experiences of my career. I learned that as a freelancer, you have complete choice and freedom and autonomy and ownership over your career. You could choose what you work on, who you work with, and how you spend your time, and where you live, and so forth. I also learned that as an independent worker, the vision behind what you could achieve in terms of earnings, in terms of freedom, is just unmatched. And then I thought, is it just me? Or why don't more people do this? And I started to look more into the space. And the first thing I realized is, I am not alone. We are seeing that the world of work changing in a hugely rapid way. 80% of executives are believing that in the future, the way their companies are structured will completely transform. It will be based around projects, around the flexible structure versus fixed roles. The other thing we saw, that 70% of workers are saying that they will take a cut in order to stay remote, in order to stay flexible. And 4 in 5 people we spoke with that went into independent work said there's nothing that would make them go back to traditional employment. So with that in mind, we are entering a space that we call the freelance revolution. In 5 years from now, there will be more freelancers than freelancers across knowledge work in Europe and the US. And this is driven by a multitude of factors. The first thing that this is driven by is a generational shift. Over 50% of Gen Z workers freelanced, compared to less than 10% of the baby boomer or the millennial generation. Why? Because what people need from work is evolving. Work has shifted from something where people envisage it as a place of stability, where they have things on the side, to something where people see it as a meaning. This is why we keep hearing about things around quiet quitting or the great resignation. Because what individuals want from work is just increased freedom, increased flexibility, increased autonomy, and this is driving a huge boom in the industry. This is coupled with another fact, which is there's 3 times more vacancies for tech talent in the US and Europe than there is supply. And the supply of great talent is not increasing rapidly. So this is creating an environment at which companies are tapping into more fractional workers, into more on-demand workers, into external agencies, into all sorts of organizations that help them meet their needs. And this is creating the perfect wave for a revolution that we are seeing across the freelancing landscape. I will pass over to you, Martin.
Now, what has caused this massive shift? And one of the things that we've seen is that the rise of technology is making us obsolete. We're able to collaborate with each other using tools like Zoom. Now, one thing that's really interesting as well is that freelancers are able to use tooling to automate normal business processes like admin or taxes. And the marketplaces are out there right now. They're able to democratize access to these jobs and allow companies to efficiently source talent on demand. And like Hassan just said, Gen Z has wildly different expectations from work in general, and they're much more open to freelancing work. Now, the way we see this is that work and employment is being unbundled. Just because you have work doesn't mean you have to have a full-time employee. And what that also means is that this work still needs to be done. And we're able to look into what we call the human cloud. And when we talk about the human cloud, it's the collective source of talent, the pool of talent that you're able to tap into by looking at freelancers and agencies. Now, using the human cloud, you're able to scale up, kind of like the computing cloud as well, where you take on these resources, take on these talents on an on-demand basis, and you only hire when you need to get work done. Now, I'll let Hassan talk a little bit more about the liquid SuperTeams.
So historically, there has been 2 options for most individuals. Either you're a cog in a big machine, you're part of a big company, or you go and operate solo as a freelancer. What we are seeing is a concept called liquid SuperTeams. And what's a liquid SuperTeam? It's this idea of an Avengers-style approach to work, where you bring superhero talent from different places, they assemble around a project, and they get it done. It's the same way that Hollywood works, where you bring the best talent out there to take on a mission and move on. This is the inspiration behind our name. We called ourselves 11X because we thought of the movie Ocean's 11, where you bring great talent around something, they deliver the mission, and everyone moves on. We see this structure as an inevitable destination in the future for a few reasons. Why? Because individual workers need to collaborate. They need to team up, take on bigger, more interesting, and more exciting work. And as a group, they are stronger, there's more unity, there's more community, and there is more to achieve. Now, this to us is a huge opportunity that we need to enable. Most people will freelance, most freelancers will work in teams, and we want to be at the forefront of this revolution. Now, thinking a little bit about the opportunity and what can we do to leverage and not miss out on this move to the human cloud, and on the opportunity, sending it over back to you, Martin.
No worries. So the thing for companies that can really use the human cloud for is innovation. So all of a sudden, this talent that wasn't available to you before because of long hiring processes or just not being able to attract this kind of talent, you've got access to it now. Another thing is, like I said, the speed. If you tap into the human cloud and tap into freelancers, they're ready within days, not months. Now, and another thing that's really interesting about this is the cost benefit. All of a sudden, you're able to only hire for when a job needs to get done, not just because you need to fill in a position. Now, there are some challenges involved with this as well, and one of them is trust, and it's something that we thought deeply about, where the quality of work needs to be guaranteed. Another way is connecting and making sure that this top talent you can easily connect to, easily find, and easily have access to it. And then communication between the client as well as the human cloud needs to be well defined and needs to be regulated. Now, the future. One of the predictions that we're making is that unicorns will go to an average of 200 full-time employees rather than 600. And the reason why is because they're able to get the same amount of work done with a smaller core of employees, but a bigger tap into the human cloud. And one thing we're predicting as well is that talent chooses. Talent chooses when they work, for who they work, and what they work on. And another thing we're seeing is liquid super teams or micro agencies, where the squads of talent are going to self-organize and form these teams around real missions and real work that needs to be done.
And on that point, as we like to do, I will end by sharing our vision and where we see this is going. Yeah. There are two things that we stand for. The first thing, we want to make independent work a superior option for top talent because we believe in the values of independent work. The second thing is we want to build the place that in 10 years from now, it's the default option for top talent globally to collaborate and take on missions together. And by doing that, we are bundling independent work and unbundling enterprise. We look forward to telling you more about it. It has been such a pleasure over the last 2 months since we began on this journey to learn, to speak to hundreds of Gen Z workers specifically that are entering the era of the human cloud. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for being here. Now, just looking at the clock, is that already the break time clock or is it the speaking time clock? I think it's fine. Nice. So maybe a question from my side. I'm a big believer of the flexible workspace. So right now I'm still at Project A with a fixed, boring contract. So probably in the future I will also become a freelancer myself. But when you look at the tech organization, software as a service, maybe 100, 200 people, what roles do you think cannot become flexible? What roles do have to stay within the company with like normal contracts and cannot be put to freelancers?
Absolutely. The trend we are seeing there is the core of organizations is shrinking. And companies are being surrounded by a cloud of talent that they could tap into on demand. So we see more reliance on people that you could tap into that are at the top of their fields they could access versus acquire. We really believe in accessing talent versus acquiring talent. Now, to your question about what specific roles would be core, we believe that the core management of a company is not something you could outsource, but increasingly, the scope of what you could rely on the human cloud on is increasing rapidly.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions from the round? Yes, back there. I will run fast.
Hi. First of all, I really dig your vision. I think it's an amazing idea. I have one big question. For me, it seems that, as if you say, like in 10 years, there are more liquid teams than normal workers. Which effect has this on like a company culture? I can relate to this because when I'm joining a company, the number 2 priorities for me are vision, mission, purpose of a company and culture. But if I'm joining a company where I know that basically everyone is only freelancing and I don't have like a second family kind of, what's your standpoint on this matter?
It's a great question. And we believe that it will be one of the big unlocks that will unchain a lot of companies from entering the human cloud. So more specifically, on the point around culture, the type of workers that choose to work in independent teams, they have a shared identity. They have a shared purpose around being part of a community. They have a shared purpose around being in a small crew that takes on these missions. And there's always going to be, where do you find them? So for example, with 11x, the approach we are taking, we have a very clearly defined set of things that we look for in the people that form part of the cloud that we are building. And there's always alignment between both sides of the network. So culture is we expect it will be one of the biggest unlocks of unchaining enterprise or unchaining companies from accessing human cloud. And it's something that we hope to be at the forefront of enabling.
I think we're over with the time. Would you be fine to go to the speaker lounge later after all the talks so you can take up the other questions from the crowd?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice, cool. Then you can see them in the crowd later at the speaker slot. Cool, thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it. La da la da. Ooh.
I'm going to download the new app, and we'll get you started in the meantime.
All right. If anyone could have told me how hard it would be to get to this point, I don't know that I would have done it.
We both were working so many hours, knowing that you don't have any more to give, but you want to step up.
매일매일 실패합니다. 스타트업의 숙명인 것 같아요.
I'm just not feeling it.
Is it because we're Black female founders with no tech background that we can't launch a business?
I wish this innovation was everywhere. This is 100% what I believe I should be doing, but how do we actually make it happen?
That cost of failure is so high. It's a lot of responsibility to have.
Ashley Ammons and her mother, Carrie Schrader, mother-daughter team who founded this.
As an entrepreneur, your first job is to find the place and the people that get you, feel you, support you, champion you, and go there and conquer.
It's good to have a community, not just of people that believe in you, but people who are facing the same challenges.
I don't think that I would have made it this far without the feeling of community that I found here.
Women in my age group come up to me and say, "You have inspired me to do what I've always wanted to do."
You put another brick in the wall today, and that's what we're doing.
It has pushed me to be not just a tech innovator, but a guiding light to other people.
I had permission to dream. I don't think I had that.
If I can help just one person, it was going to be worth it. But now at the prospect of doing this for hundreds, thousands, millions of people, there is nothing that can stop us.
The vision for Kerber Digital is to make Kerber into the largest player for AI-driven B2B software products, and with that create value for our customers and the planet. Kerber is a traditional industrial and technology company. Kerber Digital is an independent entity in the Kerber ecosystem. It's totally different from what you would expect in corporate organizations. The level of flexibility, trust, speed, freedom to operate is unseen in other corporate environments. Within the Kerber ecosystem, we play multiple roles. One is to build own sustainable business, to basically make Kerber a digital leader of the future. And two is to help all of the existing businesses to become a digital leader in their domain. And third, we're actually a driver of the future way of working with exciting topics and tasks. We bring a lot of unfair advantage to the game. We have customer access and trust into the Kerber brand from customers. For example, we have one of the ventures that is active in pharma environment, and we are already working on productive lines at various top pharma customers. There's no way on earth how you can make that happen with hundreds of million funding if you want, if you don't have this relationship and this trust. The second big benefit is that you can really focus on what you love as an entrepreneur, which is typically to create value for customers, which is product development and commercialization. What makes me proud, and sometimes it's hard to believe, that we've proven and showed that as corporate company building is the way to go for an established organization to be innovative and competitive to venture capital funded startups. I always had this as a dream and I wanted to prove that that works. Corporate venture building means basically that we are serial entrepreneurs. So we look for problems of our customers, then we actually create a new company, which is owned by Körber Digital. And we are now basically, what I believe, the largest company builder, largest corporate company builder, certainly in Europe, and certainly globally around AI-driven products in manufacturing. And for me, this is actually almost like a dream. I see myself in a position to every year create new, exciting business opportunities, exciting companies. And first of all, what you can feel is like a very open environment. But what unites us more is the way of working and the way we treat each other and how we act with each other. And if you want to make a difference, everyone will help you to make a difference. And my job is basically to bring together talent in our crew and enable them to achieve results they could have not believed they would be able to do.
right, welcome to our next session. Actually, a little bit of story time, 30 seconds before we dive into it. And we can stop the countdown, thank you. So around 3.5, 4 years ago was the first time that I heard about this kind of small Berlin startup that tried to democratize the financial market, access to the financial market through a mobile app. So you can invest your money into stocks, now ETFs, now even crypto. And 4 years ago, that vision was very bold. It resonated with me a lot. I was back then still in university, so I had no cash, couldn't invest, but I was definitely convinced of the idea. But together with friends, we discussed heavily what is the impact on the financial market of this, but also how do you manage to build a product in this complex environment with all the stock exchanges, with the complexity of government regulations, even scaling that across markets. And while we loved the idea, we were very skeptical about how to make it successful. But I'm glad to say that today we have two of the instrumental leaders of making that vision come true here with us on the stage, especially Thanasis, the VP Product and Engineering at Trade Republic, and Marcel, I should drink some water. Marcel, the Director of Product at Trade Republic, together with our Project A CTO, Stefan Schulze, who is on a day-to-day basis advising our startups on how to scale their engineering product teams. And this is what they're going to talk today about. So the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
So welcome to the talk, everyone. We're going to talk with Thanasis and Marcel about the topic of scaling tech and product in a fast-paced environment. Like Marius mentioned already, Thanasis joined Trade Republic as a VP of data and engineering, data and data science in 2020, I guess, after having several stations at Airbnb, Uber, Netflix, so all the big names, and took over the whole engineering department as well as a VP engineering now in May 2022. And Marcel, as mentioned as well, joined Trade Republic in November 2021, built 2 startups already, spent quite a significant time in Revolut, also well-known banking on fintech startup. And for the next 30 minutes, we will talk us through mainly 3 topics. Scaling in general, the necessary organizational setup that you need for that, and of course also cultural aspects that come with such a challenge and in such an environment. So maybe if we start with the scaling part in the first time, the first question, Thanasis, that I would like to ask you is, what does scaling mean for you?
Yes. Trade Republic and all great companies are built on 3 pillars, right? People, product, and process. So for us, scaling is scaling the number of people who have, scaling the process to make them successful and efficient. We have a much bigger team than before. The process you have at 50 people and 500 tend to be slightly different. And of course, scaling the product, right? And scaling the product, I think the best person to talk about it is Marcel.
Yeah, and that is, just continue because that is the handover. Okay. Thanks, Thanasis, for taking it over.
Yeah, so after product market fit, right, so basically there is a phase in where you receive a bit of funds and then you have to understand how to make these funds the best use, right? And usually startups, they have like a hard time, right, to find product market fit. This is like the first time in where basically, right, whenever you build like the first like concept of whatever you're building, right, you're a bit in a hard moment, right? And afterwards, the second moment is like whenever you're scaling, whenever you found that grip out there in the market and how to actually scale the processes around efficiency, right? And at the same time, like scale can be geographical scale or otherwise like new business lines. And in order to do it efficiently, in order to then like succeed, you must actually think of proper process in place and at the same time talent, right? And yeah, that's like, let's say.
So that's very interesting. You talk a lot about the proper processes and bringing that in place. Are these the main challenges that you see from a product and tech side? Maybe starting with product here. So is it all about processes?
I think like at the beginning, whenever you build something from scratch, you have a strong vision, and then the issue is that, again, whenever you have enough funds to scale the teams, you might find some difficulties in maintaining the vision, right? So vision is also incredibly important to be maintained because often we've seen it around there, right? So there are several companies that start doing something, they lose the vision, they hire like wrongly in different areas without like a proper ratio between engineering, product, design, and obviously all the supporting functions. And this doesn't work, unfortunately, because ultimately you just realize that you're spending too much money in areas in where you shouldn't be spending money, and basically you're building bottlenecks, and where basically obviously brings to stop.
It's like loss of efficiency as well, right?
Yeah.
If you look into the tech side, Thanasis, so what do you see as the main challenges? Is that as processes as well, or is that also more?
Yeah, so I like very much the way Marcel said it. I think in the beginning, the vision is very important, right? Our companies start by being founder-led. The founders basically build it. At some point, you have to transition to being founder-inspired. And this is very similar when you think about the technology behind the company. In the beginning, the founders probably can look at every aspect of what you're building, how you're building it, what are the trade-offs you want to make. But as the organization grows, you have to teach people to make the right trade-offs. And this means understand the context they're operating in and learning to take the right type of risks, right? Now, the process will help them, but it's not going to take the decisions for them. So you still need to have capable people, trust them, hire the right type of people, give them the right scope and scale of challenges so that they can succeed and allow your organization to scale.
It's very interesting. I mean, both of you mentioned like scope, division. How do you keep such a huge organization aligned? I mean, there's very often talks about OKRs and things like that. But what is your maybe recipe or your approach to align organizations? Maybe starting also with the tech side here as we...
Yes. So let's first talk about huge. We're like 500-600 people. This is not even big, right? So let's put things in the right perspective. Huge organization is Microsoft. And if you have Nadella here who managed to turn the ship around, this is really impressive. In this size, the problems have already been solved, right? So I think the first idea is don't try to invent the wheel. See how other successful companies did it and try to take the parts that fit your use case. In our case, for example, we do have business units, like many companies do. We call them elements in Trade Republic terms, right? And they focus on different parts of the user journey. Right? I think this is a single solution that works well.
Yeah, I think like it's also important looking. So basically, think of like new joiners, right? Because ultimately you have so many people that join in a really short amount of time. So they usually they don't know what's going on across the board, right? And how to give visibility and transparency of what's going on, who's working on what. So that's like probably one of the most fundamental pieces that needs to be in place in order to make things work at scale, right? And then obviously, like, again, we're like 700 people. I think we're pretty small still, to be honest, and we must grow massively, but yes. And at the same time, like, visibility and like process doesn't mean like killing creativity, right? It means like giving just like guardrails to people in order to execute like whatever is like their, I don't know, vision for their piece of work, piece of product, right? And for their future.
Yeah. That very much connects to my next question, because the question that I ask myself is, if you're in such a small, medium-sized organization, how much flexibility is still possible, right? So you spoke about guardrails and guidelines to just provide some kind of direction, but flexibility is also something that is still required. So would you say that organizations that size can still be flexible, or is it more like a dream?
I don't know. Yesterday I was at dinner. I live between London and Berlin, and I was at dinner with a friend of mine in London, and he works at Amazon. And basically, he started working at. He does push notifications for Kindle, and he was telling me, "Hey, I just started. It's like pretty hard because there are no processes in place." I'm like, "What's going on?" And just like tells me, "Well, I joined this team, and like the roadmap was 1 year." So I'm like. How can you actually be flexible if you're thinking of your goal. Obviously, you have to think of like your vision, your long-term goal, and and definitely you have like certain products that takes like ages to get out there. But like ultimately, what matters is like getting to a point in where you're able to break down the problem to small chunkies and like give them like tangible deliverables every quarter eventually, or every X months, right? And then basically just like execute towards this, right? But always maintaining like in your head, your vision, what you want to do, right? Pieces, blocking pieces, like put them together and then like eventually release the big feature.
But maybe to add to that, that still mean you also have a roadmap, right? So it's nothing where you say, hey, we are just going for the next quarter, but you also have like a more long-term roadmap in place. How does that look like then? So is it very blurry and high-level blocks of things you would like to do in the future?
Yes, let me take it from here. We are very aligned on this. It's easy for both of us to answer the questions, right? Of course, we have a roadmap. And the roadmap starts from a very ambitious vision to democratize access to wealth for all of Europe, right? This cannot be a roadmap in itself, or it will be a 10-year roadmap. It's very vague and it's inspirational. It becomes more concrete the shorter term it becomes. So we do try at the moment to have quarterly plans that are actually very spec'd out. We prioritize work and we try to keep it as consistent as possible over the next quarter period, right? This still leaves us enough agility to move and change things, but we need to have some kind of plan, which is detailed for 3 months out. Now, we started a few months ago being partners in crime, and I hope 1 year from now, if you ask us, we'll have a 1-year plan between ourselves. And the teams can still work on this quarterly cadence, right? But at the moment, we still work on a quarterly basis with them since the second quarter we're leading the teams. And eventually we'll have a higher altitude, look longer time periods, and the teams can actually take this all by themselves.
All right. Maybe also adding to that and connecting that to the communication part. So again, if you have an organization of, 500, 700 people, right? All of that roadmap communication is still also necessary thing. So what is kind of best practice that you either do at Trade Republic or maybe have seen in other companies to make sure that this communication is also happening and that you maybe can call someone in the middle of the night and say, hey, what is the third roadmap item for the next quarter? And that person says, oh yeah, it's blah, 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 blah. Is there any best practice in that regard?
Well, in this sense, we build like an internal tool, which is like amazing. It's like basically, I mean, there are certain ceremonies internally, right? So we have like people that are leading department, and then they come up with their quarterly planning and what they want to achieve throughout the quarter. And there is a committee internally that goes through a review of it whenever they propose it. So basically, another really interesting thing is like how to move from startup phase to scale up. It's like also giving space, right, to whoever is working with you, because it's incredibly important. Because I don't know, I have probably like 20 direct reports, and I can't know whatever is going on everywhere, right? So it's really important that they're freed and they're doing whatever, they're empowered to do their best in their job, right? But basically what we do is just like quarterly roadmap reviews, and then we have some business reviews and product reviews. I'm incredibly design-centric, so basically I start everything from design first approach. So basically before like actually also like platform-related topics. Basically, we want to see a Figma with like the platform already like high-level designed, and then simply bringing people to understand what they're doing, right? And then what is the impact for customers. So in this scenario, we have product reviews and business reviews, and basically the teams on a weekly basis go through with the head of department, go through KPIs, roadmap delivery, CSAT, because it's really important also to look at the customer satisfaction and like how customers are interacting with your product and how these are actually complaining or otherwise how many bugs you have and so going on. And then whenever you have to launch something new, product marketing, right? Because ultimately what we're doing is like putting together a product-like company, and it's all about product. So,
right, thanks a lot. And this, I would also like to take the switch now a bit to the organizational side of things, right, in org structures. I mean, you mentioned it already. You're following like cross-functional team approach that are working alongside the customer journey and the funnel eventually, which are then grouped in larger, I think it was elements in your case, right? Everyone names it a bit differently. That's kind of a standard structure nowadays, right? So if you look into any more modern tech company, it seems that all of them work that way. Do you see any limitations in that approach, right? So I mean, independent team also comes with potentially isolation as one example, right? But is there anything where you saw, okay, that approach, reach its limits at a certain point?
So I think the world moved miles ahead the last couple of years with COVID and the remote working, in people being able to stay connected all there in the same space, right? And I think the best way to keep everybody on track is tooling that we have now, and allows them to have the same ground truth. Because sometimes in a company, the first problem is ground truth is missing, right? The second problem is if you don't have a clear idea of how you want to build products, let's say design first or a specific type of setup, it's very hard to filter for people who will be successful in this specific setup. A rule of thumb I have in an interview is if I have to repeat myself, I'm a no, right? So you have to actually create an environment where people can be successful and then filter actively to get people who are successful in this process. So for example, in cross-functional teams, we do have a cross-functional interview in the interview loop, right? Engineers speak to product managers speak to designers speak to engineers. It's very important to check these skills before you put them to work together, right? So once you decide on your approach, and the approach itself, I don't think it needs to be a place of innovation, you have to be really religious on applying it correctly on all parts of the process, from how you talk to people, how you run the teams, how you interview and grow these teams.
I would add that I wouldn't follow any books. I'm sorry, but like I'm against all the things that are written in books. It's like all theory, honestly. Just like you have to understand, like you have to read the room. You have to read like founders' like idea of like how like the business should be run and like how the product should be looking like, and then basically come up with your own internal like way of putting things together, which means like cross-functional teams, right? So all the idea of having like PM, EM, and then data, each of the teams, right, and designer, it just like, it doesn't work, right? Because obviously it's just like not efficient. You spend so much money, and like people honestly are spending probably a few hours a day of like doing a tiny bit of like whatever is like their own like all potential, right? Because ultimately if you think of each and every team having all these like 3 pillars, it's just like there is like overhead, there is overhead, nobody takes decision, nobody takes ownership, so and basically nobody goes anywhere. And so it's like quite important to like find balances. Some teams might need an EM and a PM. Other teams might need like a technical PM or like a more UX focused PM. And then like some teams might need a designer or not. And it's like quite important.
So that actually means you don't follow like a standard approach, like this is our standard team setup, like you said, engineering manager, designer, and so on and so forth. But you assemble teams still cross-functional, but always according to the needs, right?
Correct.
And is that that's one recommendation, right? Do we say, hey, look definitely at, okay, this is what I want to achieve, and then assemble the team accordingly. You set the hiring part, right? So decide for, recommend maybe to people or to founders who are more early stage this times, and say, hey, we're just in the beginning of the journey. Our team is way smaller than yours, maybe just 20 people, which is the size for some of the companies that is larger than expected, but any advice that you would give them already in that early stage?
A lot of advice. The first one is always strong opinions loosely held, right? Things will change and opinions that were right before might be wrong now, and that's fine. Keep on evolving and embrace change. The second thing is usually founders of this size, of 50 to 100 people, they get obsessed with maintaining the culture, the successful culture. Now, the culture always changes, right? The organization gets new people and gets bigger. The culture will change. What you can do is guide it to the direction you think is most fruitful. But if you want to maintain it, that's just impossible, right? Then you should just stop changing and stop growing. So I would say embrace change, hold your opinions loosely, and learn as you go on.
Yeah. Okay, that's very interesting. We'll touch up on culture in a second. But Marcel, anything to add from your side? We'll say that would definitely be advice you would like to give.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if we're talking about like beginning, like
relatively early, right?
Okay.
So it's like as
product
said, maybe
fit
yeah, we have a bit of a product market fit already. Okay. We have a product market fit already. Maybe just entering like the scale phase in the very early stage.
Yeah, I'd say like pretty much like a focus on customer always and forever, and just like. I mean, like, especially if you're like an organization that has to make a revenue and like to show up like a revenue to investors in order to raise funds fine, you do that a bit, but ultimately what matters is like, especially at the beginning, making sure that basically your customer love your product and basically try to go for growth. And this means that ultimately you have to attract people. They're really close to what you're doing, right, and what you want to do, and simply they love it, and they're happy to come to work, and basically you build a backbone of like a successful organization afterwards, and definitely like a really good technical lead, because it's just like someone that's like able to understand what is like tech, right? Because then scaling, I've seen it, I don't know, at Revolut, I've seen it here at Trade Republic too. Often, like, the CTOs are great because they jump in fixing things because they know pretty much everything, the good ones, right? So that's like incredibly important.
Thanks a lot. Just want to say or add to that. I mean, the customer focus, that's also by the book, right? At least in that point, they're obviously right. Let's speak about the culture part, and that's maybe also for our audience, right? So we discussed that part before, and I actually asked both of them to describe the culture of Trade Republic in product and tech in one sentence. And Marcel, maybe you would like to start. So how would you describe the culture in Trade Republic?
Honestly, I don't know. Just like I think everybody is like incredibly close to whatever we're doing. So what I was amazed about Trade Republic as compared to my previous experience is that the majority of people, like in product, they really love what they're doing. Just like they're so, I don't know, just like they keep talking about it always, and they really enjoy it, right? So, which is great. Previously, for instance, was different. It was more personal satisfaction, success, and I don't know, just like probably a bit of ego, but whatever. But it worked too, right? So.
All right. So people love what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's my takeaway. Thanasis, what's on your side?
So I think on the pros and cons side, you can see it both ways. People are very modest. I think what we're building is actually fairly complex, and we do a pretty good job about it. Like, it's not like we have an outage a day, right? And I think people are modest on one hand, which is great, to work with people who don't have a very strong ego. On the other hand, I want them to be more confident, right? So there is a very famous Greek CEO, actually, who says that engineers are lions and they are fed with challenges. And I want to see more of this confidence into, I'll pick up this next challenge, right? So I think modesty works well. Teams are very close together and they have great team spirit. But I would also like to see a bit more of this good type of ego and confidence. I can do this, you know.
Very interesting. I mean, it's also, let's zoom a bit out of Trade Republic maybe now. I mean, Thanasis, you worked for companies Silicon Valley based. The same goes for you, Marcel. When you have a look at the culture at these companies as an example, is that different to what we see, at least in Europe and maybe even especially in Germany? And how close are both cultural approaches?
So they're different. Every company is different, right? Even between Airbnb and Uber, the culture is miles apart. But I think something that surprised me coming to Germany is that there is a whole different ecosystem that I had to learn to operate in, right? I worked in the Netherlands for like 10 years. And moving from the US, I thought Germany is going to be like the Netherlands. But it's not, right? Now, I think there are some really great parts of it. People want to be fulfilled by their job. They want to be motivated by the mission. They join for the mission, right? But I also think there is many things that hold them back. A lot of times they want to fill employees with just representation before about freelancers, right? People who don't want to belong to an organization. And I think this idea of ownership, it's very important when you talk about technology. Like, the work is never finished, right? You keep on owning and you keep on fixing things. And I would like to see people having a much more long-term relationship to their employer and the way they want to build stuff.
Yeah. All right. Interesting. Marcel, what's your take on that?
I'd say, I think like overall, like, I think, I don't know, my perception has been in the last 9 months is that basically people are really reading a book. I just like they have to get a bit out of the perception and the idea of whatever is written somewhere is actually the way to move forward. And the difference that I've seen between, I don't know, previous experiences and here is that I don't know, just like I love like everybody taking a bit more initiative and ownership, as Thanasis was saying, and owning completely end-to-end the piece of product that they're building, and at the same time not being scared of launching something, learn from it, from data, and not being too focused on only user testing before launching something, because otherwise nothing will get out. And so I'd say a bit more pragmatic. That will help like incredibly, I think, like the ecosystem around here.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So I had a conversation earlier this day with a colleague, and we also discussed that part, and at least that very German-specific part was in terms of, okay, if you talk to a German about a problem, the first, or like a challenge, let's phrase it that way, the first thing that the person is very likely going to do to explain you why it's very unlikely that it's going to be
work,
possible
yes.
and to work, right?
So solution-oriented will be, and actually it's like pretty interesting. I'm really happy to see our team changing incredibly at the beginning when I joined. Now you have like this problem, you can do this. I'm like, I'm sorry, can you just like bring me 3-4 solution, and you advise for the optimal one, and you take a decision, and then you make people aware of like what is your decision, and we go for it. So yeah.
And there is a virtuous cycle, right? When the teams deliver and they launch things, they get more confident, and they take more risks, and they do even better, right? So I think we're in the early phases of this reinforcement learning period, where if you try hard and you take risks, you will succeed. This is great, so you'll do more of this and keep on going up into the skies.
All right, thanks a lot. Maybe to stress the topic a bit more, right? I mean, so sometimes we also see that, and I think it was part of the talk that Rainer had in the very beginning, right, where he talked about the 4-day week that people are actually looking for, and hey, I'm working from 9 to 6, which can also be like a European or German mentality type. I mean, that doesn't sound like it's fitting or reaching expectations, right? In terms of, okay, you can't probably be someone who is a reliability engineer, a sub reliability engineer, who's just available from 9 to 6, as an example. Is it something that you would expect from people to just invest more and take more ownership? And would it also then mean to just do extra hours and stuff like that?
I think there is like, can I go first?
Go first. We have strong opinions. So
yeah.
Go first.
Strong opinions. So I think like, another difference is that in other countries, like you become an owner of the organization, right? I don't know. I think Thanasis and myself, we became owners because we had shares, right? And then eventually, you know, I'm 30. I don't know, and I reckon, I don't know, if like the markets doesn't like, blow up completely, I'll be able to retire eventually pretty soon. It's not because of like, you know, just it's happening because I'm working 4 hours a day, right? It's because ultimately I've been working a tiny bit. But this brings to the point that it doesn't matter how long you work, right? As long as you're able to do your job and your job is like high quality.
And I would agree. I would ask, how does 4 days a week help our customers? How does 9 to 6 help our customers? I want to understand where you're coming from.
I think it doesn't, to be honest.
No, but exactly. So if someone comes from the perspective, I don't want to help our customers, then maybe that's not the right place, right? We're here to give our customers more work. And we have people who work less or work more. This is not mad. You know, we're very, I would say, we're blessed to be in a place where our work output is not a direct proportion of our work input, right? It's not like work in a supermarket and we blip items on a corridor, right? People need to bring value to our customers. That's what matters. And if it's coming more valuable 4 days than 5 days, I'm all up to discuss this. But at the end of the day, that's what matters, bringing value to our customers.
But I think, so thanks for adding to that. And I think, Marcel, you also mentioned a very important point, right? And I think this is like a European or not only German-specific topic, right? And that's the part of shares, right? So if you go into any US company, you join there, you actually get shares from the beginning, right? And so in motivation is probably quite different one to move things fast forward because you also directly participate in that. That's definitely nothing that we see that often happening yet. I'm not really sure. Do people ask for that? As maybe the last question, also seeing the time.
I think some of them do, and the ecosystem gets more mature in Berlin. They need to see more successful IPOs to be more stock-oriented. But it's a mindset. I don't think it's about the shares, right? You can go to McDonald's in Berlin. You can go to McDonald's in San Francisco. Nobody has shares. customer service is different, right?
All right. Cool. Thanks a lot, and have a great rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but you might find the both in the speaker lounge.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, mom, we made it. La la la, ooh. Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic.
Technologie ist, was der Mensch daraus macht. Oder Millionen von Menschen. Technologie bringt uns zusammen. Und zusammen können wir alles erreichen. Wir sind die Gigabit Company. Das Netz ist unsere Aufgabe. Damit verbinden wir Menschen und Maschinen. Jeden Tag. Und bauen an einer besseren Zukunft. Unsere Vision? Die Gigabit-Gesellschaft in Deutschland. Jeder Zweite im Land ist unser Kunde. Zusammen geben wir immer neue Anstöße. Von Gesundheit bis Bildung, von Politik bis Familie. Wir halten Deutschland am Laufen, selbst dann, wenn die Welt stillstehen muss. Ihr seht uns nicht, aber wir sind immer da. Im Boden, in der Luft, mit euch auf der Couch und bald überall. Mit dem ersten 5G-Echtzeit-Netz für Deutschland und maßgeschneiderten Lösungen für Unternehmen können wir zusammen Neues schaffen. Fähren lernen, autonom zu fahren. Fußballspiele werden in Echtzeit mobil übertragen. Wissenschaft und Wirtschaft revolutionieren sich selbst. Wir können Container digital sichern, kochen wie Profis, in den Autos von morgen die Zukunft erleben und unseren Kindern die ganze Welt an die Hand geben. Mit der technologischen Power unserer Netze und mit den Menschen, die sie nutzen, ihnen Leben einhauchen. Bunt, jung, alt, völlig verschieden. Laut, still, stolz, anspruchsvoll. Umweltbewusst, genau wie wir. Das ist der Herzschlag einer neuen Zeit. Alles verändert sich. Und zusammen können wir alles verändern. Mehr Schritte aufeinander zu. Mehr Fortschritt zusammen. Und die Welt heute, morgen, jeden Tag immer besser machen. Das ist Together We Can.
right, so now we have learned in the prior talk how to scale your tech organization with the example of Thanasis and Marcel from Trade Republic. But now I would like to take a step back and actually uncover, together with Christina, or actually Christina will uncover it, of how to find a product market fit and what is the secret ingredient that you need in order to reach that stage within your venture. So Christina is a venture developer within Project A, and on day-to-day, she is talking to our ventures and helping them scale and reach product market fit. The stage is yours, Christina.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Cool. Yeah, thank you very much, Marius, for this warm introduction. And welcome, everyone. I'm super excited to be here today and see so many people in person. Yeah, like Marius said, my name is Christina, and I'm a venture development manager at Project A. And the reason why I'm standing here today is that in the past couple of years, I've worked with many early stage ventures, and I supported them in structuring these very early steps of finding product market fit. And today, I want to share my learnings with you. So let's get started. Okay, so yeah, I think all of you here know what product market fit is. But for those who are not, let me say it in the words of the product guru, Mark Andreessen. So product market fit is being in a good market with a product that can satisfy that market. And looking at this quote, I think all of us can say, and it's undeniable, that every founder wants to achieve it. Because, I mean, in the end, if you don't reach product market fit, at some point, you're kind of out. Okay, so we all know it's super important, and yet here's the sad truth. So 1/3 of startups fail because they lack product market fit. And the question is, why? Why is that so? And this is a really good question because, I mean, in the end, they seem to have everything. So they have good funding. And if you're super lucky, you even have a cool investor like Project A invested in you. So can tick off that box. Then you have a great team with lots of good people on board. So nothing can go wrong here, right? And then you may have even developed or are developing crazy new technology. So yeah, the question is like, what is it? And I've experienced that often you have to step one step back and then look at one key ingredient which makes all the rest not able to work. And this is asking yourself the question, have I developed a solution that is solving a real pain point for my users? And this is called problem solution fit. Okay, and now you're like, problem solution, like what is she talking about? So let's have a closer look at this. And the problem solution fit is validating that your solution is actually solving a real problem for people. And I know this sounds super obvious, but believe me, especially when you're like having like a very techy product, it makes sense to take a closer look at this. And in order to find problem solution fit, you basically need to validate two things. And first of it is validating with real life data that the solution you're developing is actually solving a real pain point for users. And then the second thing is validating that the solution you're developing is actually solving that pain point. And to make it also a little bit more understandable for everyone, let's take one example. So we all know Facebook, and Facebook have made it possible for people to connect with each other regardless of location and distance. So they have solved the pain point of interacting with each other, even if you're far away, through an easy-to-use online interface. Okay, great. So I think now we've understood problem-solution fit. And now you're asking me, cool, but why is it so important? I can tell you that. So the reason is that at some point you want to make money with your product and your solution, right? And your customer will only be willing to pay for your solution if you're actually solving a real pain point. Because otherwise, they may like your solution and probably also give you good feedback, but at some point when you're gonna ask like, okay, hey, now please pay for it, they're just not gonna be willing to do so. So I think it explains really well, you need problem-solution fit in order to create this willingness to pay with your customers. Great. Now that we've understood like what problem-solution fit is and why it's so important, the question is, how do we get there? How can I make sure that the solution I've developed is solving a real pain point for my customers? And I have really good news for you. It's super easy and every one of us can do it. And this is talk to your customers. Do customer interviews. And now here's the bad news. I mean, even though it's super easy, if you don't do it right, it's not gonna help you much, or at least it's gonna take a long, long time until it helps you. And so what I've been doing is I've created this checklist for us that will help us to go through these customer interviews. So it's called the Problem Solution Fit Checklist. So let's have a look. And the first one, really, really important, please take a structured approach. Because if you don't, you're just gonna randomly talk to a lot of people, waste a lot of your time, and at some point, you're just gonna get very impatient and asking yourself, okay, what am I doing here? So this is really important. But how do we get structure into the process? Well, first, choose your interview partners wisely. Think, who do you want to speak to? Who is like your target persona that you want to interview? And then write that down. Maybe even create 2 different personas to do some A/B testing during the interviews. And then take that persona, go to your network and tell them, hey, this is the people I want to speak to. Please make an introduction. And so then, if you have a good network, at some point you will get a lot of introduction, you will schedule a lot of interviews, and then you go into the interviews. And then next advice here is write it down. And I know this sounds like we're in school, and I also know it's super painful because documenting isn't really a fun job to do. But believe me, these customer interviews will lay the foundation for a lot of work that will come in the future. So you really want to have this written down somewhere. And I mean, I also know it's kind of hard, like you're interviewing someone, you're a little bit nervous, and then you really want to engage with that person, and then you also have to type all the time. So here's some ideas. You can either go into the interview with your co-founder and split the work, or I mean, you can record the session or get a fancy tool to do that for you, whatever. I think there are lots of options. And then once you go out of the interviews, think about what that person has said, do a debrief, and write down the hypothesis that you derive out of what the person has been saying. And then when you go into the next interviews, validate these hypotheses. And creating the structure will really help you that after a couple of interviews, you will really see, okay, I'm making progress here, and I'm validating if the solution I've developed is really solving a problem with the target audience. So creating a structure helps. So we can tick off that one. Going to the next one. Also really important, come prepared. And again, it's very, very easy, but we know it all. As soon as we get busy, we kind of tend to forget preparing for meetings because we just have so many other things to do. But believe me, potentially you're gonna speak to potential customers, and we all know that first impressions matter. So yeah, please be prepared in order to make a good impression. And how do you prepare for these interviews? Well, first, check out who your interview partner is and do some background research. So who's the person I'm speaking to? What is the company that person is working for? What's his or her current position? What are the previous companies that person has talked to? And so on and so on. And then, and this is also super, super helpful, think about an icebreaker on easy introduction you can use. Because believe me, this will really help you. First, it will help the interview partner because the first minute is really important to make that interview partner feel comfortable. So because of this, it's very helpful. And then second thing is, it will also help you because especially in the first interviews, you might be a little bit nervous. And in case you lose your words and you don't know what to say, it's kind of good to have this introduction prepared. Okay, cool. So we thought about an easy introduction. And then this is the most important part about the preparation. Think about what you want to find out during your interview and write it down and derive an interview guideline out of it. And again, this is like not taking a lot of work because basically you know what you find out, but it really helps to structure it down into a guideline and then write it down. Because on the one hand, this will help you during the interview to steer the conversation in order to touch upon all the topics you want to find out. And on top of it, it will also help you to compare all the interviews you've been doing in the end and to identify some patterns. So yeah, create this interview guideline. And then going to the next point on the checklist, don't try to force your idea onto your customers. So I think we've all been there. We have a really good idea and we love it so much, we just want everyone else to love it. But then you get into a really difficult situation where you're just gonna spend a lot of time educating that person and explaining why your idea is so great. And then you're not gonna reach the goal of the conversation you're having with that person, which is finding out what are the real pain points and problems that a person is facing. So really try to get into the shoes of your customer, let that person talk as much as possible and understand their real pain points. Because linking back to what I said earlier, this will actually create the willingness to pay. And then next one, kind of related, don't be the chatterbox. So we might get to a point where you're talking to your interview partner and that person is validating your hypothesis and you're like, oh my God, yes, this is what I wanted to hear. And then you get super excited and you start talking and you never stop. And this is the worst thing actually that can happen because remember, the goal was to understand our counterpart and their pain points and not telling them your life story. You can tell it to somebody else. And then last point is, don't be the sales guy. So remember, we are in a customer discovery interview, and which means please don't pitch your idea directly at the beginning, because this will really change the flow of the conversation, and you risk that the person you're talking to is not telling you the truth, but is really telling you what you want to hear, and this won't help you at all to validate your hypothesis. So don't get me wrong, at some point you need to pitch your product, and there will be the time, but just don't do it right at the beginning, because it won't help you at all with the customer interview. And that's it. That's the 5 points from my checklist. I hope it was interesting for you and you could take something away from it. It was really cool speaking here today, and thanks a lot for your attention.
Thanks so much, Christina. Again, Christina will also be in the speaker lounge if you want to go even beyond the problem solution fit. I hope you learned something. And now, short break.
You believe in magic, here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look at mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh. Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh.
Welcome to Silicon Valley Bank's Germany branch. We work with the entrepreneurs, companies, and investors that are defining what comes next. This means we are fortunate to work with some of Germany's leading tech businesses and the people who invest in them. Our clients span emerging companies to Mittelstand to multinational enterprises. Germany's history is steeped in technological innovation, and the country is inventing the future too. And that inspires us to do everything we can to bring our clients' ideas to life and make their businesses successful, no matter where they are in the world or how large they become. We work with companies and individuals in technology, healthcare, venture capital, and private equity. That's it. That's all we do, and that keeps us on the pulse of the industries we serve. Like so many of the companies we work with, we got our start in Silicon Valley. But we quickly realized innovation is not constrained by geography. Today, we have a global presence that is strategically designed to be where our clients need us. Wherever the innovation ecosystem is thriving, there is a need for SVB to deliver service with an entrepreneurial spirit. And our clients demand a creative approach to lending that is designed to make life and business easier for them. And we're much more than just a bank. We strive to increase our clients' probability of success, and we do this as a partner to our clients, delivering what they need when they need it. We offer assistance to businesses that are expanding into offshore markets, with offices throughout the US, as well as in China, Israel, the UK, and Ireland. We are well positioned to help our clients make that leap. We host educational and networking events specifically designed for our clients. We make connections with potential business partners, investors, and other entrepreneurs. Our dedication to our clients is also reflected in our employees' dedication to their communities. We volunteer, fundraise, and make corporate donations to causes our employees and clients believe in. Our goal is not just to be your bank, but your business partner. Get in touch to see how we could help your business in Germany and beyond.
right, ladies and gentlemen. Next up is actually also one of the co-founders in our portfolio, actually No Unity. And day in, day out, when I'm in meeting at Project A, we all have great ideas for our ventures, how to bring them forward, how to scale them. Everybody has their own strong opinion. And at the end of the meeting, the whole, or the last sentence is, well, let's just test it. I think this is why Gregor is here today. He's the co-founder of No Unity, a tech startup with almost more than 3 million users right now. And he's going to show you an approach to simple, stupid A/B testing to grow your business. So, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Hey everybody, and yeah, welcome to my talk. Happy that I can be here, and thank you all for attending. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, basically my talk is about how to do A/B testing simple, and especially on a bigger scale with that many users. And I'll talk a bit about how we're doing that at KnowUnity and what kind of way we found to do efficient A/B testing. Yeah, maybe a quick word about who we are. We are basically, Europe's #1 fastest growing education startup, and we have the mission to build a global education platform where in the end students can learn together and can exchange their content. And we're basically like a user-generated content-focused platform, which we enable students, empower students to learn together. We have nowadays 3.5 million users, actually 3.6 million users nowadays, and are active in 7 countries. And basically, are growing pretty rapidly, and have found a good way to do A/B testing. Quick about me, I'm Gregor, I'm one of the co-founders, basically doing product and tech, so I'm there since the beginning, and therefore also quite involved into how we can do a proper A/B testing and how we can ensure everything is working. Yeah, then quickly about actually what is A/B testing, for those who don't know, and why you should care about it. A/B testing in the end is a way that you basically divide your users into 2 cohorts, A and B, and basically randomly assign users to one of these cohorts. And then you give these 2 cohorts 2 different versions of certain feature or 2 different versions of your app. And then you can basically measure which one of these 2 variants is performing better compared to the other one. So you basically define a metric saying, for example, retention, or I want to increase people searching on this page, and these kind of things. And basically then you run the test simultaneously to then in the end be able to say with confidence, this one variant is working better than the other one. And basically you can see one example here of our own app actually. We are a mobile-focused company, and on the left-hand side you can actually see like one new variant, and on the right-hand side you can see an old variant of our homepage where we basically did this one A/B test, and as you can see it's a quite different radical change there. And we ran this A/B test the last 3 weeks, I think, and I'll take this one as example to guide you a bit through of how we do that. Then why is A/B testing actually important? A/B testing is in general important to basically be able to iterate fast and make in the end confident decisions. But there are also quite other cool factors where A/B testing can help. On the one hand, it just ensures that you're data-driven, and you also always take analytics and take data into your decision-making. So you, in the end, have to look at data, and there's no excuse to say, I like this one more, and I think this is the better one. Data is the end, always the thing that tells you the direction to go to. And then, on the other hand, it also removes the influence of most other factors. So especially in our case, because we're an education startup, there's a lot of seasonality in terms of holidays or kind of vacations that students have, or there's certain exams. So for us, it's actually quite important to remove these kind of external factors when we test on new features. So for us, super cool to use A/B tests here to be able to compare apples to apples. And the third point, which I actually think quite a cool one, also from a product standpoint, that basically A/B testing enables everybody to bring in their ideas, because in the end, it's not about who has the most experience, who has can argue the best, because you can just test everything. You can just run a test about it, do a super quick and dirty test, and see if actually, it works out. And so even juniors can bring in their ideas, and not only always the seniors who dictate what is being done. Next up a bit, what actually makes an A/B test successful, and what you need to have a successful A/B test. We have like some claim metrics, like some click points here. I think the one most obvious one that it has to be mathematically valid. So you need to have for sure significant uptick. You also need to have cohorts who are not overlapping to other A/B tests, and basically just sound on that metric side. On the other hand, it also needs to be easily runnable in the end, because if it's something super complex, then nobody touches this and nobody will actually do it. So what we actually really focus on to give everybody the power, every employee, every engineer, for product people, to actually do their own A/B test. To then in the end, run as many A/B tests as we also can, and not just have something which some elite people can do. The third point basically being that it needs to be transparently communicated. So in the end, you have to actually, everyone needs to be able to see what kind of experiments are running, to have an overview, for example, what kind of things are affecting their own experiments, or for example, customer support people need to be able to check what kind of experiments are there to be able to handle support requests properly. And also, last but not least, it needs to be all documented. Documentation is really important because in the end, A/B testing is a lot about learning about like what works, what doesn't work. And in the end, it's super crucial to actually then document these learnings and basically make sure that you have an overview about which kind of tests were successful and what kind of things you can maybe build upon, do a second version about it, and actually take forward in new experiments. To maybe show you a bit how these abstract principles are being implemented at our company, I'll just go through one life cycle of one A/B test. And I actually take the example that I just showed you earlier, the new homepage, and show you a bit how does it working. So basically, I just go through that quickly. In the end, like the first step of our A/B test is probably similar to other feature development and product. Is basically hypothesis, design, specs, and implementation. So it's kind of the obvious thing you do when you build a feature. For us, it's super important to be really hypothesis-driven or like issue statement-driven. So in the end, this kind of hypothesis can come from previous A/B tests, can come from data insights, user research, all the kind of typical things you have. And you have a normal process in terms of just designing the feature, specing the feature, and then starting to implement it. Then the last part, which is super important part of implementation, is to actually adding a feature flag. So we heavily work with feature flags in our company because we're an app, so we need to adhere to the whole release cycle and the review cycle of app stores and Play Stores, which is an annoying thing. Everybody who works with that knows that. And basically we need to be able to be quite adaptive and actually be able to do a lot of stuff in parallel to be able to align with the different release cycles of apps. So we basically have in our app, I think, 150 feature flags of all the features we can turn on and off. And we can then in the app only get a list saying, hey, this is the feature flags that are on or off. And then the app just is a dumb thing that just displays the things depending if it's on or off. And basically also for our engineers, it's just one line of code they have to add in the feature flag. So it's just super simple, super that simple, hearing back to the simple principle for them to basically set up their own A/B test. Next step is then basically for us really important actually QA testing and a product/design check. So what we build here, for example, is to actually have a custom page in our app which is accessible for testers, where they can actually just toggle the feature flags and just look, okay, how does it actually look like if I now see this feature, and how does it look like if I actually don't see the feature. So for them, it's super easy to just try it out. Also, product people can just go in there and check how is actually my feature looking, is anything breaking, is the tracking working, is anything else working properly. So like one thing we also built ourselves next to the feature flagging system, we also built ourselves. But again, super simple for them to try out and basically test the features. Next to that then basically is the launching of the A/B test. There's again also a bit of code here. Is it basically also quite simple for us. So it's a thing of like 10 lines, 8 lines you have to do, and you basically then have the A/B test running. So it's again super simple, focusing on this daily, giving everybody the possibility to create their own A/B tests. That's why we really focus on that. And here also mentioned quite important is again documentations. Every time we launch an A/B test, we actually then add the variant names. So each name, so basically A and B gets their own name to be able to track them. We then basically also document that in our Jira tickets in our case, but in general document that in some place to be able to analyze the data on that. Next to the launching, after that, basically then the experiment runs for some time. After that comes the evaluation period. Basically what we also done here is build a small tool. Actually, one of our data people built that, I think, in 1 week. And they basically built a small A/B testing tool, which gives you the possibility to just input the variant names, input the metric you want to track, so for example, retention, or for example, certain conversion rate, and directly spits you out the results, the conversion rate, and if it's significant or not. In this case, it actually was significant. So we'll take the new homepage. And basically also something which we actually empower every employee to do themselves. So for example, product people can do the evaluations themselves, and there's no need for actually to ask a data person or ask an engineer to help them, because in the end, through documentation, the variant names and all these kind of things are already available. They just need to go to the tool, input the names, and they can see the results, and basically go with that and take the decisions based on that. That's like a short overview of how we basically doing A/B tests, and we built like some system over time. And basically now I just want to tell you a bit, look back at the requirements I mentioned earlier, and just think about quickly, do we actually match these requirements we set ourselves? Taking a look at them, the first point we definitely match. We have this A/B testing tool, and we actually really look into that everything is mathematically valid, and we basically have everything clean on that side. But looking at the easily to run, for sure, I mentioned it's somewhat easy. It's like only a small code you have to add. but in the end, still actually it can be easier. Everything can be easier. So we actually also work on that, for example, to build a proper tool which actually also PMs, for example, can launch themselves a B-test, which basically is like an admin dashboard where they can just press a button to launch it, and it's even less effort on the engineering side, and actually move also a bit of responsibility away from the engineers, more like to product people. But in the end, still keeping the principle that basically every employee is really able to run their own A/B test, because for us it's quite important that every engineer can just go in and say, I have this idea, I'll just do an A/B test and then see if it works, and if it doesn't work, then do something else. But to give everybody the possibility, the opportunity to expand their own ideas. Next up is the one that's transparently communicated. On that side, we currently have some sort of overview of what's running, but it's in Jira, and it's like a bit disconnected, so it's not the best ideal way. It's working, but as said, there's always room to improve. So on that side, we're also actually looking into how we can basically make this more basically easy to communicate, and we're also building some small internal tools to make that even better. And last part, documentation actually quite good on our side. We actually really put some effort into forcing everybody to document, because nobody likes documentation, at least from our perspective. So we actually force everybody to input their variant names, input their conclusion, input their decision in the end into our tickets, then be able to actually have a cool backlog of all things that we did and how they impacted our metrics and how they actually work. But in general, I think A/B testing at our company, it seems a bit complicated maybe, but in the end, we treat it as a product. So basically, we iterate also on our A/B testing setup, and in the end, we started in the beginning basically like super small things, actually used Firebase and other tools to basically get going, but then over time, exchange certain components and then build our own things, which always was like super small projects, but always helped us a bit to get even better results, make it even easier, even faster, even more accurate. And it's something, everybody who's doing A/B testing probably want to encourage to basically, try out building some stuff custom, because in the end, it really helps you also to get things done easier, and in the end helps you to have a better setup on that side. And this, would be the talk. Thanks for attending, and hope everybody of you does A/B testing.
I think, is my mic on? Now it's on. Question from my side. Can you maybe share an example of like early stages of No Unity when you started to do A/B tests and found something that completely changed also the customer experience within your product?
Yeah. And I think there were multiple ones. I think one example could pull something we changed in the onboarding, where we actually took a case, we had like a super short onboard, directly got you into the app, and then we actually added something which the onboarding made it longer in the end. Because then we could collect more information, and which then actually improved the retention for us. So something we never thought, because in the end, always the case, okay, you want to have people have shorter onboardings, have shorter introductions, and we're going to get people to the app. But then actually making it longer helped us to retain people better, because we then could recommend a better content and actually, make the experience of the first usage even more personalized.
Nice, super interesting. Thanks so much.
Cool.
Again, Gregor will be in the speaker lounge if you have more questions.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic.
All right. So in one of the earlier talks, we've dived really deep into how to get to your product market fit. And part of that was really understanding your customer needs, what is important to them. And I mean, there's gold, right? That is data that you should use in order to create a product that brings certain value to your users. And I think this is why also Prajol Banerjee is here today. He's the CPO and co-founder of SEOTAP. And he will talk today about the customer data demystified, why, what, and how of value creation through customer data. So the stage is yours, Prajol. He's joining today from London, I think.
Yep, exactly. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Start, Prajol.
Perfect. Thanks for joining me, everyone. What I'm going to attempt to do over the next 20 minutes is unpack the idea of customer data and how businesses can harness its potential to drive value for themselves and for their customers. So why are we here today? Any decent strategic exercise should start with an insight from McKinsey. So I've done the same. McKinsey observed a few years ago that organizations that leverage customer data and insights outperform their peers by up to 85% in sales growth and more than 25% in gross margin. So what that effectively means is that if you get this right, then not only can you optimize as a business your top line, but also your bottom line. And subsequently, Forrester, a few years later, made the observation that 76% of marketers say they're collecting more and more first-party data, first-party customer data, in an attempt to improve their businesses and their contribution to both top line and bottom line. As a consequence of this increased or renewed focus on first-party customer data, the customer data platform market has also been blossoming over the last few years. It's forecasted to reach more than 15 billion by 2026 at a 35% CAGR, which is an incredibly high growth rate, even in the face of the recent pandemic. In some respects, catalyzed by the pandemic, and we'll dive into that in a little bit more detail in a second. What's also true, unfortunately, of the customer data space is that customers themselves are quite circumspect. So only about 1/3 believe that companies are responsible in their handling of customer data. And we commissioned a survey earlier this year where we surveyed consumers from the UK, Germany, and France, about 3,000 consumers across these markets. And 62% of consumers we surveyed said they would be more willing, more inclined to direct their business to brands who they believed were being responsible in the way they handled customer data. Equally, almost 1 in 2 said that they would actually cut off ties with businesses altogether if they got the perception that businesses were dealing with their customer data in a lax manner, were reaching out to them without their consent, were somehow compromising this contract between the consumer and the business. So where does that leave us today? In some respects, the customer data space is still a little bit of the Wild West. Dan Ariely made this observation about big data almost 8 or 9 years ago. And today, the same is almost true of the customer data space. What that effectively means for the larger landscape going forward is that Gartner forecasts an almost, I'd say, punitive contraction in the overall market, where despite the huge investments being made, those that have been made over the last few years, those that are being made today and in the near future, 80% of organizations will abandon their pursuits because they will realize that they are not doing it in a manner that's either compliant with regulation or in a manner that respects the trust placed in them by their customers. And that's a pretty damning statistic. So a little bit about me before we jump in. I'm the founder and chief product officer of a company called Zeotap based out of Berlin. We operate primarily in Europe and Asia. We are a customer data platform made in Europe for Europe. We talk about that in a second. My background is I'm effectively a techie. My training, my education is in computer science and informatics. I'm an IAPP certified privacy technologist. On a personal note, I also adopted a dog a few years ago, and my wife and I have been dog parents for the last 3 years. My interests are quite varied. If you had to ask me to pick between one of those, I'd have a hard time. I live in Bristol, but I spend a fair bit of time in Berlin, where we have our global headquarters, as well as in Bengaluru in India, where we have our tech headquarters. So, jumping in, what exactly is this storied customer data? Some of you might be familiar with this framework, the Ikigai framework from Japan. It's described as a framework to strive for and achieve a meaningful life. And what it says is that the confluence of these different perspectives, what one loves, what one is good at, what one can be compensated to do, and what the world needs, when they come together, you have the intersection of these different perspectives that ultimately drive value and meaning to life. So the intersection of your passion, your profession, your vocation, and your mission. In some respects, you could adopt the same structure for customer data. And at the surface, it would be quite simple. There are, broadly speaking, 3 types of customer data. Those would be identity, profile, and consent. And, that's almost exactly what it says on the tin. ID data are identifiers used to effectively select individual customers or cohorts of customers across different channels and platforms. Profile data, basically descriptors that are associated with these individual customer profiles. And consent, especially in Europe, but of course in most other parts of the world today, consent and user preferences are top of mind. And of course, these all need to come together to develop a meaningful view of the customer from a business's perspective. However, it's rarely as simple as that. What effectively happens is once you start peeling back the layers and diving deeper, plethora of complexities emerges. So in the ID space, you have the idea of offline and online, so data that's generated by offline engagements and those that are generated by online engagements taking place on the web or in-app. You have the idea of fungible and non-fungible identifiers. So fungible identifiers being those that can effectively be transacted against. And a transaction in this context could be any kind of end customer touch point. So it could be an email address you use to, as a business, to send emails to your customers. It could potentially be a mobile ID that you use to identify customers in your app, and so on and so forth. And a non-fungible ID in this context would be something that you use to identify an individual customer, but you can't really transact against. That could, for example, be a CRM ID, some kind of key in a database, and so on. But effectively, they all point to the same person. There are different types of IDs, primary, secondary, and tertiary, and we won't go down this rabbit hole today, but effectively, as you stitch these different IDs together, there is a certain hierarchy or ranking that emerges between identifiers that are primary or of the utmost importance and those that are secondary or tertiary and may or may not contribute to the stitching together of a profile. And of course, there are deterministic and probabilistic strategies you could employ, deterministic being exactly that, where you know that 2 IDs are linked. The probabilistic space is a little bit more complicated, especially in the European landscape, where you might choose to based on a certain degree of confidence, might choose to merge two customer profiles. The reason this gets hairy is because of the underlying implications of consent around those individual IDs and such. But we can talk a little bit more about that in a bit. The profile bucket is almost equally, if not more, hairy. There are different types of attributes, of course: demographic, psychographic, behavioral, and geographic. These are the typical attributes that market has used to segment users. There are raw profiles and enriched profiles. So the raw data is anything that comes in straight from the source. Enrichment involves some kind of value-added layer on top. So an example would be you have location coordinates coming in, like GPS coordinates or IP address. An example of enrichment would be mapping those to individual locations by mapping the coordinates to a city or a region. The same is true of IP address. You could have calculated, derived, and predicted attributes. That's basically on the spectrum from the more heuristic to the more AI-driven, where you use different mechanisms or different techniques to build more smarter, more involved segments of users. And effectively, these attributes or data types could be those that are either substitutive or additive. So attributes being substitutive in the context of a demographic attribute where you typically only have a single value, whereas events being additive, where over the years, if a customer has multiple transactions, you typically continue to accumulate data on top. And the more data you have in an event context, the higher your degree of confidence around any kind of downstream decision making. The last bucket around consent and user preferences. The reason this can get complicated is because there are often signals that contradict each other. So you could have consent for a certain channel or platform and not for another. You could have consent or user preferences towards a certain purpose or preference and not for another. You could have consent associated with a certain ID type and not for another. And all of this sort of compounds when you try and activate the data in any kind of meaningful context towards the achievement of any kind of business outcome. So effectively, as a business, when you start peeling back the layers and try and make progress with customer data, you have a little bit of a WTF moment. And what we aim to do as a platform is try and mitigate the impact of these complexities that rapidly compound. So the first step, we believe, in understanding any kind of signals, data sets associated with customers is less about the technology and more about the goals. The first step is often less about the platforms you choose, the vendors, the processes, and it's more of a pen and paper exercise where you just need to take a step back, sit and try and develop a better understanding of what exactly is the data you have at hand, or what are you looking to do, and what would you need to achieve in order to get there. So it's much more strategic and much less tactical in that context. So how do we go from there, from creating this blueprint, if you will, on pen and paper, to actually achieving any kind of desired outcome? The first step is the collection of the data, and this, of course, takes place across multiple platforms, across multiple channels, both online and offline. It could be CRMs, it could be points of sale, it could be in-app, on the website, across some kind of other touch point. And as a business, one needs to better understand which data adds value versus which doesn't. Collecting the data is good. Collecting valuable data is good, but hoarding it isn't, because hoarding it just adds to the noise in the data and then sort of compromises any kind of downstream activity. The next step is organizing the data, and there is rarely a one-size-fits-all strategy here, even within the context of a business, depending on the nature of the outcomes, depending on the nature of the stakeholders, depending on the nature of the desired interventions in a customer context, the organization of the data could vary greatly. The one observation we have as a European platform operating primarily within Europe with large European clients is that consent is often overlooked early on and then comes back to almost bite the business later. And what I mean by that is when you start peeling back the layers and looking under the covers, what you find is that while you might have this wonderful treasure trove of data available at your disposal, most of it is not easily actionable because it has been, it has accumulated over the years without clear consent and user preferences being tied to these individual signals and attributes. And so the first step often is more of a step backwards than a step forwards. We comb back through the data, you try and understand where it came from, and if necessarily, have to establish protocols by which you go back to your customers and seek the requisite consent and preferences so as to be able to utilize their data for any kind of meaningful outcome. The next step, again, at a very strategic level, is to organize the data such that it's accessible both at an individual and an aggregate level. And here again, we find that businesses tend to lean towards the aggregate because they are a lot easier to engage with, understandably so. But especially again, in a European context, the individual is equally, if not more important, from the lens of risk or compliance. So in the context of Europe, a very typical request from consumers is the DSAR, the Data Subject Access Request, where a consumer might ask you what kind of data you have on that individual person, and you have to effectively turn over the keys to the castle as far as that all kinds of signals associated with that individual record are concerned. And so it almost behooves the business to store that data at that individual unified level across all touch points so that if and when this access request comes their way, they're able to act on it. The same is true, of course, of a data deletion request, where as a business, you're required to purge all data associated with an individual customer if such a request comes your way. Just two examples off the top of my head, but more an attempt at driving home the point that the individual is as important as the aggregate in this context. Of course, when it all comes together, you can paint very pretty pictures with the data sets, and assuming you have all your systems in place, things turn out almost like on this slide. But what we strive to do as a platform, as a partner to our brands and clients, is try and make it such that the data is actionable. So not just deliver pretty pictures on slides or dashboards, but actually power downstream activities, engagements, activation. Any kind of touch point with the customer is improved or enhanced by virtue of all that has happened upstream in this context with regard to aggregating their data, unifying it, consolidating it, cleansing it, enriching it, and then utilizing it for better decision making. So what do we recommend here in the context of the how? A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. We have 4 steps. Effectively, the first being to establish a goal. And here I make explicit point of saying a single goal, not multiple goals, because what we often find is that businesses can shoot themselves in the foot by trying to do too much right at the outset. So it's often best to just identify a single simple goal, typically a commercial outcome, because if you can prove value early on, then it becomes much easier to have any kind of conversation internally or externally, across exec stakeholders, externally even with the customer, so as to prove value to this entire effort. The second is to identify stakeholders or sponsors within the organization, because any kind of customer data project tends to be multi-pronged across different functions with varying degrees of access and dependence. This ranges not just from the marketing and the sales teams through to the IT teams, to the legal, the privacy and compliance teams, horizontally, but also vertically, given the implications of any kind of project, vertically from the more junior cross sections of an organization through to the most senior and the C-suite. So the universe of stakeholders runs the gamut, and it's important to identify the sponsors early on. Equally important, in keeping with my first point, is to define boundaries or scope. in many ways, it's almost more critical to say what you're not going to do rather than what you are, because the no is more important than the yes, in the interest of arriving at quick time to value or short time to value. And of course, define success. This is true of any project, but especially in a customer data context where sometimes efforts can go unchecked or often unmeasured or properly measured. It's important to define success and KPIs up front and then keep tabs on these over the course of the project. What we aim to do as a platform is to deploy a 4+4 strategy, an 8-week strategy, 4 weeks to deployment, 4 weeks to delivery and business outcomes, so that in a span of 8 weeks, that a client of ours can see value from any kind of customer data project. 4+4 is our own proprietary framework. It's more of a rule of thumb of saying that, look, within the span of 1 quarter, maybe depending on the complexity of the project, it might span 2 quarters, we are going to ensure that we can showcase some kind of value to the relevant stakeholders. And that's something we try and live and breathe. And of course, you build from there. The process of deploying any kind of large-scale customer data engagement is often, as I said, multi-pronged, multi-quarter, multi-function, non-linear, I should say. So it often involves dismantling some aspects before building back on top, but eventually you arrive at the desired outcomes. Quick recap. Customer data, looking at delivering both top line and bottom line, and often the focus tends to be more on the top line. But if you remember what I said very early on around the customer data platforms having seen renewed growth and focus in the aftermath of the pandemic, it's primarily because of their ability to drive bottom line efficiencies as well. And of course, equally important are the customers themselves. It's their data, they care about it, and as a business, you should too, and treat it with the requisite degree of respect. The what, the different types of data sets that need to come together. Don't overlook the last one, consent, because it's often where people tend to get hamstrung when it comes to actually executing on any of their desired outcomes. And the how, find a trustworthy partner. This could be, of course, a company like Zeotap, where I have my own vested interests, but it could be anyone really. Fundamentally, there are folks that over the years have built a certain degree of expertise, and it's often helpful to lean on this external expertise when trying to drive these kinds of value. Plan big, but start small. Baby steps, and the steps quickly accumulate one on top of the other and lead to bigger and more meaningful outcomes. And remember, progress is non-linear. Sometimes it can feel like you're fighting a bit of an uphill battle, but eventually the proof arrives and delivers value as you'd expect. Quick insights on the Zeotap CDP. We try and think of ourselves as an end-to-end platform, from the collection through to the unification, the segmentation, and then the orchestration and activation of customer data, and all that this entire workflow demands, the individual pieces that come together in this context. We are built in Europe for Europe. As I said, our headquarters are in Berlin, Germany, and we have clients and team members across all the large and small European markets. We typically tend to focus on simplicity and driving quick value through simplicity, and that's where we have managed to distinguish ourselves from others in the space. And of course, we look at everything around customer data and customer identity and the linking of those different identities together, stitching those IDs together as being the bedrock of any kind of decision making that takes place across the organization. We work with clients both big and small across different verticals. Virgin Media O2, one of the UK's largest telecoms and media companies. We've seen some success there. Equally with Audi across 4 or 5 European markets now, as well as some of the newer, hungrier companies such as FreeNow. That's it from me. I'm more than happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time for questions. Because you're not here in Berlin, I guess, it will be hard for you to join the speaker lounge afterwards. But we have a Discord channel, and you can just reach out to you, right, on the Discord channel or directly on LinkedIn for all related questions. But thank you so much for your talk. I learned a lot, and I am sure the audience as well.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic.
right, welcome to the last stage, or the last talk for this stage in the evening. There are some other stages where there are some further talks, but for this stage, this is going to be the last talk. Actually, maybe to give you some context, Project A, the operational VC, is not only investing in early stage startups or maybe already a little bit bigger startups, but also investing in already big companies that are already generating sizable revenue, and also helping them digitize, so driving forward the digital transformation. I myself, I'm in one big project right now, so I'm really curious to learn from you, Sebastian. Sebastian is the CTO of Gartenhaus, one of our ventures, how he is enabling the digital transformation with his organization. And with that, I would hand it over to you.
Yo, thanks for the introduction. Hi. It's a pleasure to see you all here in the last round, I think, for today. Okay. And yeah, I really appreciate to see you all here so short before the weekend, so short before the first drinks, I think. And yeah, the next 30 minutes, I'm talking about a digital transformation and how to enable your company. It's a little case study from Gartenhaus GmbH, and yeah, my name is Sebastian Fritsche. I'm the CTO of Gartenhaus GmbH, and I have over 15 years experience in e-commerce as founder and manager. And yeah, I felt shock and love 6 years ago with the business model from Gartenhaus, the DIY business model, because I'm also very addicted in doing DIY things. So Gartenhaus GmbH, meanwhile, belongs to a group, the Ideon Group, Green Projects to Grow. Actually, we are founding this, and our first acquisitions are polos from Sweden and outdoor toys from the UK. And our mothership, the Gartenhaus GmbH, is based in Hamburg. And meanwhile, we are over 215 employees in the group, and we are tackling over 30,000 products, not SKUs. SKUs are much more. And we have over 20 brands, and our yearly revenue is over 100 million euros per year, and we are tackling nearly whole Europe. And we are the European specialist in e-commerce for garden houses, sheds, carports, and garages, and pools, assortments, and a lot of things more. And we're trying to accompany our customers from the first idea to the on-site services in their backyard or front yard, like a construction service, for example. Yeah, today we want to talk about digital transformation and how it's possible to enable these things for your company. I think digital transformation has big words, very big words, I think. I have a big respect regarding to this. Transformation generally means you have a fundamental change of something, or it doesn't matter, it's a physical product or physical thing or non-physical thing, but always you have to change fundamental a lot of things. And we can talk about a lot of things. We can talk about hours and days. Maybe we can fill a whole dedicated conference like this to talk about digital transformation topics and other things. And I can remember when I was a younger boy, I knew every telephone number of my friends around me. And today, to be honest, I don't know the number of my wife. Why? I have a device and everything is saved very well in my device, and where we are using Instagram and WhatsApp and Facebook and everything else, and our way of communication has completely changed in the last decades. And also our behavior regarding to traveling has completely changed. How many of you slept in an Airbnb last night? I did. I'm the only one? Okay. Exception. And later, I don't want to call a taxi, I will call Uber. No, I will call a taxi from Berlin. I will support the local ones. So what I want to flag is digital transformation generally is a wide range in terms and meanings. And we can talk about also to substitute a hard device like a fax device to an emailing system, or we can talk about AI-driven robotics in the automotive. And a lot of more things, I think, and I think it's clear what I want to hint. But hopefully, in the near future, we can talk also about AI-driven body extensions and fly with them to the moon and back. Hopefully. So, but just a joke. Let's come back to reality. We all now, the current situation, we have a tremendous decrease of consumer climate change, climate index, and because of higher energy cost and higher inflation rates, of course. And after the first hard pandemic time, luckily the e-commerce, we are not very hard hit. Our demands are increasing absolutely, but now we all have to adjust our forecasts, of course. It doesn't matter if you are tackling e-commerce or something else, depends on the market, but I think you can generally say everybody from us, especially our CFOs, have to adjust a lot of things. And we don't know the near future. We don't know what will happen in Q1 next year. But I think keep your head up high, don't let your head up hang, because luckily we are in a situation we can tackle a lot of things. Especially, we could squeeze out the next cent of our hard-earned euros. We can raise our EBITDA via better processes. It's just as easy, like it sounds, I think. I found a lot of studies in a preparation for this conference, and top 5 digitalization opportunities. The most mentioned one is to increase your process efficiency, to press out the next cent from your hard-earned euros, of course. So sometimes it's mentioned on top 1 or top 3 or top 2, doesn't matter, depends on the study. Here, this is a fact-led study from 2020 with over 750 asked German companies, but you will also find bigger ones. So, but what I want to say is we have to focus at our back-end processes, of course. Seem to be clear and lays on your hand, but do we really handle these things and tackle these things with a focus? And also these studies has shown we have big hurdles to achieve these challenges for digitalization, of course. And you will find mentions around data and organizational aspects. And always you will find something like, we have a lack of harmonized data. We have poor data quality. I think it's very clear. And for me, it was very interesting to find a lot of mentions regarding to, okay, what's going on around our organizational structures? We always identified a lack of defense or prevention of existing structures, or the lack of willing to break out or to break open these structures. And I think for me it's very important to understand this, because there you will tackle anxiety and fear sometimes of your employees or your colleagues, and you have to reduce these anxieties. And you can reduce these anxieties if you are able to create a product or something like this to achieve a stepwise transformation. Don't do the hard step on and off, and if going something wrong, okay, let's roll back everything. Oh, I couldn't sleep. So let's do it stepwise. It's very important. And another big study from the Deutsche Industrie- und Handelskammer showed with over 45%, with over 3,500 asked German companies, they really shy away from the complexity of changing existing systems and processes. And this underpins this very clear. So we have to ask ourselves, okay, we have to tackle something around data and a lot of maybe of these organizational things. But maybe we have to use tech to achieve these organizational things maybe. So, okay, what we have to do. First, luckily, this is no real rocket science, I think, because data, you can do a lot around data. So I think everybody of us has tackled something with data maybe. So I would say, let's start, let's fetch the loot and earn some EBIT therefore. And I will show you in 6 steps how we tackled our first transformation phase at GmbH. You will also find a lot of theoretically abstracts or studies. They described you can use 10 steps or 5 or 6, doesn't matter. You have to find your own way. I will just show you how we did it in the past 2 years, and give you just an example and the first key learning we made. So our 6 steps to achieve our first transformation phase has been with the first one. You have a starting phase, an initial phase. You have to take over something. You have to take over a tech stack. Especially if you are a tech lead or something else, you have to tackle these things. And then, very important, we heard it a few times today, You have to do in research. You have to understand and to listen what your employees, your customers, and especially also your colleagues from the departments and also your company need. And with these insights, you can generate a vision or a mission. And this will lead you very rapidly to the insights, okay, you will need an enabler to conquer this transformation phase. And the transformation phase consists of different types of projects. But transformation is not a project per se. It always exists, maybe of bigger IT tech projects, and maybe then afterwards, organizational transforming projects. And when you've conquered the first transformation phase, you are able to speed up the next thing and to focus more on the fully fledged, maybe customer things, for example. So first of all, you have to take over the tech stack I aforementioned. This means everybody from us has to handle an IT landscape. It could be you are a lucky girl or lucky guy and you could take over a fully composable Mach architecture. Great, then you can focus on customer centricity, fully fledged customer journey. But in our case, for example, I had to take over a pure monolith system where everything was primarily stored in a shop system. A lot of automatization approaches and everything else. Or you are in between. But it doesn't matter for the moment. What I just want to say is you have to be the awareness. You have to transform something. It's a fundamental change from a status quo to the future. And this is very important. And this will lead us later to the enabler. So do some research. Identify the potential. Why and what is needed from my company, from my colleagues, and you have to speak with everybody. You have to figure out the hurdles for the scalability. Why and what do we need? So we had an absolute increasing demand, and we hired a lot of more employees. So we had our processes, and we had a lack of transparency on data and also on these processes. So we started with a hypothesis 2 years ago, or 2.5 years ago. We are not able to scale because of the lack of these missing processes for the business backend. So what we have to do, we had over 40 workshops with over 50 participants and documented over 100 processes the first time for the company. And there we found a lot of deep insights and a lot of possibilities and opportunities and also hurdles. But especially these things are opportunities for us. So, and these top 3 key results we have found are better operational processes internally and especially with our partners. Because we had built up a big amount of bidirectional connections between us and our partners, especially with logistics, dropship partners, etc. And along these things, we created a lot of data silos, and it wasn't possible to scale at all. So let's leverage these things to the next level. And harmonized data, like I said, a lot of data silos. I was really sad when I found out, okay, we converted our happy customer to sad customer just by giving them the false information, false delivery states. Absolutely unnecessary, just because of these fast-growing connections we had. So because it was an absolutely high, fast-growing time for us. So okay, we had to clean up our legacy systems. So, and another thing I normally just didn't want to tackle was the accounting structure. But we found out we have a well-spreaded software solution in our landscape for the accounting. So we have to consolidate it to a standard system. So there we can find a lot of things about something between connections and our partners, harmonized data as a foundation, and we need something for our account business. So a lot of things around operational backend businesses, business backend domain related things. So we can name this transformation phase 1, especially as an operational excellence or operational mission. I think it always helps a lot to give them a name. So okay, I think what we found wasn't not very well positioned, but like I said, great possibilities. So let's focus on the optimistic ones, of the positive ones. So other words for well positioned, I think have better cards in your hand, be a stronger competitor or be more competitive, and especially be in a good starting position. And this is what we had to tackle. So on the third one, create a vision with this insight. So now we have to talk about how can we solve the top needs of our company. So first, it sounds a little bit lame, I think, and I've never thought in my life, okay, I had to introduce an ERP system. Oh, how boring. But to be honest, you will find the time point in your companies, you have to do these things, because this is your back-end business, or your business back-end. And so, okay, let's do it to achieve a better accounting and to implement standard processes for us. So, but what was a lot of more interesting was to think about, okay, how can we enable our partners in Iceland, our little manufacturers? They are very small, they don't have a dedicated IT team, for example. So we have to think about, okay, how can we enable to handle their orders with us? So, okay, let's think about a partner portal. So we build up a partner portal. And better data and integrations, for me, it was very important to achieve true states, of course, because this will rapidly lead to better reviews and reputations, and this generates, of course, more trust in the journey, and more trust, we know, will generate higher or increase the conversion rate, and therefore better and higher sales. So, 3 main things: introduction of an ERP system, and something around data and integrations, and this dedicated partner portal. So, okay, now we have to find our enabler. So, and this has been our first major key learning, the enabler. Sounds like a little bit like a bad boy from a cinema from Netflix, but this, in this case, is a good one, and I want to embrace our enabler. Why? 2 years ago, I met Stefan Schulze from Project A, the CTO. Hi, Stefan. And we had a workshop about, okay, how can we scale this company in the future? So with the actual stack, we need something in between. Of course, we need transparency on our data. We have to kill the lack of harmonized data, of course, but we have to think about, okay, how can we do it stepwise, not to do this big switch on and off. So, and they told us about a project which is called Data Hubs. And I can embrace our data hubs because they let me sleep very well. Because data hubs are our enabler. This is the enabler, and we created a central place for harmonized business domain related data in the middle. And we can solve a lot of things with this, and I will show you in the next slides. And this is the most important one for a company at first, I think, to find your enablement, to enabler, to do these things maybe parallel. I will show you a little bit later. And our challenge has been, like I said, I had to take over a shop-centric system, and everything was stored in this shop system. The data is primarily stored within. It has to be really difficult to integrate an ERP system. Imagine you have to introduce an ERP system and a monolithic system, and then you want to exchange the shop system. You have to do everything one more time. I don't want to do this. And it's not possible to achieve customer centricity with a system like this. Absolutely not. And we customized the system in the past, of course, to achieve a lot of things very, very fast. We didn't read books like the speaker 1 hour said. We just did the things, and we highly developed automatization processes, and we had stock management in our shop-centric system. So a lot of bad things, I think. So another point has been, okay, when we're talking about to integrate data from acquisitions, with a shop-centric construct, it's not possible. Or it's possible, but you have to develop a lot of bidirectional connection also, and you could put them in the waste afterwards, I think, if you change something. So big challenges, and this is how it could look like. It's very abstract, of course. On the left, you can see our shop-centric system where we came from the takeover phase. And on the right, you can see our current system, a much more data-centric system. And in between, we had this enablement phase where we build up the data hubs. So what can you see there? We arranged everything around these data hubs. Strategy, of course, I think it's relatively clear. Best of breed solutions. We want to use a PRM system. We integrate a DIM system. But you can also find there our partner portal, and in between a new data mapping and transform layer where we consolidate our marketplaces and every kind of data which we can fetch from, I don't know, from acquisitions, from our partners. And the partner portal also is web front end for this type of manufacturers which are not able to develop something. They just have like a web EDI or something else. And what you also can recognize is, meanwhile, the shop system is much more smaller because all these things about automatization and customizing and stock management now is included in an ERP system. So I think it's less on my hand meanwhile. And now we are much more flexible to substitute dedicated micro or macro service. Here, just shown a few ones. We have a few more, of course, but for the moment, I think to show this, I think it's clear. And with these kind of things, we achieved our goals from our operational excellence. Much more easier, much more faster, because we could it stepwise. And this is one of the most biggest advantages for me as a CTO when I want to transform or digitalize a company. You can do these things parallel. You can absolutely reduce your risk by doing these things in parallel. I will show you on the next slide. And we can harmonize the data in the middle. And now we are able to fetch data from acquisitions, like an order date, for example, and can achieve complementary upsells. We can buy a garden house from the Garden House GmbH, and in maybe 1.5 years, we can have the hypothesis, okay, now there are a lot of more people in the backyard, so let's recommend maybe an outdoor toy. But we don't have to tackle the IT landscape from our acquisition at first. Of course, we should do in the near future to leverage synergy effects, of course, but this is not the focus what you have to do at first. You can just focus on data, harmonize them, and work with them. And for me, it's absolutely nice because I can decrease the dependencies of system components, of course. So we conquered nearly. In January, we are live with these things around ERP and partner portals. Then we can say we conquered, but this has been then our first transformation phase. And with these things, we built up a lot of back-end business things and covered a lot of things. And if we have done this, we can repeat everything, like our method we developed, and can focus on the next transformation phase. So on the left, you can see we achieved our goals for an operational excellence, just to introduce an ERP system with less risk, etc., and to build up a partner portal. And we have a scalable business backend foundation found. Now we can focus on much more fledged things. And this is what we want to do. The next thing is you can see on the right side, it's much more customer experience focused. We can aim our customer front end. We can call it journey excellence or something like that. But I learned we don't have to call it excellence in the session before. It's a journey mission maybe. So I think it's good to have this in your back, a scalable and a very well-developed business backend to do the next steps on our journey to a bigger group. So just an outlook for the future. On the left, you can see the gray one are our product, our data hubs, and the orange one is our reduced shop core system. And below or parallel to this, we have the new, often faster stack. Of course, we want to aim in full composable mark architecture with a lot of intelligence. And what I want to hint is we can create or we can handle these orders from two parallel existing systems. For example, we can just work with an MVP, for example, in Denmark with the new one. So I have just a little bit risk. I don't have to tackle our mothership with these things and can just fetch the order dates, harmonize them via our sales order data hub and work with them further with our new founded ERP system. And this gives us a lot of safety and freedom. And there you can do the link to the beginning, what I said, to reduce the anxiety and fears of your colleagues or of your company. When you have built up a system like this, you can handle this fear, I think, because you're absolutely able to reduce your risk with systems like this, and you will earn a lot of more advantages, of course. So the next thing is what we want to do is the journey excellence, and just a little outlook. We want to integrate a content hub because we have developed our content over 15 years meanwhile, and we want to achieve a strong lock-in effect by distributing snackable content parts in the journey, and therefore we need completely new things, a new shop core system and everything else, of course, and of course another organization therefore. So with data hubs, we found our enabler to transform in phases our landscape and to build up a scalable foundation for the business. On the left, one more time, you can see the shop-centric system. We developed this to the second step, a data-centric system. And in the middle, this is what we want to achieve from next year on, our customer experience. And then we can also talk about group excellence functions. Like I said, to achieve complementary sales over the whole group, just by fetching the orders. Don't tackle the IT landscape at first. IT security, yes, you should do. But maybe not the IT landscape, maybe afterwards then. So, okay, this is a never-ending story maybe. Transformation will never remain in status quo, of course, and you just have to find your possibilities, your enabler, and then the next step, and you have to repeat everything. So, shortly, key learning number 2. Beyond a technical transformation, you will always find an organizational transformation, of course. Why? Organizations are changing. They are growing. Sometimes they are growing fast, sometimes a little bit slower. We came from a smaller enterprise. Yeah, we can discuss if we are big now, I don't know. But we are coming from a much more smaller one, and actually we are developing ourselves to a bigger group. What does it mean? It does mean you have to tackle more IT landscapes, you have to tackle more employees, more managers, maybe more investors, etc. And there's a time point you will recognize, okay, you have to reflect, okay, is it possible with my current organizational setup? Is it possible to do the next step? And I just want to hint this and give it to your hand. You have to be reflected all the time, because you don't just tackle the technical things. You always tackle people and culture. You have to enable also your people. You have to give them trust to do these things. Just to run in a problem belongs to a digital transformation, of course. It's no problem. Just make an error. Please do not repeat. Okay, maybe 2 times, but not more. But it's normal. But I think you have always to adapt your organizational structures along a technical digital transformation, which comes normally out from a strategy, from the business. At GmbH, we also experienced a transformation from an e-commerce department to a tech department with incubator approach. In the past, we did everything around an AC adapter, I think, and also have been charged for the whole platform and products. And then we decided, okay, let's found a dedicated product team with a dedicated head of product and everything else, and put the focus more on incubation. Like, okay, let's investigate, are we able to scale with our business backend? So like we did with our transformation phase 1. And this is where we currently stand. And now we have to start a discussion, okay, what's the next thing for us? We can talk about digital units or something else. It doesn't matter. You can name it. You can find a lot of abstracts for this. I think it's very important to find your next structure for your company, with your people, with the culture of your company, and with the mindset of your company. It's very important. And so you have to understand and to have the awareness of the duality of transformation, I think. It's always tech and people, I think, should be in the middle. And there you will find the culture, of course, also the entities you have to reduce, maybe with a technical solution. And around there is strategy and technology. And data should be a good foundation. And I think, and I'm sure, this will open your heart from your company for a very good transformation process in the future. So please never forget the duality of tech and people, and find your enabler and build it up. And I think then everything should go fine so far. So thanks, and enjoy your PAKCON night, and bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. So this was the last talk of this evening at this stage. There are still a couple of other talks going on. Also, Sebastian will be at the speaker lounge for any digital transformation related questions. So make sure to chat with him and get more wisdom out of his experience with GartenHaus and all the companies that he worked before with. And for this, that's it. Thank you very much for your attention and have a great evening. There is a party going on from 6 o'clock in Club Soda, and there is free everything basically. So have fun.
It's been 10 years now. Back then, 10 years ago, we wanted to create our own thing, and we wanted to do something different.
I think it reminds us, as we've been here before, what we all have achieved in the last 5 and then ultimately now 10 years.
I think we can all be super proud on what's been going on here. All of this is not because of us, but it's because of this whole team.
From the beginning on, we always had an operational team, trying to provide that in an efficient and effective form. That has always been the core idea of Project A.
As long as we have a team like this, we won't fail. We'll be successful.
We are that one VC in probably the world that, because of this operational VC approach, is really making companies more successful based on people coming, supporting, and really changing the way companies work, making them better, supporting them, helping them. Project A is a way to work and to live and to be with each other. For me, this trip here was seeing exactly that.
So Tuscany really means Project A to me. So it's a very interesting combination.
It's beautiful, yeah, but it's not easy to come here.
We have an awesome company event here for 1 week.
We're having a focus week where we are with the whole company celebrating this anniversary and also getting together, getting to know each other.
But I think it was worth it to kind of keep up the spirit from back then. And it's like a super nice continuation of the tradition that we started 5 years ago.
It's very important for all of us to come together, have a good time, and also, really have good personal connection, because I think this just makes teams a lot stronger.
Project A is authentic, hands-on.
Project A is unique, innovative, and a little bit crazy. For the future of Project A, I envision to work with likable and crazy people and great things.
We want to focus on building more companies, helping more entrepreneurs, building out an even more successful team.
We will probably grow in our investment products, start going into different stages of investments, but this is just the beginning and there's much more to come.